Hey everyone, What If Fan here, bringing you another exciting part of What If Overpowered Ichigo left Karakura town. You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Make sure to check it out and show them some love. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 56, Arc 12. Language is in English. Ichigo, Scathack, Nell, and Jack soared in space, traveling between dimensions. How long will this take? Nell asked. The mission or traveling using the Bifrost? Scathack asked. Both, Nell replied. It shouldn't take that long, Ichigo said. They noticed they were approaching a gray planet. Prepare for impact, Nell shouted. I got this, Ichigo said as he activated Script V, the Ventus. He began to slow down their descent. Soon they all safely landed on Helheim. Helheim appears gray and devoid of life. They noticed a few ghosts floating around. So this is Helheim, Nell said. It's worse than Hueco Mundo. So where do we go? Scathack asked. Ichigo shunpaied up, getting a bird's eye view. Ichigo landed back down. I saw a large tower straight ahead. Let's check it out. Ichigo said. All of them began to walk. They soon arrived at a large tower. They could see two guards standing there. Halt! One of the guards said. They stopped in front of the guards. What are you doing here? The other guard asked. I want to speak with Hela, Ichigo said. The guards looked at each other. Queen Hela will not speak with anyone at this moment. How long will we have to wait? Ichigo asked. The guards looked a little nervous. Queen Hela will sleep until she naturally wakes up. It's not a good idea to disturb her slumber. More ghosts began to float towards them. What's going on? One of the ghosts asked. They wished to speak with Queen Hela. Ichigo could tell the ghosts here very. Why haven't most of you moved on? Ichigo asked. What do you mean move on? What I mean is how come you haven't returned to the cycle of reincarnation? You don't know? Ichigo said. Allow me to explain. Ichigo explained to the ghosts what is supposed to happen to souls when they die. What is the point of explaining that when Queen Hela isn't going to do that? Who said she was the only one who could do that? Ichigo said as he summoned Kokugutsu while Nell summoned Gamuza. We can send all of you into the cycle of reincarnation. Ichigo and Nell began to perform kanso on all the spirits in Helheim. More and more spirits heard what was going on and flew to them. Zangetsu, Kyoka, Shirayuki, Suzumabachi, Kaiten, and Kayakatsu soon joined them outside performing kanso as well. It took an hour but, all the spirits in Helheim were sent to the cycle of reincarnation. Soon they were alone in Helheim. The other Zanpakuto spirits returned to Ichigo's mindscape. So what are we going to do now? Nell asked. I got an interesting idea, Scathack said. Let's play with these Norse runes. Ichigo and Nell shrugged their shoulders as they began to draw runes in the air, experimenting with them. Scene change, Hela's sleeping quarters. Hela was fast asleep in her sleeping quarters. She let out a yawn as she slowly woke up. She rubbed the dried-up mucus around her eyes. She got up out of bed. Loud cracks could be heard as she began to casually stretch her body. With that done, she walked into her shower began to shower. She walked to her wardrobe and put her royal clothes on. It consisted of a tight green dress, emphasizing her body. She walked out of her bedroom. She stopped. She could sense Norse magic being used in her realm. A small smile began to grow on her face. It seems someone from Asgard is here. Hela thought as she walked out of her tower. She could see Ichigo, Scathack, Nell, and Jack using Norse runes in the air. Hela noticed her guards weren't posted outside her tower. Maybe they were killed by them? Hela thought. Ehem, Hela said, interrupting their magic casting. Ichigo turned to Hela. I assume you are Hela, daughter of Odin? Ichigo asked. I am, Hela grumbled, being reminded of her heritage. That's good. Can we talk? Ichigo asked. Huh? Hela asked, confused by Ichigo's question. I said. Can we talk? Ichigo repeated. Why? Hela asked. Odin wishes for you to return to Asgard, Ichigo said. Lies, Hela said. That old man is too prideful to admit that. From the stories I've heard, that is true. Ichigo started. But the death of your wife and old age changed that. Hela's eyes widened. Frigga faded? Hela said in shock. She has, according to Odin, Ichigo said. I see, Hela said. What about the residents of the Helheim? The souls in this realm have moved on, Ichigo said. How? Hela asked. I am a soul reaper from Japan. Hela's eyes widened. I assume you've heard about us. I have. I read about you from the library in Helheim. Who will manage Helheim while I am gone? You could rule both since Helheim currently is devoid of its residents. I see. Hela said. Do you accept returning to Asgard? I do. She said. Before you return, be aware that Odin covered up the real history of Asgard. Hela let out a long sigh. I expected that, Hela admitted. Before we came here, Odin warned us about your violent and bloodthirsty nature, Scathach said. I know, Hela said. I acted like that for the first millennia, Hela said. All the spirits in Helheim ignored me. I attempted to attack Asgard alone. I failed and vanished back to Helheim. I met someone here. He was also a warrior. I challenged him to a fight. We fought for many days. In the end, he beat me. Instead of killing me, he took me in. He taught me to use my brain and words instead of my strength and blades. In our final match, I defeated him. He smiled before he properly introduced himself as the King of Helheim. He then passes that title to me before fading away. Hela said. I see, Ichigo said. I guess the contract is pointless then. Hela learned much of what Odin would have taught her. Are you ready to go? Ichigo asked. I am, Hela replied. We are ready, Heimdall, Ichigo said. Suddenly a large beam of energy shot down at them. It began to pull them away from Helheim. The return trip was silent as they flew back to Asgard. They soon arrived to see Heimdall and Odin standing in front of them. Hello, father. Hela greeted. Hello, Hela, Odin replied. We have much to catch up on. Indeed, Hela replied. Odin turned to Ichigo, Scathach, Nell, and Jack. Heimdall informed me that you didn't use the contract. Ichigo handed the contract to Hela. Hela quickly grabbed it and began to read it. Father. Has old age made you lose your wisdom? Hela questioned as soon as she finished reading the contract. I wrote it assuming you would still despise me. Hela sighed. I was when I was younger, Hela admitted. During my time in Helheim, I'd matured to be a suitable ruler for Asgard. Hela tore the contract in half. Odin smiled as he hugged his elder daughter. To think my executioner would have matured so much, Odin said. Hela hugged Odin back. They stayed like that for a few seconds. They let each other go. Odin turned to Ichigo. Thank you for your service. Odin thanked. No problem, Ichigo replied. This might be a strange question, but do you have any fire-based powers? I do, why? I want to see how the Einherjar handles someone similar to Surtur in strength and power, Odin said. You sure? From what I've sensed, the Einherjar is going to die if I try. Ichigo said. Don't worry. Odin said. As long as an Einherjar is within Hotel Valhalla, they can't permanently die. They will regenerate later. Odin said. If we are speaking of challenges, I want to challenge you. Scathach said. One-on-one? Odin asked. Sure, Scathach replied. Odin replied. Sure, let's go, Odin said as he stood up. He began to transform. Odin now looks like a barrel-chested man with massive arms. He now has close-cropped gray hair, while his beard is cut square. He now has a black patch to cover his eye. He is dressed in a short-sleeve polo shirt with the words Hotel Valhalla on it. In his hand was a spear. I assume that's Gungnir, Scathach said as she summoned Gibolg. Indeed. I also assume that is Gibolg. Indeed, Scathach replied. Let's head to the room wherever we can let loose first, Ichigo suggested. Right, Odin said. What about those who don't want to fight? Nell asked. There is a room that allows speculators to safely watch the fight, Odin said. Okay. They all walked out of the room. 2 ravens flew towards Odin. He raised his hand, allowing them to land on his arm. Inform all the Einherjar Valkyries that we are having a battle simulation on floor 501. Everyone will be in fully armored. Very well. The ravens replied. They let out a loud caw, broadcasting Odin's message. They all walked to the elevator and ascended to floor 501. When they arrived, they could see 2 doors and a set of stairs. Ichigo, I need you to enter the door on the right and wait there. When you hear me call for you, enter the second door. Odin instructed. Okay, Ichigo said as he followed Odin's instructions. Odin snapped the door, locking it. Follow me, Odin said. Hela, Scathach, Nell, and Jack followed Odin up the stairs. They entered a private booth. Sit down. It will take them a few minutes to get here. Odin said. Just as Odin said, they all arrived a few minutes later. All of them were dressed in armor with Norse runes inscribed it. They all were carrying swords, axes, or hammers. Odin pressed a rune on his chair, allowing the Einherjars and Valkyries to see him. Einherjars and Valkyries. Odin began. Today you will fight someone who will no doubt be the hardest opponent all of you have fought. He agreed to fight all of you with his fire abilities. He will represent Surtur for when Ragnarok eventually falls upon us. Odin said. Are all of you ready? In Awyar Allah. Odin owns you all. They all shouted. Odin chuckled hearing the war cry. Ichigo. They're ready for you. Odin said. The ground began to rumble as a giant creature shot out of the ground around them. It was over 10 feet tall and covered in magma. Come at me. The golem roared. In Awyar Allah. They shouted again as they charged at the lava golem. Ra! The lava golem roared as he ran towards them. As soon as the first Valkyrie stuck his body, the lava golem let out a sinister smile before it exploded. It sent waves of burning lava around them, flooding most of the area with burning hot magma. All the Einherjars and Valkyries were killed by the attack. The magic of Hotel Valhalla prevented them from dying. Their spirit floated above their incinerated body. Never rush into battle headfirst. Someone said. They turned to see Ichigo calmly waking on the lava. The enemy is Surtur, the king of the fire giants. Ichigo snapped his finger as the lava reformed into the lava golem. Based on that title alone, you already have a clue about his ability. Anyone could guess? He has pyrokinetic abilities. One of the spirits said. Indeed, Ichigo said. But you don't know what exactly he is capable of. Ichigo lectured. Ichigo is right, Odin said. Surtur isn't the king of the fire giants by being normal. He is king because he is the strongest fire giant and no other dares challenge his power. Another thing is being predictable. Being predictable allows your opponents to take advantage of you. Ichigo said. In history, Vikings are known for their close combat fighting style. Which is why you designed the lava golem to be a bomb. One of the spirits realized. Exactly, Ichigo said. All of you charged to the lava golem, expecting a close combat fight. So what should we do? Learn, Ichigo answered. Learn? Yes. Knowledge is power. Ichigo said. The more you know about your enemy, your allies, and yourself, the better you and your team could plan for the impending battle. Ichigo is once again right, Odin said as he entered the arena. I know most of you waste your time messing around here. Many of the spirits looked embarrassed. Valhalla is supposed to be both a paradise for those of you chosen but also as the training ground for when Ragnarok eventually happens or when I need you, Odin said. In the future, we will spend more time helping all of you learning more fighting styles, more weapons, mastering your demigod abilities, and learn how to operate as a team. As you wish, Lord Odin. They all said. I think these Einherjars and Valkyries need a refresher, Skathak said as she entered the arena. When Ragnarok happens, they are going to be fighting beings that want to unleash absolute chaos upon the world. Wait, suddenly Gibalg soared through the spirit's head. If any of you mentions that I look like that ice cream princess, then I will personally make sure you die, Skathak growled. Sorry. The spirit said as his head reformed. This is Skathak, Queen of the Land of Shadows, Ichigo said. Luckily, none of the spirits recognized her name. She flicked her wrist as Gibalg soared back to her hand. She spun the spear and pointed the tip at Odin, causing all the spirits to gasp in shock. Ready for that fight? She asked. Odin chuckled. I am. He replied as he snapped his fingers. His polo shirt disappeared, revealing his heavily scarred and muscular body. The match between Odin, the Allfather, versus Skathak, Queen of the Land of Shadows, will begin on my command, Ichigo said. Odin pointed Gungnir at Skathak while Skathak pointed Gibalg at Odin. Begin! Odin and Skathak charged at each other, both beginning with a simple straight thrust. Gungnir and Gibalg stabbed each other. The force of the impact blasted the nearby dust away. Each of them continued to do quick straight thrusts. All the spirits looked amazed at them. So, this is the power of the supportive prototype of Gibalg, Skathak commented. I've heard the rumors of that, Odin replied. But we know the truth. Indeed, Skathak replied. They continued to swing their respective spears at each other, each going faster than before. Soon they were going so fast only Ichigo was able to keep an eye on them. Wow! Everyone said. Ichigo nodded his head. They are evenly matched for this spar, Ichigo commented. They soon stopped. Let's give these spirits a taste of the powers from the Age of Gods, Skathak said with a smile on her face. Indeed, we shall, Odin replied with his own smile. They both jumped away from each other, creating a large distance. What are they about to do? One of the spirits asked. Skathak and Odin raised their respective spears. They began to glow with energy. They are going to throw their respective spears, Ichigo said. GAE. Gun. BOLG. Near. They both threw their respective spears at each other. Both spears, shrouded with their master's energy, soared in the air. Both spears crashed in the middle. The impact blew apart the ground underneath as each spear fought each other. Soon there was a massive magical explosion, blinding everyone. The explosion settled to reveal both spears slammed into the side, a few inches from the initial impact. Skathak and Odin raised their arm. Their respective weapons dislodged themselves from the ground and soared back to their respective owner. You did well for an old man. Skathak joked. Looks like there isn't as much rust here, to begin with, Odin said. Ichigo began to clap. Soon everyone else began to clap. Odin turned to his army. For now, go back to your room and rest, Odin ordered. Yes, Lord Odin. They all shouted before floating away. Hela, Nell, and Jack joined them downstairs. I believe it's time for us to leave, Ichigo said. I see. Odin said. I will discuss with Hela what reward is suitable for your action. Very well. If it's not Hela's hand in marriage, then we're fine. Ichigo joked. For a moment, Odin looked guilty. Unfortunately for him, everyone saw the guilty look. You actually considered doing that, didn't you? Ichigo said. Father. Hela said as she smacked her father's shoulder. Come on, Hela. As your father, I need to make sure you have a strong and powerful partner during your reign as ruler of Asgard. Odin defended himself. It doesn't give you the right to force me to marry someone, Hela said. She looked at Ichigo. Not that I wouldn't mind marrying you, she admitted. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. It's not my business, Ichigo replied. Goodbye, Lord Odin and Lady Hela, Nell said. By old Odin and pretty Hela, Jack said. Jack! Nell cried in shock. Ha! Hela began to laugh. Odin quickly joined in. It's all right, child, Odin said. Allow us to escort you out of Hotel Valhalla, Odin said. Very well then, Ichigo replied. Odin, Hela, Ichigo, Scathach, Nell, and Jack entered the elevator. They quickly descended to the lobby. They all exited the elevator and walked out of the lobby. As Ichigo, Scathach, Nell, and Jack walked out of Hotel Valhalla, they noticed the sun was setting. Odin tapped the ground with Gungnir. The limestone wall moved by itself, allowing them to leave. They soon got back in Ichigo's car and drove away. Ichigo quickly drove out of St. Paul. He soon found himself on an empty street. He opened a Garganta and drove in. Scene change, Ichigo Estate, morning. Language is in Japanese. The residents at Ichigo's estate woke up and began their morning rituals. After that, they walked downstairs and met in the dining room. All the students were in their respective school uniforms. Masaki was dressed in her regular doctor outfit, Tirju was dressed for her interview with Surzex, and everyone else was dressed in their casual clothes. Suddenly a Garganta opened outside the estate. Ichigo's car drove out of the Garganta. Soon Ichigo, Scathach, Nell, and Jack joined them for breakfast. Ichigo took his spot as the head of the table, while Scathach, Nell, and Jack took one of the empty seats. Soon breakfast was served. Scathach, Nell, and Jack were talking with the other peerage members about their trip. Ichigo? Someone called for him. He looked to see it was EU. Yes, EU? Who is next for your trip across America? She asked. It will be you, Artoria, and Rin, Ichigo said. Is there anything we should prepare for? EU asked. Artoria and Rin listened closely. From what I've seen, most of America is weak, Ichigo said. Oh. Okay. EU replied and resumed eating. Ugh. Someone groaned. Ichigo looked to see Hana-san walking to the table. She was dressed in pajamas decorated with little bunnies. She sat down in her chair. One of the maids quickly brought her breakfast. Thank you, she said as she began to eat breakfast. Rough night? Ichigo asked. Nah, she replied. I was recording a few videos for my American, Japanese, and Korean followers. I see, Ichigo said. I heard from the others that you're doing a road trip across America, Hana said. I am, Ichigo replied. Are you planning to go to California? She asked. I am, Ichigo said. Can you stop by Anaheim? Why? There's a major video game convention there in a week and I really want to go to it. How long is it? Ichigo said. It's 2 days long. Sure. Yay! She yelled as she ran over and hugged him. Thank you. Hana, I do need to finish breakfast, Ichigo said. Hana quickly returned to her seat. Sorry, she said. Ichigo chuckled as he resumed eating. Soon everyone finished eating. Mocha and Akasha took a sip of his blood. All the students got ready for school. Bye everyone, Ichigo said as he hugged everyone. Goodbye, they all replied. Ichigo looked to see EU, Artoria, and Rin was ready to go. EU was dressed in a purple t-shirt with white stripes and a matching skirt. Artoria was dressed in her casual attire. Rin was dressed in an untucked white collar shirt, red jacket, and blue jeans. Ready to go? He asked. They all nodded their heads. Ichigo snapped his finger as his car appeared. Ichigo took his usual spot as the driver. All three girls were unsure about which spot to take. Ichigo sighed. We're going to have multiple stops on this trip. All of you will have a turn on the passenger side. Ichigo said. They all didn't move. Ichigo sighed. EU will sit in the passenger seat first, then Artoria, and finally Rin, Ichigo said. Everyone accepted Ichigo's order and sat in the car. The Garganta opened in front of them and they drove in. Scene change, St. Paul, Minnesota. Language is in English. Ichigo drove out of the Garganta and landed on an empty highway. Ichigo made sure every seat had a small map in front of them, allowing them to know where they're at. So how are you, EU? Ichigo asked. I'm good. She said. Kind of miss spending time with you. She admitted. Ichigo sighed. Sorry about that. Ichigo apologized. No, I understand, EU said. It felt nice being able to talk with old friends and experiencing the world without having to worry about my powers going crazy. That's good to hear, Ichigo said. What about you? EU asked. Ichigo smiled. He began to tell EU everything that happened at Hogwarts. Occasionally Artoria could add a detail that Ichigo missed. Rin pulled out a notebook and was working on her recipes. Ichigo, Artoria called. Yes? Ichigo replied. Can we make a few stops? Artoria asked. I assume this is for food? Ichigo asked. It is, Artoria replied. Ichigo sighed. He turned to EU and Rin. Sure, EU said, used to dealing with people who love to eat. It allows me to expand my food palette, Rin replied. Okay, Artoria, Ichigo said. Soon, Ichigo began to regret that decision. Scene change, Ennsville, Arizona. It took Ichigo 3 days to arrive at their destination. The extra time was due to Artoria's never-ending desire for food. Ichigo quickly figured out the best method to deal with her. When she begins to get hungry, they would stop at the nearest town and allowed her to indulge until she falls into a food coma. The bad thing is that it usually took 3 or 4 restaurants to reach that point. As soon as Artoria falls into a food coma, Ichigo would pay for the food, and everyone would get in the car and quickly drive down the highway towards their destination. Ichigo would repeat this every time she woke up. By the time they arrived in Arizona, Ichigo was forced to do this 9 times. Many restaurants heard what Artoria was capable of. They called her the bottomless pit. Many restaurants would close their doors if they heard she was in town. Other restaurants saw her as a challenge to feed, usually resulting in them running out of food. So why are we in this town? Artoria asked. I need to find Grim, Ichigo replied. Who is Grim? Rin asked. He is in charge of escorting the souls to the correct pantheon if they belong in one, Ichigo explained. And if they don't belong in one? Artoria asked. Then Grim would place them into the cycle of reincarnation, Ichigo said. He hasn't been doing his job? EU guessed. Indeed, Ichigo replied. He drove the car up the pavement. He parked the car in the driveway. The house was a 2-story house with light green walls with a dark green roof. Ichigo walked out of his car towards the house. He knocked on the door. Coming! Someone yelled. The door swung open. Ichigo could see a short kid with reddish skin. He has a large pink nose, beady black eyes, and red hair. He wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt with a thin horizontal blue stripe, plus a pair of blue jeans, finally a red baseball hat on his head plus a pair of white and red sneakers on his feet. What can I do for you? He asked. I am here to see Grim, Ichigo said. The boy turned his head back to the house. Grim! He yelled. What is it, Billy? Someone is looking for you. Billy replied. I'm in the basement, Grim replied. Billy turned his head back to Ichigo. Follow me, Billy said. Ichigo silently followed behind Billy. Billy opened the door to the basement. Ichigo walked down the stairs. Ichigo could see someone in black robes writing down something. The figure turned to Ichigo. He looked exactly as Ichigo expected someone who was called the Grim Reaper. He was slightly taller than Ichigo. He was a magical skeleton with black robes. Who are you? Grim asked. I'm Ichigo, a Soul Reaper. Ichigo introduced. Oh? Grim said. You're a little far from home. I know, Ichigo said. I am here because of Hades. Ah, Grim said. Unfortunately, I am stuck here. Why? Ichigo asked. I kind of challenged two kids to a game of limbo to decide the fate of their pet hamster. Grim began. I still can't see the problem, Ichigo asked. I kind of added that I would be their best friend forever if they win, Grim admitted. I assume you somehow lost, Ichigo said. Grim nodded his head. How did you lose? You don't have any muscles that would cause any resistance in the game. I kind of cheated, Grim admitted. How? Both of the kids were shorter than me, so I lowered the bar, trying to make it harder for them. Both kids were able to go through it. So, I lowered it to the lowest setting. They both admitted that they couldn't go through. I went through the lowest setting. I was almost done when one of the kids ordered their hamster to attack me. The pain from the hamster forced me up, causing me to lose. Grim explained. Ichigo stared at Grim. That's not how limbo works, Ichigo said. Huh? Grim said. You got a computer here? Ichigo asked. Upstairs, Grim said. They walked back upstairs to a desktop computer. Ichigo quickly found the rules for limbo and showed it to Grim. His eyes widened in shock. Based on what you told me, the game hasn't finished yet. Grim stood up. He turned just to see Billy returning with another person. It was a little girl wearing a pink dress with a yellow flower in the center, black shoes, white socks, and blonde hair with a black headband. Her hair is curved into a style resembling devil horns. Who are you? She asked. Isn't it rude to not introduce yourself first? Ichigo replied. Fine. My name is Mandy. I'm Ichigo. What are you doing here? You see, a business associate of Grim asked me to investigate where Grim was. Ichigo began. Well, you founded him, Mandy said. Now leave. No can do, Ichigo replied. Grim needs to go back to his job, Ichigo said. Grim snapped his fingers. His truck and all his belongings floated to him. You are not leaving, Grim, Mandy ordered. I am, Grim said. We didn't play limbo correctly, so the deal is not binding. Mandy scowled at him. You were the one who cheated first. Mandy accused. While I did lower the bar too far down, you didn't finish the game, Grim said. What? Mandy asked. The winner of limbo is decided by the last player who managed to complete the round by themselves, Grim said. Billy admitted defeat first and I touched the bar. He stared at Mandy. You never attempted the round. According to the rules, you would have needed to complete the current round and then one more time, by yourself to solidify your win. Mandy scowled at them. This is not the end. She growled in anger. She grabbed Billy and pulled him away. Grim turned to Ichigo. Thank you. Thank you. He yelled in joy. No problem, Ichigo said. Let me know if you need anything, Grim said. I was wondering if you could help me with the death quest, Ichigo asked. Grim sighed. Sorry, I can't help you, Grim said. Why? Ichigo asked. Only gods and goddess of death are allowed to give their blessing for the death quest, Grimm said. What are you then? I am a manifestation of death, Grimm said. This isn't my true form, Grimm said. He began to shift before he appeared as a crow, a beautiful woman in a black dress, before returning to his old form. My appearance differs based on the person's interpretation of death. I see. Grimm summoned his scythe and slashed down with it, opening a portal. Once again, thank you for your help. No problem, Ichigo said as Grimm entered the portal. Ichigo walked out of the house and back into the car. That took a while, Rin said. What happened in there? EU asked. Two kids managed to trick Grimm to be their friend for eternity, Ichigo said. Wow. How did they do that? Rin asked. Grimm came here to take the soul of someone. These kids, Billy and Mandy, didn't want that to happen. So they challenged Grimm to a game. Grimm arrogantly accepted, mentioning if they win he would be their best friend forever. The game was Limbo. Grimm began to cheat by lowering the bar, making it too difficult for the kids to cross. Billy admitted that he can't do it. Grimm began to go underneath the bar. Mandy tricked Grimm to touch the bar. She then proclaimed that Grimm lost and is now their best friend forever. Ichigo paused as he reversed out of Billy's driveway. Grimm was unaware that isn't how the winner of Limbo is determined. What is Limbo? Artoria asked. Limbo is a game where people slowly bend from the waist and back backward to go underneath a pole. You are not supposed to touch the pole. After the last person goes, the pole is lowered, and it begins again. Rin explained. Correct, Rin, Ichigo said. Once you are the last person in the round, you must complete an additional round by yourself. Based on your story, Mandy didn't do that, EU said. Ichigo shook his head. She didn't, Ichigo said. Ichigo exited the city. He found a highway, devoid of other cars. He opened a Garganta and drove on it. Scene change, Ichigo's estate. Language is in Japanese. Hana Song was in her room. She had two large suitcases and a backpack in her bed. The backpack contained her camera, a tripod, and a photo printer. The first large one held all of her merchandise. The other large suitcase had her cosplay of Sarah Kerrigan from the original StarCraft. This is from the time she was a Ghost Marine unit. Luckily, Hana saw what she looked like in high resolution, not in the current pixelated state. She sent a post on all of her social media platforms, informing her followers that she will be hosting a meet and greet at a nearby hotel as well as teasing her cosplay of Sarah Kerrigan. Many people were interested to see what Hana looked like with everything on. Hana was finishing up her mental to-do list when someone knocked on her door. Yes? She asked. The door opened as a maid peeked her head in. Ichigo-sama has returned. The maid said. Thank you, Hana said as she stood up. Hana pulled one of the suitcases while the maid grabbed the other one. They both pulled the suitcase out to Ichigo's car. Hello, Hana. Ichigo greeted. He noticed the two large suitcases. I see you're ready for this convention. I am. She replied. Give me a few minutes and then we can go. Sure. Just open the trunk for my suitcases. She said. Ichigo opened the trunk for her. Fleur, Kahlua, Akua, and Reiku. Can you hear me? Yes, Ichigo? Akua asked. Do you need something, Ichigo-kun? Reiku asked. Present, Fleur replied. A little busy at the clinic, Kahlua said. It's okay, Kahlua, I don't need to see any of you right now, Ichigo replied. Anyways, I want to let all of you know that you're coming with me to America after Hana. First, will be Fleur and Kahlua. Then it will be Akua and Reiku. Does anyone have any questions for me? Will we need anything? Fleur asked. Not really. If you want maybe another change of clothes. Ichigo suggested. How long will we be with you? Reiku asked. At least a day, 2 days at most, Ichigo said. Anything else? Akua asked. Nope. See all of you soon, Ichigo said. He walked back to his car to see Hana was already in the car. Ichigo slipped on the driver's side. Ready? You bet, Hana replied. Ichigo drove into the Garganta that appeared. Scene change, Ensville, Arizona. Language is in English. Ichigo drove out of the Garganta. Hana could see they were driving in the air and soaring very fast. So, how's your gaming channel? Ichigo asked. It's going well. YouTube finally made it over to Japan. So, I have my video in Japanese with English and Korean subtitles. What types of videos are you making? I'm currently working on doing let's play videos of popular video games. I'm considering throwing in a few cosplay videos and live streaming a few games. Live streaming? Ichigo questioned. Ah. I forgot that it's not popular yet. She said. Live streaming is when people stream live footage online. Similar when sports channels would show live games. Ichigo compared. It's exactly like that, Hana said. Were you able to make any revenue yet? Kind of, Hana said. I'm selling a few shirts, stickers, hoodies, and lanyards with my name or logo on them. How are you making them? About that, Hana said. I asked a few of the maids if they could help me make them. Yuri heard what we were doing and helped out as well, Hana said. How? She kind of became my partner on the business side. She brokered deals with the suppliers and distributors. She got all the legal paperwork done for me. Hana admitted. I see, Ichigo said. I do hope you have a proper paper trail set up. I do, Hana said. It was too easy to hack into the Japanese government to create the correct paperwork. Ichigo sighed. If anyone asked who I am, tell them I am DVA on YouTube. Sure, Ichigo said. By the way, could you be my bodyguard/assistant for the time being? Hana asked with a pout. Very well then, Ichigo said. Great, Hana said. Ichigo slowed the car down and slowly lowered the car down to the ground. Hana got excited when she saw a sign for Anaheim. I already booked us a hotel, Hana said. Lead the way. Ichigo drove to their hotel and parked his car. Hana pulled one of the suitcases while Ichigo pulled the other one. Hana quickly checked them in and took the elevator up to their room. The room they checked into had all the basic commodities they needed. So, when does the convention start? The convention itself has already started, Hana said as she opened her suitcase. Help me put this on, Hana said as she slipped out of her normal clothes for a skin-tight suit, which showed off her slim body. Ichigo helped Hana put on her cosplay. How do I look? Hana asked as she held a futuristic sniper rifle and struck a pose. Impressive, Ichigo said. Thank you, Hana said. Can you bring my camera and my tripod with you? She asked. It should be in the first pocket. Ichigo opened the second suitcase and found it a camera bag and a tripod bag. Got it, Ichigo said as he put the camera bag around his neck and tripod back on his shoulder. Thanks, Hana replied. They left their hotel room and went to the convention center, which was a short walk away. Despite being a 5-minute walk, it took them over 20 minutes to get there due to everyone wanted a picture of Hana in her Sarah Kerrigan cosplay. Eventually, they arrived at the convention center and checked in. So where are we going? Ichigo asked. To the gaming hall. She said. They arrived at the gaming hall. Ichigo could see all sorts of Blizzard games around them. Hana walked over to a table and signed up for the StarCraft Brood War tournament. Ichigo and Hana began to tour the gaming hall. Hana was able to play demos of upcoming games and take group pictures with fans. Soon the gaming tournament began. As soon as Hana started to play, all the attention shifted to her for a few reasons, either to her being a girl, Hana cosplaying as a popular character, or Hana is an excellent gamer. Excuse me? Someone asked. Ichigo turned to them. Yes? Ichigo asked. Do you know who she is? I do, Ichigo replied. Ichigo noticed a lot of people were now paying attention to him. She is DVA on YouTube, Ichigo said. Ichigo noticed many people pulled out their phones and began to look up at her YouTube page. Soon it took an hour, but Hana won the first tournament. As soon as Hana stepped down from the stage, Ichigo quickly got in front of her as her new fans wanted photos of her. Hey! Ichigo yelled, his voice echoed through the hall. Ichigo stepped aside, allowing Hana to speak to her new fans. Thank you, everyone. Hana started. I will be hosting a meet and greet around 7 p.m. in Conventional Hall 1. Please come see me then. She said. Ichigo cast a wandless compulsion, making all the new fans accept Hana's request. Thanks for the compulsion, Hana said. No problem, Ichigo replied. Let's go find some places to take photos, Hana suggested. Sure, Ichigo replied. They walked outside the gaming hall. They walked outside the convention center. They quickly found a few empty spots to set up a photo shoot. Hana began to pose, allowing Ichigo to begin taking photos. Some people noticed Hana and her amazing cosplay. Soon more people joined in taking photos. Other cosplayers joined up with Hana and became friends with each other. Hey DVA, Ichigo called out. What is it? She asked. It's time to get ready for the meet and greet. Ichigo remained. Thank you for the reminder, Hana replied. Ichigo put away their camera equipment while Hana said goodbye to her new friends. They rushed back to their hotel room and grabbed the other suitcase. They arrived at Conventional Hall 1. They noticed a few hotel staff were standing outside Conventional Hall 1. Are you Miss Hana Song? One of them asked. I am, Hana replied. Good. Follow me. The hotel staff unlocked the door and they entered the empty Conventional Hall 1. It was a large hall with a stage. Here are the chairs and the stanchions, 1. Thank you, Hana replied. Will you need our assistance in setting your event up? No thank you. We got it. Hana replied. Okay then. Hotel staff replied. We will be back at the start of the event. With that, the hotel staff left. Ichigo and Hana grabbed the stanchions and began to create the lines for the incoming fans. With their long snake lines created, Hana set up her merchandise table in front of the line, allowing the waiting fans to purchase it before meeting Hana. Hana's camera was set up where she can easily take a photo with a fan and have the picture immediately printed out. Hana also had a few boxes of permanent markers for autographing either the merchandise they bought, the photo that Hana took with the fan, or anything else they purchased. Looks like everything is ready, Ichigo said. Indeed, Hana said. The hotel staff returned to see the entire conventional hall ready for the event. We will be outside the door, checking IDs, and guiding people to the front of the line. The hotel staff said. Great, Hana said. What about me? Ichigo asked. Could you manage the merchandise table? She asked. Sure, Ichigo replied. Soon Hana's fans burst through the door. They filled the lines that they made with the stanchions. Ichigo's presence made sure none of the fans did anything inappropriate to Hana. From the distance, Ichigo noticed a familiar face. Ichigo pulled out his phone and took a picture. I can see you. Ichigo texted before he clicked send. Ichigo smiled as he could see the person was startled by Ichigo's text. He looked around before he noticed Ichigo. Hi Ichigo-sensei. Issei texted. Hello, Issei. I didn't expect to see you here. Ichigo said. Has your relationship with Rias gone south? Don't say that. Issei hastily texted. Soon Issei was next to Ichigo at the merchandise table. So why are you here? Ichigo asked. A few people asked me to buy them some merchandise and have DVA sign it, Issei said. And you wanted some of yourself, Ichigo said. Ichigo smiled seeing Issei's nervous expression. Ichigo bagged up the selected merchandise before charging the card Issei presented. How do you know her? Issei asked. She's similar to Artoria, Ichigo said. Issei remembered Artoria explained to them about heroic spirits. She's one? Technically, Ichigo said. Soon Issei moved up to the line. Ichigo continued to sell more merchandise until he saw another familiar face. Where is his security detail? Ichigo thought. He noticed Ichigo was looking at him and let out a sigh. Soon the person was next to Ichigo. You know, I am amazed that your brother allowed you to come here alone, Ichigo commented. I know. He replied. He moved his hat up to reveal himself as Makuba, Sito Kaiba's younger brother. Ichigo bagged up the selected merchandise before charging the card Makuba presented. Is it Sito's birthday yet? Ichigo joked. No, not yet. Makuba nervously answered. Oh? Ichigo said. Are you sure about that? Before Makuba could reply, the line began to move. Makuba quickly walked ahead, pretending Ichigo wasn't looking at him. Ichigo shook his head as he continued to sell more merchandise. The meet and greet lasted 4 hours, 2 more hours than intended. Despite this, Ichigo and Hana managed to deal with all the fans that showed up to the event. Hana walked to the hotel staff. Thank you for your hard work, she said. No problem, the hotel staff said. Will you need help cleaning up the stanchions? They asked. No, Ichigo replied. Okay then. Just leave the trash in a pile near the front entrance, the hotel staff instructed. Thank you, Hana said. Ichigo handed each hotel staff $100 bill each. A tip for your hard work, Ichigo said. Thank you, the hotel staff said before they left the room. It took less than a minute to put all the stanchions away and collected all the trash in the convention hall. Ichigo looked at Hana, who was looking at her sales. So how much money did you make? We made over 1 million yen, $10,000 in merchandise sales, Hana said. Ichigo nodded his head. They packed up all the remaining stuff before leaving the convention hall. The sun was setting when they returned to their room. Help me out of this thing, Hana asked. Ichigo nodded his head as he helped her take off her cosplay. Thank you. Hana walked over to the bathroom. Can you order dinner? Sure, Ichigo replied. Thanks, Hana said as she entered the bathroom. Ichigo grabbed the hotel menu and called for food. 20 minutes later, Hana stepped out of the shower, refreshed and hungry. When's food coming? Hana asked. Maybe in 10 minutes, Ichigo said. Okay, Hana said as she grabbed her laptop. Ichigo took a quick shower. Ichigo stepped out of the shower to see the food on the table. Food just came, Hana said as she looked at her laptop. What are you doing? Ichigo asked. I just uploaded a few of the photos from the photoshoot, Hana said as she closed her laptop. I see, Ichigo said. They began to eat. Hana, why did you decide to return to your old lifestyle? Starting with the heavy topics, Hana said. I guess I returned to it because that was what I was good at, besides hacking. Ichigo nodded his head. It works especially since you'll be known as the pioneer of the video game's future, Ichigo said. You've noticed, Hana said. While I don't watch a lot of YouTube now, I know you are doing a lot of things to stand yourself out of the regular content there. Yeah. You're right, Hana said. Are you planning to go to the second day of the convention? Nope, she replied. Oh? Yeah. Everything tomorrow is oriented to World of Warcraft, something that I'm not a fan of. I see, Ichigo said. Do you want me to take you home? Ichigo asked. Could you? Hana asked. Sure, Ichigo said. They soon finished eating dinner. Let's get your stuff packed. Okay, Hana replied. A few minutes later, Hana had all her suitcases ready. I'm going to cast an illusion over your suitcases, Ichigo said. Why? Hana asked. To make sure the hotel staff doesn't get suspicious if I return her with someone else, Ichigo explained. Makes sense, Hana replied. Ichigo cast an illusion over the suitcases, making them invisible. They walked out of the hotel and went down to the parking lot. Ichigo helped Hana put her suitcases in the trunk. Ichigo and Hana entered the car. Ichigo drove out of the parking lot. Ichigo drove in an empty alleyway and into a garganta. Scene change, Ichigo's estate. Language is in Japanese. Ichigo drove out of the garganta to see it's the middle of the day in Japan. The light. Hana screamed. It burns. Ichigo rolled his eyes as he stopped the car. Sakuya appeared beside the driver's door and opened it. Thank you, Sakuya, Ichigo said as he stepped out. Fleur-sama and Kaluya-sama will be down in a few minutes. She said. I have a stronger version of the sleeping potion for you. Great, Ichigo said as he took the potion from her. Sakuya helped Hana get her suitcases out. Thank you, Sakuya. Hana said. I have a sleeping potion for you if you wish to use it, Sakuya said. Yes please, Hana replied as she took the bottle from Sakuya. She turned to Ichigo. Once again, thank you. She said as she let out a big yawn. I guess someone is tired, Ichigo said. I am, Hana replied with another yawn as she pulled her suitcase to her room. Sakuya silently followed behind her. Ichigo could see Fleur and Kaluya walking down from the estate. Fleur was dressed in a gray tank top, black jacket, and a pair of jeans. Kaluya was dressed in a simple golden sundress. Hello ladies, Ichigo said. Hello Ichigo, Fleur said as she hugged him. Hey. I want to give him one too. Kaluya said. Fleur let go, allowing Kaluya to slip in. Ichigo let go of Kaluya. So where do you want to sit? Ichigo asked. Fleur and Kaluya turned to each other. Do you want to sit in the front? Fleur asked. I'm used to sitting in the back, Kaluya said. So am I, Fleur said. With that, both Fleur and Kaluya sat in the back of the car. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders as he entered his car and drove into the garganta. Scene change, Anaheim, California. Language is in English. Ichigo's garganta dropped him off in the same empty alleyway from earlier. Ichigo returned to the hotel Hana booked for them. Fleur, can you cast an illusion over yourself and Kaluya? Ichigo asked. Why? Fleur asked. I don't want the staff to be suspicious if they see me returning to my hotel room with someone else, Ichigo said. Fair enough, Fleur said as she cast an illusion over herself, making herself look like Hana. What about me? Kaluya asked. You'll just be invisible, Ichigo replied. I always want to be invisible, Kaluya said. Fleur cracked a smile as she cast the disillusion charm and silence charm on Kaluya's feet. Ichigo drove them back to the hotel. Ichigo, Fleur who looked like Hana, and the invisible Kaluya entered the hotel and went back to their hotel room. As soon as they arrived there, Fleur removed the spells. Ichigo pulled out 2 bottles. I'm going to bed. If you want to join me, take this sleeping potion. If you are going to stay awake, then please keep it quiet. Ichigo said as he went to the bedroom. He stripped down to his boxers and fell asleep. Time skip, next morning. Ichigo opened his eyes to see Fleur and Kaluya in bed with him. Both women are using both his arms as body pillows. Fleur was dressed in simple gray pajamas while Kaluya was in white pajamas with pink clouds. Fleur and Kaluya opened their eyes and looked at him. Morning, Ichigo said. Morning to you, Fleur said. Kaluya was interrupted by a yawn. Ichigo and Fleur smiled at seeing Kaluya's embarrassment. Come on, let's order breakfast, Ichigo said. Okay, Fleur said as she let go of his arm. Kaluya pouted as she let go of Ichigo's arm. I assumed that you transfigured your clothes into pajamas? Ichigo guessed. Yeah, Fleur said. I wasn't prepared to arrive in America in the middle of the night. We didn't want to accidentally spoil any surprises you had in store for us, Kahlua said. Good, Ichigo said as he handed them the menu. Pick whatever you want. Once everyone ordered their breakfast, Fleur transfigured their clothes back to the same clothes as earlier. So what are we doing today? Kahlua asked. We'll be driving to Los Angeles later today. Ichigo began. How long will the drive be? Fleur asked. At most an hour, Ichigo said. What will we be doing in Los Angeles? Kahlua asked. I have a meeting with Hades, the Greek god of the underworld. Fleur's eyes widen. Wait. Gods are real? She asked. Yes, Ichigo said. I see. Fleur said. How long will the meeting be? Kahlua asked. I'm not sure, Ichigo admitted. Someone knocked on their hotel door. Ladies, please hide, Ichigo asked. Fleur and Kahlua hid in the bedroom. Ichigo walked over and opened the door. The server carried the food into the room. This is a lot of food for 2 people. He commented. Yes. Yes, it is. Ichigo said as he used compulsion on the server, making him not question the topic. Here is your tip, Ichigo said as he handed the server a $100 bill. Thank you, sir. The server said as he left. Fleur and Kahlua walked out of the bedroom. Let's dig in, Ichigo said. They all sat down at the dinner table and ate breakfast. After an uneventful breakfast, they all went down to the parking garage. Once again, Fleur had an illusion of Hannah pulling her luggage on her while Kahlua was under the disillusion charm and silence charm. They went to the parking garage. As soon as Ichigo opened the car door, Kahlua dived in the back of the car while Fleur calmly entered the car. As soon as Ichigo drove out of the parking garage, the charms were removed. They soon entered an empty highway. The car turned invisible and began to fly in the air. Scene change, Los Angeles. It took an hour but Ichigo, Kahlua, and Fleur were driving in Los Angeles. Ichigo could sense the traces of Ryatsu in the city. He moved towards the less developed side of Los Angeles. Where's the entrance to the underworld? Fleur asked. We're looking for a place called DOA Studios, Ichigo said. Found it. Kahlua said, pointing her finger outside. Ichigo and Fleur looked to see a small building. It has faded green paint and a dull red sign with the words DOA Studios. Ichigo parked the car in front of the studio. Ichigo stepped out of the car. Fleur and Kahlua quickly joined him in front of the studio. It is a good idea to leave the car here? Kahlua asked and nervously looked around. If it makes you feel better, Ichigo said as he snapped his fingers. The car returned to his mindscape. They entered DOA Studio. They could see the hallway is empty except for a person reading a newspaper. Ichigo walked up to the person. The person took a big sniff. Sorry Bob, this isn't where you belong. The person replied. Sharon. You have 3 seconds to look up. Ichigo said. Sharon grumbled as he closed his newspaper. His eyes widened when he saw Ichigo standing there. I'm sorry. Sharon said. I didn't realize it was you. Sharon, take us to Hades, Ichigo said. Very well, Sharon said as he placed his newspaper down and put a small sign on his table. Put a small sign on his table. Bathroom break. Please wait here. It read. Follow me, Sharon said as he stood up. They walked down a hallway and arrived at a door with a sign. Only authorized personnel are allowed beyond this point. Sharon pulled out a key and unlocked the door. He pulled the door open. Ichigo walked in first, followed by Fleur and Kahlua. Beyond the door, they could see they're now in a cave with a set of stairs, leading further downwards. Stay close. Don't leave the path. Sharon warned from behind them. They soon arrived at a river. Connecting the ground and the river was a small wooden harbor with a small wooden boat. "Get on!" Sharon as he stepped on the boat. Ichigo, Kahlua, and Fleur climbed on the boat. "We're beginning to move," Sharon said as the boat began to move down the river. They noticed the river was littered with trash. "Who trashed the river?" Kahlua asked. "This is the river Styx. It filled with the broken dreams and promises of others," Sharon explained. They slowly sailed down the river. They soon arrived at another wooden pier. "We're here," Sharon said. Everyone stepped off the boat. They followed Sharon up the road. They noticed they were alone. Eventually, they arrived at Hades's castle. "My job's done," Sharon said as he left. Ichigo, Fleur, and Kahlua walked up the castle. A skeleton rose from the ground. "Follow me, Master Kurosaki and guests," the skeleton said. They followed the skeleton into the castle. Eventually, they arrived at the throne room with Hades sitting there. The skeleton turned to a pile of dust. "Hello Ichigo and guests," Hades said. "Hello Hades," Ichigo replied. "Thank you for your hard work in finding Grimm and dealing with the residents of the Ghost Zone," Hades said. "You know about them?" Ichigo asked. "Indeed," Hades said. "The residents of the Ghost Zone are filled with vengeful ghosts that are too strong for Grimm to deal with, not that he would admit to that," Hades said. "I see," Ichigo said. Hades stood up from his throne. He floated down beside Ichigo. He turned to Fleur and Kahlua. "I need to have a private word with Ichigo. It's something that no one else but him should know," Hades said. Ichigo turned to them. "It's all right," Ichigo reassured. Hades raised his hand. A dome of darkness rose around himself and Ichigo. Ichigo noticed that despite it appearing to be a dome of darkness, Ichigo could see outside. "Since the dome is made from the darkness, I can manipulate it. I made where we could see what is going on outside while preventing the outside from seeing us," Hades explained. "Just like one-way mirrors," Ichigo compared. "Exactly," Hades replied. "For your action, I shall grant you my blessing for the death quest," Hades said. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Hades began to glow. For a brief moment, Ichigo could see both Hades and Pluto standing before him. "I, Hades, ruler of the underworld," Hades said. He began to glow with energy. "I, Pluto, ruler of the underworld," Pluto followed. He too began to glow with energy. "Give Kurosaki Ichigo my blessing regarding the death quest," Hades and Pluto said in unison. The energy around them flowed to Ichigo. Soon the energy around Ichigo dissipated. With the blessing done, Hades and Pluto reformed into one again. "Now you need one more blessing to complete the death quest," Hades said. "Wait, you only count as one blessing?" Ichigo questioned. "Yes," Hades said. "It's due to Pluto being born from me." "Oh. Do you know any other gods that might qualify for the death quest?" "Honestly, I don't know," Hades said. "I don't actively seek out other allies. Maybe you should see if Amaterasu knows any other pantheons," he suggested. "I will ask her when I see her." "Thank you for the suggestion," Ichigo said. "No problem." He swatted his hand, safely destroying the dome. Fleur and Kahlua walked over to Ichigo. "Are you all right?" Fleur asked. "I am," Ichigo reassured. "If you need, I can take you back outside DOA studio," Hades offered. "That would be appreciated," Ichigo said. Suddenly a skeleton ran over to them with a bowl of steaming water. "Lord Hades, one of the Hecatonkires is calling for you," the skeleton said as he presented the bowl to him. "This is Hades," Hades said. A rainbow appeared through the steam. Soon the face of Briars appeared. "Hello Lord Hades. I was wondering if you knew where Ichigo is," Briars asked. "Hello Briars," Ichigo said. "I just had Ichigo's voice," Briars said. "Turn the bowl to him," Hades ordered the skeleton. The skeleton turned the bowl to Ichigo. Ah, Ichigo. The man I wanted to see. Briars said. Hello, Briars. How's the weapon coming? Any issues with the weapons? Ichigo asked. We just finished forging them, Briars said. It might be the best weapons we forged yet. I see, do you want me to go to the underground forge to pick them up? Sure, Briars said. How long will it take you to get here? Maybe in 5 or 10 minutes, Ichigo said. Great. See you soon. Briars said as he ended the call. Well, looks like I got to go, Ichigo said. Hades nodded his head. Is it okay if I summon my car in the courtyard? Ichigo asked. Sure, Hades said. Bye-bye, Kahlua said. By Lord Hades, Fleur said. Hades nodded his head as he another skeleton. Ichigo, Fleur, and Kahlua were escorted out of Hades' castle. Once they were in the courtyard, the skeleton turned to dust. Ichigo summoned his car. Fleur and Kahlua sat in the back of the car while Ichigo sat in the front. Ichigo snapped his finger, opening a garganta, and drove in. Chapter 57, Arc 12. Ichigo drove out of the garganta and arrived at a beach shore. They all stepped out. Briars was there waiting for them. Hello, Briars. Ichigo greeted. Hello, Lord Kurosaki. He replied. Please don't call me that, Ichigo said. But I must. Briars insisted. Ichigo sighed. They walked past the various forges, where Cyclopes are working hard pounding various metals. They soon arrived at a weapon range where Katas and Gyges waited for them. In their arms were 6 weapons. All of them were covered in different color clothes, signifying which weapon belonged to which script. Welcome to the weapon range, Lord Kurosaki, Katas said. This is where you will bond with your weapon and try them out here, Gyges said. How are we going to start this? Ichigo asked. We'll start with the weapons that spoke to us first, Katas said. He presented a weapon covered in a navy blue cloth. Ichigo lifted the cloth, revealing the first weapon. It was a large axe, about 5 feet tall, with a hammer on the other side. The handle was made of wood with a leather grip. He picked the axe up. Despite how large the axe was, it's light as a feather. Ichigo activated Script K, the Kataijita. Divine energy flowed from Ichigo to the axe. Lightning began to spark around the axe blade. I summon the Wrath of the Heavens, Bringer of Storms, Rage of the Earth, Stormbreaker. Ichigo chanted. He could feel Stormbreaker and Script K, the Kataijita merged. Ichigo deactivated Script K, the Kataijita. He could still feel the connection between each other in Stormbreaker. Ichigo sent Stormbreaker to his mindscape. He looked at Katas. He lowered the next weapon. It was covered in black cloth. Ichigo lifted the cloth to see a black and gray mantle. The middle is connected with a few black gemstones. Ichigo picked up the mantle and put it on. Despite the simple design, Ichigo could feel the power that resided in the mantle. Ichigo activated Script U, the Umbra. He could feel the divine energy from the script flow into the mantle. Engulf the light and plunge the world in darkness, Night Shroud. Ichigo chanted. Just like before, he could feel the script combine with Night Shroud. Ichigo took off Night Shroud and sent it to his mindscape. He looked at Katas. He lowered the final weapon had with him. It was covered in white cloth. Ichigo lifted the cloth to see a bow. It was a metallic white and green bow. From Ichigo's angle, it reminded him of a bird soaring in the air. Ichigo noticed that the bow didn't have a drawstring. He picked up the bow. He activated Script V, the Ventus. The energy in the bow fused with the script. Let the sky become your hunting ground, Sky Chaser. Ichigo said, solidifying the connection between them. A drawstring made from his divine Ryatsu appeared, connecting the ends of the bow. This bow is unique. Katas began to explain. This bow condenses your energy to an arrow to be fired. Oh? Ichigo replied. I need to try this out. We are in the weapon range for a reason, Kadis commented as he snapped his finger. A dummy appeared out of nowhere. Ichigo pointed his bow at the target. Ichigo pulled the drawstring back, as he used a spark of his regular Ryatsu. A black arrow appeared on the drawstring. Ichigo let go of the string. The arrow hit the target in the blink of an eye. I already have a few ideas with this thing, Ichigo thought as he sent Sky Chaser to his mindscape. Kata stepped back as Jaiji stepped forward. Here's the first one, Jaiji said as he presented the first weapon. Be warned, we aren't sure if this works as we intended to. It was covered in a silver cloak. Ichigo removed the cloak to see a giant kyber knife with black and silver piano keys along the center of the blade. The pommel is shaped like a little speaker. He picked up the weapon and activated Script Y, Yakubo no Yuta. He could feel the script and the electric piano merged. May my hymns reignite my allies' will. Let my enemies hear their impending demise, revelation. The electric piano glowed in power. He placed it above his chest area, suddenly black ribbons shot out and attached themselves to Ichigo. Ichigo pointed the piano towards the weapon range. He pressed a few keys on the piano. Depressing music shot out of the pommel towards the target. Ichigo could feel sadness and depression resonating from the music. The sound vibrations tore apart the target. Ichigo looked down at the keys. He noticed above the keys were a few buttons. He pressed one of the buttons, with the picture of a guitar. He watched in shock as the kyber knife transformed into a guitar. It retained the color scheme, but all the piano keys disappeared, leaving the instrument transformation buttons behind. From the pommel, along the handle, to the middle of the kyber knife were guitar strings. Ichigo began to play on the guitar. Dramatic music shot out of the pommel. Ichigo could feel empowered by the music. The sound vibrations once again destroyed the target. Ichigo took off the guitar, the ribbons disappeared as he held it like a sword. Ichigo did some practice swings, testing the weapon out. Ichigo concentrated his Ryatsu into the sword, like performing a Getsuga Tensho. He swung down, releasing an ear-screeching sound wave towards the target. Looks like all the functions worked, Jaiji said. Indeed, Ichigo replied as he sent Revelation back to his mindscape. He turned to Jaiji's. He lowered the next weapon down. It was covered in a brown cloak. Ichigo lifted the brown cloak, revealing a large lance with a drill. There is a circle-shaped grip at the front of the base, where the lance ends. There is another handle at the end of the base, allowing Ichigo to wield it at either two-handed or one-handed. The entire lance is longer than Ichigo's height. When Ichigo picked up the large lance, he was surprised when it was weightless, like Stormbreaker. Ichigo began to merge the lance with Script E, the earth. Test the resolve of others with my resolve, terra firma, Ichigo said. The lance glowed with power as the two finished merging. As you could already tell, this is not an ordinary lance. Jaiji's began. You could have the drill portion. Ichigo pointed the lance towards the weapon range. The drill began to spin at a rapid rate. You also have shield mode, where the parts that make the drill open up and spin, Jaiji said. Ichigo watched as the drill stopped spinning. The drill separated into 4 pieces and the lance began to spin again, creating a circular shield. The last feature is cannon mode, Jaiji said. The shield lance stopped spinning. All 4 drill segments moved closer with each other. Soon all 4 drill segments were separated by a few inches from each other. Once again, the lance began to spin. Ichigo could sense energy beginning to form in between the sections. A large wind tunnel formed in front of Ichigo's target, trapping it. Fire, Ichigo said. A massive beam of energy shot out of the lance and incinerated the target. The drill segments stopped spinning and reconnected with each other. Jaiji's nodded his head. Looks like all the functions of the lance is operational, Jaiji said. He sent terra firma to his mindscape. Here is the final weapon, Jaiji said as he handed it to Briars. The weapons we presented to you are something never seen before. Katas began. However, this weapon closely resembles another weapon of power. Jaiji's continued. Despite this close similarity, your powers chose this form, Briar said as he presented the final weapon to Ichigo. It was covered in a blue cloak. Ichigo revealed the weapon. The weapon in front of him is a cross between a trident, a bishamanyari, a Japanese spear, and a Chinese halberd, with a crystal in appearance. It bears a blue horsehair tassel. The two side blades are straight with concave edges. The end of the shaft turns into a corkscrew/drill shape. Impossible, Shirayuki said in shock. How did she get here? This is interesting, Kyoka said. Should I be worried? Ichigo questioned. Continue with the bonding process, Kyoka said. If it is who we suspect, then we all will have a meeting. Okay then, Ichigo replied. He took the weapon from Briar's. He activated Script F, Fengari Nero, and connected it with the trident in his hand. It looks like there is already a connection between them. Ichigo noticed. Despite the connection, Ichigo knew that they needed one more push before becoming functional. Rage through the seas of the heavens, Nejibana, Ichigo said. Nejibana glowed with divine energy. Suddenly someone pulled him into his mindscape. Scene change, mindscape. Ichigo opened his eyes to see he was sitting down. Beside him were Zangetsu, Yawachi, Kyoka, Hogyoku, Kazara, Valiona, Shirayuki, Mysteria, Kaiten, Kayakatsu, Suzumabachi, Azrael, Vermilion, and Ash. Ichigo noticed the stranger that sat across from them. It was a well-endowed young woman with blue eyes, fin-like ears, and long light blue hair, which is separated in 4 strands curled into drills on their lower parts, with 2 in front of her shoulders and the other 2 at her back. She was dressed in a Japanese kimono, depicting the ocean and its mighty waves. Ichigo noticed that instead of legs, she had a blue fishtail with pelvic fins. 1. How did you get here, Nejibana? Shirayuki asked. Nejibana gave them a sad smile. I came here because of you, Shirayuki, Nejibana replied. Huh? She asked. When Rukia finally stabbed Kaien in the chest, he tried to transfer as much of me he could to Rukia, Nejibana said. Huh? Why? Kaien, even to his last moment, was selfless. He knew it wouldn't be long until Rukia would have been promoted to Fukuteicho. He wanted me to help her as another mentor. To teach her everything he knew to her. It never came to be. Nejibana said. Shirayuki sighed as she realized why Nejibana never revealed herself. Kaien's death crushed her, Shirayuki said. Ichigo paid close attention to Shirayuki. Every time she would draw my blade, she would remember what happened to Kaien. She blamed herself for that. She persisted in Kido to help substitute for not using me. This continued for 50 years. Nejibana nodded her head. After seeing her like this, I knew whenever she was ready to use Shirayuki, I would be able to help her. With that, I founded a small corner of her mindscape and fell asleep. Nejibana admitted. When Shirayuki abandoned her bond with Rukia to you, I was forcibly dragged along to your mind, despite still in a sleeping state. Nejibana said. And you just woke up now? Ichigo asked. No. When you began to use Shirayuki more, I woke up. I quickly realized that you wouldn't need me to be your mentor with so many Zanpakuto spirits with you. Are you a Zanpakuto spirit? Nejibana shook her head. When Kaien transferred me, only my Konkaus was transferred. So you're just a powerless spirit until now, Ichigo said. Nejibana nodded her head. Indeed. While I floated around here, I stumbled upon Script A, the Aqua Dominum. Seeing this contained water-based Ryatsu, I tried to connect with it. Unfortunately, it didn't work. But when Script A, the Aqua Dominum evolved into Script F, Fengari Nero, I was able to merge with Script F, Fengari Nero. When a sample of Script F, Fengari Nero was taken, I was able to influence the weapon of power to be my old Shirkai state. Nejibana explained. This is much to take in, Ichigo said. Indeed, Nejibana replied. Are there any other hitchhikers in King's Realm? Zangetsu growled. No. I've never found another hitchhiker during my time here, Nejibana explained. Look, Ichigo said. What's done is done. He turned to Nejibana. With you embodying Script F, Fangari Nero, will you use that power against me? Do you think lowly of me? Nejibana asked. Ichigo didn't reply. She could see the other spirits were watching her, waiting for her answer. Nejibana sighed. I will not use your power against you, Nejibana said. I will be here to help guide you through using my Shurkai form and Script F, Fangari Nero. That is fine, Ichigo said as raised his hand to Nejibana. She shook his hand. They soon let go. With that done, I need to get back out there, Ichigo said as he left his mindscape. Scene change, Unground Forge, weapon range. Ichigo opened his eyes. No one noticed his brief trip back to his mindscape. Water began to appear around the base of the trident. He began to spin the trident. The water followed around him. Ichigo stabbed the trident forward. The water shot out, like a snake. As it reached the intended target, the water rose, like a wave, and slammed down, drowning the target. Ichigo used the trident in a downward slash. It sent 2 crescent waves of water at another target. It slashed through them. It seems you already got it down, Briars commented. He sent Nejibana back to his mindscape. He looked at Katas, Jaiji's, and Briars. Thank you for the weapons, Ichigo said. No, thank you Ichigo, Briars said. For returning me my lost brothers. For freeing us from Tartarus, Katas said. And for giving us hope for a new future, Jaiji said. Do you have any simple bracelet? Ichigo asked. We do, Briars said. Why do you need them? Can you charm them to be unable to be removed except by the owner willingly? I can add that once you explain why. I am planning to make bracelets that will teleport all of you away from here in case Zeus or another god tries to threaten you, Ichigo said. Thank you for the concern, Ichigo, Jaiji said. Briars handed Ichigo 30 simple bracelets with the applied charms on them. He summoned Mysteria. Portus, Ichigo cast on the bracelets, while thinking about the front of Ichigo's estate. The bracelets glowed as the spell took effect. Ichigo handed the bracelets to the Hekatonkires. To use it, have all the intended people hold on to you and say this phrase, trust in the gods has fallen, Ichigo said. I see, Katas said as placed 10 bracelet on different parts of his body. Briars and Jaiji's followed suit. After that, Ichigo shook hands with each of the Hekatonkires. Ichigo, Fleur, and Kahlua walked back to Ichigo's car. Ichigo started the car and drove into a Garganta. Scene change, Los Angeles. The Garganta took him outside the DOA studio. They could see the sun was beginning to set. So what are we going to do now? Fleur asked. Ichigo parked the car at the curb. Get out, Ichigo said. Fleur and Kahlua were confused by Ichigo's order but followed it. Ichigo inserted the key in the rear and turned the key. They heard a click before Ichigo pulled the key out. He opened the door. Get in, Ichigo ordered. Fleur and Kahlua did as instructed. They were shocked to see they were standing in a house. For the next 2 hours, both of you will get a shower and look presentable for tonight's event. Ichigo said. Is the water filtered? Kahlua asked. I don't think so, Ichigo said. It's fine. I'll take a bath. Kahlua reassured. Where are we going? Fleur asked. I'm not telling, Ichigo said as he left the pocket dimensions. He sat back on the driver's side of the car and began to drive to the next destination. It took an hour but Ichigo finally arrived at their destination. He parked the car and entered the pocket dimension. He locked the door, preventing Fleur or Kahlua from trying to leave. He went to his bathroom and took a shower. He was dressed in a simple white shirt with a black jacket and matching black pants. Ichigo stood there, waiting for Fleur and Kahlua. He didn't need to wait long. The door opened as Kahlua stepped out. She was dressed in a flowing white dress with snow-white gloves and white boots, the same outfit he saw her when they were at the Yukiana village. Fleur was dressed in a simple silvery gray dress. "Both of you look lovely," Ichigo complimented. "Thank you," Kahlua replied. "So where are we going?" Fleur asked. Ichigo smiled. "Follow me," Ichigo said. They walked out of the car and followed behind Ichigo. They could see there was a long line of people waiting at the door. Guards are standing outside the door, preventing them from entering. The guards noticed Ichigo, Fleur, and Kahlua casually walking towards them. "Good evening," Ichigo greeted the guards. "The end of the line is over there," the guard pointed out. Ichigo presented his ticket to the guards. "I do apologize, please follow me." The guard apologized as two other guards opened the doors for them. They entered the building. "The VIPs have entered the building," he said to his team. "Where are we going?" Fleur asked again. Ichigo smiled. They soon arrived at an unmarked door. The guard knocked on the door. "What is it?" they heard from the other side. "The VIPs are here," the guard said. They heard a loud sigh from the other side. "Send them in." The guard opened the door and they entered. They could see a beautiful girl with silvery blonde hair that reaches her waist. It was tied in a ponytail. She was dressed in a simple casual outfit. "Gabby," Fleur said. Her eyes widened as she realized who it was. The other girl's eyes widened as well. "Sister," Gabrielle said. Fleur rushed over. Gabrielle stood up and hugged her sister. What are you doing here?" Gabrielle asked. They looked at Ichigo. "Who are you?" "Due to some reasons, you met me as Kyan Shiba," Ichigo said. "But my real name is Ichigo Kurosaki." "And you?" "I'm Kahlua Shuzen," Kahlua introduced. Gabrielle nodded her head. Suddenly someone burst into the room. She was tan skin with black long hair. She was dressed in a pink top with a dark lavender business suit. "Sorry for bursting in," she said. Gabrielle glared at the guest. "What is it, Sachet?" she asked. "We had a small accident with two of our models." Gabrielle groaned. "What happened?" Gabrielle asked. "Millie and Chile had another fight," Sachet said. "Damn those girls," Gabrielle said as she walked to the door. "Want us to come too?" Fleur asked. "Sure," Gabrielle said. As they were walking, Ichigo could see other models beginning to get ready for the show. "Gabby, what do you for a living?" Fleur asked. Gabrielle turned to Ichigo. "She doesn't know?" Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. "Fleur, I work in the fashion industry, making beautiful clothing around the world." "Ah," Fleur said. They soon see two girls being restrained by two other girls. The first girl restrained was a Caucasian girl with yellow blonde hair. The girl restraining her also appears to be Caucasian but with long black hair. On the other side was another girl. She was also being restrained. She was paler than the other girls and with red hair. She was restrained by an African American girl with short black hair, tied in a small ponytail. "What is going on?" Gabrielle yelled in anger and annoyance. "Boss," the girls said as they all stood up. The redhead and the blonde flinched in pain. "Someone call for a doctor," Gabrielle said. "A doctor is already on her way," Sachet reported. Gabrielle nodded her head. "Tony and Jill, go get ready." "Yes, boss." The girl with black hair and the African American girl replied before leaving. "Both of you are off the show," Gabrielle said. "What?" they shouted. Gabrielle glared at them. "Both of you are at each other's throats ever since I announced that Millie would be the lead model of the show," Gabrielle said. Soon the doctor arrived. She began her work by examining the models. I'm sorry, Miss Delacour, both models have sprained ankles. The doctor said. What? The injured models shouted. I see. Sachet, please make sure they both get to their hotel rooms. Gabrielle said. Yes, Miss Delacour. Sachet replied. Gabrielle turned around and walked away. Need any help? Fleur asked. Gabrielle stopped. She quickly looked at Fleur and Kahlua. Gabrielle thought. Can both of you handle being emotionless for a few minutes, while a group of people looking at you, evaluating the clothes you wear, treating you like a piece of meat? Gabrielle asked. Please, that was just like at Beauxbatons, Fleur said. I'm fine with it, Kahlua replied. The only opinion that matters are my friends and family. Great, Gabrielle replied. We got 10 minutes to get you ready for the show. With that, Fleur and Kahlua were dragged away by Gabrielle's makeup crew and dressers, leaving Ichigo and Gabrielle alone. Shouldn't you be making sure Fleur and Kahlua be alright? Ichigo asked. It will be fine, Gabrielle said. She looked at Ichigo. Let's have a private discussion. Ichigo followed Gabrielle back to her office. Gabrielle closed the door and looked at Ichigo. What did you do to Fleur? I knew that Fleur had a crush on me. Ichigo began. I wasn't sure if it was just a crush or real emotion. So, I challenge her. I challenge her pride in herself, her magical abilities, and her physical abilities. How? Fleur's goal is to surpass Artoria, who is already far up on the scale of magical and physical abilities. But what if she quits? Gabrielle asked. Then she found a man that would make her happy, Ichigo answered. I told her that if she found someone that would be able to make her happy, then she should stop perusing me and peruse a happy relationship with that person. They looked at the monitor to see Fleur and Kahlua calmly walking into the runway. They made a sharp turn before walking off stage. How long will this howl last? Maybe another 7 minutes. Fleur has 2 more outfits while Kahlua has 1 more. Gabrielle said. So why are you working here? Ichigo asked. I'm working here because I have a debt to pay off, Gabrielle admitted. A debt? Are you aware of how big the world is? Gabrielle asked. I know about gods, demons, devils, and angels. Ichigo bluntly said. Oh, good, Gabrielle said. I made a deal with the devil. Gabrielle started. She agreed to loan me a set of money to look for Fleur. I see. Ichigo said. I spent a year doing that. Once I returned and failed to find her, she told me that I would be working at her clothing company for a few years. Luckily, I was able to demonstrate my skills in fashion and allowed to make my fashion line. So who did you borrow money from? Ichigo asked. It was some redhead girl, Gabrielle admitted. Wait. Ichigo pulled out his phone and showed her a picture of Rias. Is this who you are talking about? Yes, that's her, Gabrielle said. Wait, how do you know her? Ichigo chuckled. She is a friend of mine. Ichigo dialed her number. Wait. Gabrielle shouted as she lunged for the phone. Ichigo easily avoided her. Hello Rias, Ichigo greeted. Hello Ichigo, what can I do for you this evening? I was wondering if you can forgive the debt that Gabrielle Delacour owes you? How do you know about that? I'm with Gabrielle right now. She admitted that she borrowed money from you to find her older sister. It was kind of my fault that her older sister disappeared. I don't know. Rias said. Where was Issei yesterday? Ichigo suddenly asked. Huh? He said he was at his friend's house for a movie marathon. Rias said. What if I told you that he lied to you? What? Rias replied. I'll send you the photos I have of Issei if you forgive Gabrielle's debt. I don't know. Rias said. It allows you to be a Kino for a while, Ichigo said. Fine, Rias said. Ichigo turned on the speakerphone. Go and tell her. You're on speakerphone. Gabrielle Delacour, the debt you owe to me, Rias Gremory, has been paid in full. You are free to separate from the Revox Corporation and continue your fashion line if you wish. Rias said. Wait, your own Revox Corporation? Ichigo questioned. I was the one who loaned Ragio Kiryuin the startup money for Revox, Rias admitted. I still own 20% stock in the company, Rias admitted. Oh, good to know, Ichigo said. He turned off the speakerphone and sent Rias the photos of Issei at BlizzCon. I just sent you the photos. Got them, Rias replied. Issei. You are in big trouble. Rias yelled before hanging up. Ichigo turned to Gabrielle to see a black rose on her wrist fading away. I'm free from the contract, Gabrielle said. She walked over and hugged Ichigo. Thank you. No problem, Ichigo replied. They heard a knock on the door. Ichigo and Gabrielle let go. Fleur and Kahlua walked back in. How was it? Not what I was expecting, Fleur admitted. Same, Kahlua replied. Very stiff. Well, I don't need to work here anymore, Gabrielle said. Huh? Fleur questioned. Long story short, Gabrielle owed someone money and I just paid it off, Ichigo said. So what are you planning to do now? Fleur asked. Why don't we go back home for a while, Gabrielle said. Go home, you mean to go to France? Fleur asked. Gabrielle nodded her head. Yes, Mama and Papa would be happy to see you, Gabrielle said. I'm not sure. Fleur admitted. It's fine, Ichigo reassured. I need to go home to pack a bag of clothes, Fleur said. That's fine, Gabrielle said. I'll give you the address of my hotel. She said as she wrote down her hotel address and room. She handed it to Fleur. She turned to Ichigo. Thanks again for the help. No problem, Ichigo said. With that, they left Gabrielle. They walked into Ichigo's car and drove off. Ichigo managed to find an empty alleyway and drove into a Garganta. Scene change, Ichigo's estate, morning. Language is in Japanese. Ichigo drove out of the Garganta and landed in front of his estate. Fleur quickly opened the door and ran inside, while Ichigo and Kahlua calmly left the car. Sakuya opened the door for Fleur. Thank you, Sakuya. Fleur said as she ran up the stairs. Welcome home, Ichigo-sama. She greeted. Hello, Sakuya, Ichigo said. Akua and Reiku walked out of the house. Akua was dressed in a simple black shirt, black pants, black combat boots, and a small backpack. Reiku was dressed in a light violet turtleneck shirt, a darker violet jacket, black leggings, and violet boots. I assume it is our turn? Akua asked. Indeed, Ichigo said. Did you have fun, Kahlua? Akua asked. I did, Kahlua said. I was able to see strong people and participate in a fashion show. I see. Akua nervously said, remembering something from the past. Don't worry, Akua, I will not force you into a small dress or pose, Ichigo said. Ha ha. Akua sarcastically laughed. I hope it is somewhere fun, Reiku said. Fleur returned with a small suitcase. Did you pack everything you need? Ichigo asked. I did, Fleur said. Why is Fleur coming again? Akua asked. I'm just dropping her off with her sister. They'll be flying to France for a while. Ah, Akua said. Sakuya helped Fleur put her luggage in the trunk of the car. Fleur sat in the passenger seat while Akua and Reiku sat in the back. Ichigo entered the car and drove into a Garganta. Scene change, America, Los Angeles. Language is in English. Ichigo drove out of the Garganta and landed in the empty alleyway from earlier. So where are we going after you drop Fleur off? Akua asked. We'll be going to San Francisco, Ichigo said. Are you sure? Do you need to rest? Reiko asked, seeing how dark it was outside. I guess we should rest today, Ichigo said. Fleur guided Ichigo to the hotel Gabrielle was staying in. Ichigo found the hotel Gabrielle was staying in. Ichigo parked the car in the hotel's parking lot. Everyone got out of the car. Ichigo helped her get her luggage from the car. They entered the hotel. Ichigo walked to the receptionist. Good evening, sir. What can I do for you? He asked. I would like to book a hotel room for the night, Ichigo said. How many beds do you need? The receptionist asked. 3 beds. The receptionist nodded his head as he typed away on his computer. Unfortunately, none of our rooms have those requirements. The receptionist said. But we can put you in a room with a queen-size bed and a foldable twin-size couch. I guess that works, Ichigo replied. If it doesn't work out, please come back down and I'll make another arrangement. The receptionist said. Thank you, Ichigo replied. Credit card, please. He asked. Ichigo handed him his credit card. The receptionist swiped the card. You care in hotel room number 413. He said. How many room keys do you need? Just one, Ichigo replied. Very well. The receptionist handed Ichigo his credit card and room key. Have a wonderful evening. You too, Ichigo replied. Ichigo met back up with the girls. They walked into an elevator. Which room is Gabrielle in? Fleur looked at the note. She is in room 548, Fleur said. I see, Ichigo said as he clicked floor 5. A minute later, they were on floor 5. Everyone exited the elevator. You got everything right? All your legal paperwork, your debit and credit cards, and clothes? Yes, Ichigo, Fleur reassured. Ichigo gave Fleur a hug. Stay safe and enjoy your vacation home, Ichigo said. Thank you, Fleur said as she kissed him on the cheek. With that, Fleur walked down the hallway. Ichigo pushed the button on the elevator. The elevator went down to the 4th floor. They exited the elevator, walked down the hallway, and found their room. They entered their room. Ichigo handed them the sleeping potion. I'm going to bed right now. If you two want to stay up, then do it quietly. Ichigo said as he went to the bedroom and fell asleep. Time skip, morning. Ichigo opened his eyes to feel something soft and warm. He looked to see Reiku looking down at him. Morning, Ichigo-kun. She said. Morning, Reiku, Ichigo said. He realized that he was laying on Reiko's lap. He looked to see Akua sleeping beside him. She was hugging Ichigo's arm. Like a body pillow. Ichigo gently shook his trapped arm. Akua slowly opened her eyes to see Ichigo looking at her. Good morning, Akua. Can I have my arm back? Ichigo asked. Her face lit up bright red as she quickly let go of his hand. Ichigo and Reiku chuckled at the embarrassed vampire. Ichigo got out of bed, to Reiku's disappointment. Ichigo walked out of the bedroom and found the room service menu. Here's the menu, please pick out what you want for breakfast, Ichigo said. He handed Akua the menu and went to the bathroom for a shower. A few minutes later, Ichigo walked out to see the menu filled out. I'm going to take a shower, Akua said as she stood up. Wait, Ichigo said. The showers aren't filtered. I see, I guess I'll take a bath then, Akua said. Allow me to help you. Reiko volunteered, subconsciously releasing her motherly aura. Akua sighed in defeat. Fine. Yay. Reiko cheered as she dragged Akua to the bathroom. Ichigo shook his head as he grabbed the room service menu and ordered their breakfast. Ichigo pulled out his laptop and booked the final part of his trip around America. Soon someone knocked on the door. Ichigo stood up and walked to the door. He looked to see it was their breakfast. Ichigo opened the door and carried the food inside the room. Food's here, Ichigo said to Reiku and Akua. The bathroom door opened as an annoyed Akua and a smiling Reiko walked out, dressed in their casual clothes. They joined him at the table and began to eat. So where are we going? Reiko asked. Just a short trip to San Francisco, Ichigo said. I see. Reiko replied. As they were eating, there was a knock on their door. Ichigo curiously stood up and walked over to the door. He looked to see it was Gabrielle and Fleur. Ichigo opened the door to them. Hello, ladies. What can I do for you? Ichigo asked. We just wanted to stop by before we leave, Fleur said. I see, Ichigo said as he hugged Fleur. Stay safe, Fleur. Let me know if anything happened in France. Ichigo said. I will, Fleur said as she ended the hug. Ichigo hugged Gabrielle as well. Thank you for paying off my debt to Rias, Gabrielle said. No problem. Friends help out friends. Ichigo said. Fleur looked at Akua and Reiko. Make sure Ichigo stays out of trouble, Fleur said. Akua and Reiko smiled. I will let you know that I don't find trouble. Trouble finds me instead. Ichigo replied. Fleur and Gabrielle chuckled as they left. Soon they finished up with breakfast and checked out of the hotel. They all entered Ichigo's car and began to drive up California. So Akua, what have you been doing ever since the end of the investigation at Kyushu Island? Ichigo asked. Nothing much, Akua admitted. Yasakaheim had me test their defenses against spies. Let me guess, it was bad. Ichigo guessed. Kind of, Akua admitted. Yasakaheim's defenses had countermeasures for Eastern methods of spying but not Western. I see. So how did Yasakaheim solve the issue? Ichigo asked. She used Mysteria when she was available. She also asked Surzex for help. Did that help? Surprisingly, yes it did, Akua said. Besides that, what else have you been doing? I've started to organize the maids into divisions, Akua said. Oh? Tell me more. Senko, Yuri, and Sakuya are in charge of a division of 100 maids. Each maid specializes in one form of combat. Senko is in charge of the offensive, Yuri is in charge of the defensive, and Sakuya is in charge of the supportive. Ichigo nodded his head to continue. I help Yuri teach them how to be more defensive-oriented by learning hand-to-hand combat and different techniques to disarm opponents. Who teaches the offensive portion and supportive portion? I do, Reiko interjected. I teach the offensive how to use a katana, spear, and axe. We also review how to use the halberd. I also teach the supportive how to use the bow. What does supportive do? Ichigo asked. They use their magic to support the offensive and defensive divisions as well as be long-range support, Akua explained. I see. Ichigo said. They soon entered a town called Orchid Bay. They could feel they crossed some kind of barrier. Anyone else felt that? Ichigo asked. I did, Akua replied. So did I, Reiko replied. Suddenly someone handed in front of their car. Ichigo quickly stopped the car. Everyone got out of the car. In front of them was a young Asian girl with waist-long black straight hair with one pink wisp running down the rest of her hair from the left side. She was dressed in a green t-shirt with short sleeves and dark red edges. She's dressed in a pair of jeans and brown boots. Hello, miss. Ichigo began. Who are you? She asked. Isn't it rude to demand someone's name without introducing yourself? Ichigo countered. The girl sighed. I am Juniper Lee. She said. So this is the other candidate for Tei Shienzei. Ichigo thought. You know about the Tei Shienzei? Akua questioned. You know about it? Ichigo asked. I fought a few of the Tei Shienzei when I was training in China, Akua replied. I am Ichigo Kurosaki and this is Reiko and Akua, Ichigo said. Why are you at Orchid Bay? She asked. We were driving through until you jumped in front of my car, Ichigo replied. Sorry about that. The barrier shuddered as you crossed by. I noticed it and saw you entering the city. I see. Ichigo said. Juniper Lee. Someone shouted. They turned to see an elderly lady walking towards them. Pinyin, Grandma, Juniper said as she ran to her grandmother. What happened? I sensed an old foe from your great-grandfather's here. She said. I feared the worst and ran over here. Oh, I remember you, Akua said. They turned to Akua. You must be the daughter of the last Teishinzei I fought. Indeed. I am Jasmine Lee, she said. Are you here to attack the next Teishinzei? She asked. No need, Akua replied. Both of you are not strong enough to give me a challenge, Akua said. Both Jasmine and Juniper glared at Akua. Enough. Ichigo firmly said, interrupting the building tension. Ichigo looked at Akua. Stop picking on the weakling who's too weak to give you a challenge. Yes, Ichigo, Akua said with a sad pout. Ichigo looked at Jasmine. Are you going to tell your granddaughter the truth about the Teishinzei or will I? Juniper looked at Jasmine with a confused look. What does he mean, Pinyin? Juniper asked. Jasmine looked at Ichigo. Lao sure, Ichigo said. Jasmine sighed. She turned to her granddaughter. She began to tell Juniper about her family and the truth about the Teishinzei and Jake Long. What about the barrier around Orchid Bay? Juniper asked. It's a barrier I made to warn me if any powerful beings enter Orchid Bay. So why does it prevent me from leaving Orchid Bay? Because I don't know how you would react to the truth, Jasmine admitted. Juniper turned around and ran away from Jasmine. Jasmine sighed as she watched Juniper running away. She looked at Ichigo. Does it make you feel good, making someone cry? It doesn't, Ichigo admitted. However, telling her now when she is weaker is much better than waiting until she is older and stronger. Jasmine sighed. I agree, but still it hurts seeing Juniper sad like that. I hate to be rude, but are we allowed to continue on our way? Reiku asked. Jasmine nodded her head. Please leave, Jasmine said as she walked away, no doubt trying to find Juniper. Ichigo, Reiku, and Akua returned to the car and drove through Orchid Bay. They soon drove out of Orchid Bay. They could feel them crossing the barrier again. What else are you doing with your free time, Akua? Ichigo asked. Oddly enough, I've been focusing on my calligraphy in both Chinese and Japanese, Akua said. Are you part Chinese? Reiku asked. Yes, Akua said. My mother was a servant of a Chinese noble and was tasked to entertain my father. After their night of pleasure, my father moved on. Eventually, it was discovered that my mother was pregnant with his child. My mother was fired from her job and she was forced on the streets. While on the streets, I was born. She taught me as much as she learned from watching the noble ladies. A few years later she died and I began to live alone. Akua said. Suddenly Reiku leaned over the seat and hugged Akua. Don't worry, Mama Reiku is here, Reiku said. Akua sighed. She unbuckled her seatbelt and sat in the back, where Reiku was able to hug her. It does feel nice to get a hug when I tell someone my past, Akua admitted. Sorry for making you feel uncomfortable. Ichigo apologized. It's not your fault, Akua said. Ichigo turned the radio on for some music as he continued to drive. Time skip, 2 hours. Ichigo stopped the car at a rest stop. Why are we stopping here? Reiku asked. I thought it would be appropriate to take a short break before we arrive at our final destination, Ichigo said. Sure, Akua said as she got out of the car. I was starting to get hungry. Let's see what they have to eat, Reiku said. You two go first, Ichigo said. Reiku and Akua walked inside the rest stop. Ichigo stared at a nearby tree. You can come out, Talia, Ichigo said. Slowly Talia Grace walked out from behind the tree. How did you know I was here? She asked. Ichigo smiled. A magician never reveals his secrets. Talia rolled her eyes. I assume you are here to find your brother. I am, Talia replied. Do you want a ride? Ichigo asked. You know how to get there? She asked. I have a tracking spell on him, Ichigo replied. Sure, Talia replied. Come on, let's get something to eat, Ichigo said. Talia nodded as she followed behind Ichigo. They entered the rest stop and joined Akua and Reiku at the table. So who is this Ichigo? Reiku asked. This is Talia Grace, daughter of Zeus. Ichigo introduced. Talia, this is Reiku and Akua. Reiku politely extended her hand to Talia. She replied by shaking it. Ichigo could see a few sparks of electricity from them. They looked at each other and nodded. Soon a server walked up to them and handed them their menus. Eat as much as you want, Talia, Ichigo said. No, Talia's stomach betrayed her. It let out a loud grumble. Talia quickly pulled up her menu, trying to hide her embarrassed face. Ichigo, Reiku, and Akua chuckled at Talia. Soon Talia calmed down and everyone ordered their food. So Talia, I assume you are joining us on our trip? Akua asked. I am, Talia replied. Why? Akua asked. Talia began to explain to them her missing younger brother and Ichigo's reveal about his whereabouts. By the end of the conversation, both Reiku and Akua turned to Ichigo. We're going to help her find her younger brother, right? Akua asked. Parents shouldn't separate the family, Reiku said. Ichigo smiled. Of course we are helping her. She is a fellow older sibling. Ichigo answered. Talia was shocked by the overwhelming support she received from them. Their server returned with their food. They silently ate their food. Soon everyone finished. Ichigo paid for their food and they all left the restaurant. They all got inside the car and Ichigo drove off. Scene change, San Francisco. They soon arrived in San Francisco. Ichigo followed the tracking spell on Jason Grace. They eventually arrived at a maintenance service tunnel. They could see two Roman soldiers standing guard. Ichigo stopped the car in front of the maintenance service tunnel. They exited the tunnel. Are you lost, sir? One of the Roman soldiers asked. I am looking for Camp Jupiter, Ichigo said. The guards pointed their spears at Ichigo. Who are you? They asked. I am here to see Jason Grace, Ichigo said. The guards looked at each other. One of the guards ran into the tunnel while the other one kept guard. A few minutes later the guard returned with Jason Grace. His eyes widened upon seeing Ichigo. Hello Ichigo, he said. Hello Jason, Ichigo greeted. I was wondering if I could have a private discussion with you. Okay then, Jason replied. The guards allowed them to pass. Jason guided them to a private room. Ichigo cast a privacy keto, preventing anyone from spying on them. So what can I do for you? Talia took a step forward and took a deep breath. Jason. Talia began. Do you remember who's your mother? Jason's eyes widened. I don't know much, Jason said. But I know she has blonde hair and blue eyes, which I inherited from her. Talia nodded her head. Do you recognize who's in this photo? Talia asked as she handed him a photo. Jason took the photo from her and looked. It had a picture of a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. In her arms was a small baby with matching blonde hair and blue eyes. Beside her was a young girl with black hair with similar blue eyes. Jason's eyes widened as he realized who the baby boy was. He looked at Talia as he realized who she is. Sister? He whispered. Yes, little brother. She replied as they hugged each other. How were we separated? Jason asked. Mother, Talia growled. Said that she gave you away to some lady? My earliest memory of being raised by Lupa, Jason said. I would believe the lady in question is probably Hera/Juno, Ichigo said. Indeed. Someone said. They looked to see an adult woman appeared. Her mere presence radiates divine energy. Lady Juno, Jason said as he took a knee. Talia nodded her head. Ichigo, Reiku, and Akua remained standing. Rise, Jason, Juno said. She nodded her head at Talia. I assume you were the one who took Jason? Ichigo asked. Indeed, Juno said. Why? Talia asked. At that time I was very annoyed with Jupiter when Jason was born. It's one thing if he cheats with me on a mortal. It's another matter when he cheats on me with the same mortal and has 2 children with her. She paused as she looked at Talia. Even if one of them is from the Greek version of my husband. Glad that I am hated by both versions of my stepmother. Talia sarcastically said. Anyways, why are you here? Ichigo interrupted. Juno sighed. The moment you leave this room, Jupiter will be aware that both of you met, Juno said. For some reason, he feared the repercussions if both of you met. Jason began to look slightly nervous while Talia began to scowl. I came to wipe Jason's memory of meeting you and teleporting all of you away. Ichigo looked at Talia and Jason. Thank you for the offer, Juno, but no thank you, Ichigo said. Juno sighed. Very well, Juno said as she disappeared. Jason looked at Ichigo. Are you sure? Jason asked. He already kicked Zeus's, but in a fight, Talia reassured. He has? Jason said. I have, Ichigo said. Ichigo lowered the barrier around them. They walked out of the room. A bolt of lightning struck down in front of him. Standing before them was Jupiter. Father, Jason said as he got on a knee, out of fear or respect. Talia glared at her father. Ichigo, Reiku, and Akua calmly stared at him. Rise, my son, Jupiter said. Jason stood up. It seems you met your stepsister. I have, Jason said. And I don't like the fact you separated us. He said. I had no choice, Jupiter said. Anyways, Talia interrupted. We've reunited and I will stay by his side. And if I kick all of you out of Camp Jupiter? Jupiter challenged. Then we will go to Camp Half-Blood, Talia said as she glared at Jupiter. Jupiter glared back at Talia. Small sparks appeared around his hands. Don't try it. Ichigo stood in front of them. Talia Grace and Jason Grace are now under my protection. Ichigo summoned Stormbreaker to his hand and pointed it at Jupiter. You know who I am. You know who are my allies. Don't think I won't call them here. Ichigo threatened. Fine then, Jupiter growled. Jason Grace is hereby banned from Camp Jupiter. His declaration echoed throughout the camp. Ichigo nodded his head. Very well then, Ichigo said. Now leave. Jason will pack his belongings and then leave. Ichigo said. Jupiter glared at him before disappearing. Ichigo sent Stormbreaker back to his mindscape. He turned to Talia and Jason. Sorry for doing that to you. Ichigo apologized. So what does it mean to be under your protection? Jason asked. Simple. Someone attacks you, then they will deal with me. Ichigo said as he handed them 2 bracelets. What are these for? Talia asked. These are special bracelets. Upon saying a unique phrase, you will be teleported to my personal estate. Once these bracelets are on, no one could rip this off from you or force you to remove it. Ichigo said. What is the phrase? Jason asked. The phrase is trust in the gods has fallen, Ichigo said. Makes sense, Talia said as she placed the bracelet on. Jason followed suit. He went back to his room and began to pack up all of his belongings. Do you want me to drop you off at Camp Half-Blood? Ichigo offered. No thanks, Talia said. I want to use that time to bond with Jason. She said. Makes sense, Ichigo said. Do you need anything from me? Like camping equipment or money? If you got a spare tent and a few sleeping bags, Thalia said. Ichigo snapped his fingers as his old tent and sleeping bags appeared from his mindscape. He handed it to Thalia. Thanks. She said. Let me make it easier for you to carry, Ichigo said as he noticed Thalia lacked a hiking backpack to store all the gear in. He tapped the tent and sleeping bags. They briefly glowed white. Shrink, Ichigo commanded. Thalia watched in awe as the tent shrank to the size of a matchbox. Grow. The matchbox-sized tent grew back to normal. Thanks, Ichigo. She said. One last thing. Ichigo handed her a stack of money. Her eyes widened. I can't. She said. Please, I got too much cash in my hands, Ichigo reassured. Fine, Thalia said as she took the money, carefully storing it in her inner jacket pocket. Jason returned with a small backpack. Bye, everyone. Thalia and Jason said. Goodbye, you two. Ichigo, Reiku, and Akua replied. They all left Camp Jupiter and entered Ichigo's car. Ready to go back home? Ichigo asked. Sure, Reiku said. I guess, Akua said. It took 10 minutes of driving before Ichigo found an abandoned warehouse. He drove into the warehouse, opened a Garganta in there, and drove in. Scene change, Ichigo's estate. Language is in Japanese. Ichigo drove out of the Garganta to see it was late afternoon. Ichigo stopped the car in front of the estate. Everyone left the car. Ichigo looked to see Akasha just walked out of the estate. Hello Akasha, Ichigo greeted with a hug. Hello Ichigo, Akasha replied as they let go. Were you able to finalize the last part of your trip around America? She asked. I did, Ichigo said. Tamamo found out about your little trip with everyone in the peerage. Let me guess, she pouted and was very jealous. She was. We agreed that she could have a few hours with you when you finish with America. Akasha said. Okay then, Ichigo said as she gave her a brief kiss on the lips. See you in a few days. See you. Akasha waved as Ichigo entered his car. Another Garganta opened in front of him as Ichigo drove inside it. Scene change, Hueco Mundo, Las Noches. Ichigo drove out of the Garganta and landed in front of Las Noches. Ichigo could see the guards immediately noticed him. They all stood in attention as Ichigo walked up the stairs. Carry on, Ichigo said as he walked past the guards. This process repeated every time a pair of guards noticed him. Ichigo sensed Tear's location. Ichigo eventually arrived at her bedroom. Ichigo knocked on the door. Come in Ichigo, Tear said. Ichigo opened the door to see Tear reading a book. I guess it's my turn? She asked. Indeed, Ichigo said. Tear placed her book down and stood up. Let's go find Nell and my peerage before we leave. Tear suggested. Good idea, Ichigo replied. They left Tear's room and walked down to Nell's room. Tear knocked on her door. Come in. She replied. Ichigo opened the door to see Nell laying on her bed. Hello Ichigo, she said. Hello Nell, Ichigo replied. You're taking Tear now? She asked. I am, Ichigo replied. Okay then, Nell said as she slowly got out of bed. I'll watch over Las Noches. Ichigo and Tear walked down a hallway. They arrived at 2 rooms. Tear knocked on both doors. The doors opened to reveal Apache and Sung Sung. Yes, Harabel-sama? They said. I will be leaving with Ichigo for a while. Please help Nell watch over Las Noches. Tear said. Very well Harabel-sama. They replied. With that, Ichigo and Tear walked out of Las Noches and back to his car. Ichigo opened a Garganta and drove in. Scene change, San Francisco. Language is in English. In the same empty warehouse, a Garganta opened. Ichigo drove out of the Garganta. Where are we? Tear asked. San Francisco, Ichigo replied as he drove out of the warehouse. So what is the plan? She asked. For this evening, checking in our hotel and going out for a date, Ichigo said. Then what? Tear asked. Ichigo smiled. You'll find out tomorrow, Ichigo said. Tear stared at him. They arrived at their hotel. Ichigo sent his car to his mindscape. They entered the hotel. They quickly checked into their hotel. So where are we going? Tear asked. You'll find out. You should dress in something informal, Ichigo said as he went to his room. Tear stared at him before she went to the bathroom. Ichigo walked out dressed in a white dress shirt, with the sleeves rolled up and black pants. Tear was dressed in a simple white and gold dress. So where are we eating? Tear asked. Ichigo didn't reply as they entered Ichigo's car again. He drove her to a fancy restaurant. The server escorted them to their table. They were positioned where they had an excellent view of the setting sun on the beach. This is beautiful, Tear said, as she enjoyed the view. Thank you, Ichigo said. A server walked over and presented them with a menu. Ichigo ordered salmon while Tear ordered a steak. The server quickly returned with their food. So Tear, how is running Hueco Mundo? He asked. In your steed? She asked. Ichigo nodded. It was boring really. She admitted. I heard that a while ago a few hollows tried to rebel against rule. There was, Tear said. What did you do with them? We captured them and forced them to fight against the Espada to the death unless they swore their allegiance to you. How did that go? Ichigo asked. The leader of their little rebellion was the first one in the arena. The moment the leader died, the other hollows folded, and swore allegiance to you. Tear said. Anything else? Ichigo asked. Us doing that scared all the other hollows, until Grimjaw showed up and formally challenged you to the throne, Tear said. They soon finished their dinner. Ichigo paid for the dinner and they left. By this time, the sun has already set. They walked down on the beach. It's been a long time since I've been on a beach, Tear said. Do you want to sit down? Ichigo said. Sure, Tear said. They both sat down. Tear could feel the sea breeze. This feels nice. Tear though as she relaxed. She leaned on Ichigo's shoulder. Ichigo cracked a smile as he enjoyed the moment. Ichigo glanced over and noticed Tear fell asleep. Ichigo gently picked her up in a princess carry and carried her back to their hotel room. Tear subconsciously moved closer and cuddled closer with Ichigo. The hotel staff was happy to help Ichigo open their hotel door. Ichigo placed the sleeping Tear on their bed. Ichigo found that Tear refused to let go of him. Ichigo chuckled as he transfigured their clothes into pajamas and went to bed. Time skip, next morning. Tear slowly began to wake up. She could feel something warm hugging her. Did Nell sneak into my bed again? Tear thought as she opened her eyes. Her eyes widened as she realized who was sleeping beside her. Good morning, Tear, Ichigo said. Good morning, Ichigo, Tear replied. I don't remember drinking last night, she said, confused about the situation. Allow me to explain, Ichigo said. After our dinner, we were sitting by the beach, enjoying the sea breeze. Ichigo began. Then you leaned on my shoulder. Tear's eyes widened. Eventually you fell asleep on my shoulder. Being the gentleman, I carefully picked you up, in a princess carry. Tear began to blush as she remembered feeling something warm carrying her. I was forced to walk from the beach to our hotel room. Everyone saw me carrying you. Some people gave us a jealous look. The hotel staff helped me open my hotel room since my hands were occupied. Tear's blush became even more pronounced. We finally arrived in our hotel room. I placed you on my bed. To my surprise, you refused to let go. So, I changed our clothing to pajamas. Tear looked down and noticed she was dressed in blue pajamas. And laid down with you in bed. I see. Tear said. She stood up and carefully walked into the bathroom. Ichigo could hear the loud rush of water being turned on, drowning out any sound from the bathroom. Ichigo shook his head as he changed his clothes into something casual. He walked outside of the bedroom and looked at the menu. Ichigo could hear the water stopped. Ichigo? Tear shouted from the bathroom. Yes? Ichigo replied. Could you change my clothes? She asked. Sure, Ichigo replied as he waved his hand, changing the clothes Tear had in the bathroom. Thank you. She said. A few minutes later, she walked out of the bedroom with a yellow shirt with the outline of a shark and a pair of blue jeans. Ichigo handed her the room service menu. She quickly picked out her food and handed it back to Ichigo. Ichigo placed the order and sat by the couch. So what are we doing today? She asked. Ichigo handed her a sheet of paper. She took the piece of paper and read it. Her eyes widened in disbelief. We're going to Hawaii? She asked. We are, Ichigo said. We have a flight to Hawaii in a few hours. Suddenly Tear appeared on his lap and hugged him. Thank you. I've always wanted to go back home, she said as she hugged him. Ichigo chuckled. Suddenly they heard a loud knock from the front door. Tear got off of his lap, allowing Ichigo to go to the door. He looked to see it was the server with their food. Ichigo opened the door. Good morning, the server said as he placed their food on the table. Thank you, Ichigo said as he tipped the server. Thank you and have a good morning. Same with you, Ichigo said as he closed the door. They began to eat their breakfast. What are we doing in Hawaii? She asked. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. I'm letting you choose, Ichigo said. Huh? She replied. When we arrive in Hawaii, you get to decide where we go, where we get to eat, and where do we sleep. Tear's eyes widen. I need time to plan this out, she said. Well, congratulations, you don't have time, Ichigo said as he stood up. Why? Tear asked. After breakfast, we need to head to the airport, Ichigo said. What? Tear shouted. Look at your ticket. She stopped eating and looked at her ticket and then at a clock. Why did you tell me this now? Ichigo smiled. They quickly finished up their breakfast and left their hotel room. They walked down to the hotel lobby. Tear was still annoyed by Ichigo's action. They could see someone holding a small sign with Ichigo's name on it. Ichigo? He asked. That is me, he replied. Any luggage? He asked. None. The man nodded. Follow me to the car. They followed him into his car. He drove them to the airport. As they reached the airport, Tear spent all the time looking outside. Ichigo couldn't tell if she was still annoyed by Ichigo's action or was amazed by the planes. They soon arrived at the airport. Ichigo and Tear had no issue with checking into their flight or through security. They arrived at their terminal on time. The flight attendants checked their boarding pass one more time before allowing them to board the plane. Their seats were near the front of the plane. Ichigo gave Tear the window seat, knowing she's going to spend much of the trip. 10 minutes later, everyone finished boarding. Welcome aboard Flight 717, non-stop service from San Francisco, California to Honolulu, Hawaii. The flight attendants began. Our flight time will be for 5 hours. At this time, make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright position and that your seatbelt is correctly fastened. Ichigo chuckled as Tear struggled to adjust her seatbelt. Let me help, Ichigo said. The plane began to move. Tear paid close attention to the flight attendants as they explained all the safety features of the plane. Tear turned to Ichigo. She was nervous since this was her flight on a plane. Ichigo held her hand. It will be all right, Ichigo said. Tear held his hand as the plane began to accelerate and took off. Chapter 58, Arc 12. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just cleared to land at the Daniel K. Inoue International Airport. Please make sure one last time your seatbelt is securely fastened. The flight attendants are currently passing around the cabin to make a final compliance check and pick up any remaining cups and glasses. Thank you, the flight attendant said. Ichigo turned to Tear. She spent the entire time exploring the airplane with her eyes. She also looked outside, seeing them above the clouds. As the plane began to descend, Tear looked out the window, seeing the small dots slowly becoming bigger, turning into buildings. She could see the approaching airport. She grabbed Ichigo's right hand for reassurance. Ichigo held her hand tightly. Soon the airplane landed. Slowly everyone left the plane. They exited the airport. Everything changed, Tear said as she looked around. Indeed, Ichigo said. They began to walk around Honolulu. I could barely tell where things used to be. She said. Do you want to walk around? Ichigo asked. If you stop something you recognize, we could go see it. Sure, Tear said. As they began to walk around Honolulu, Tear would tell Ichigo about what Honolulu looked like when she was still alive. Most of Hawaii was wilderness, she began. We had towns, but nothing complicated like now. She said. Do you want to see if there are any historic parts of Honolulu that hasn't been changed? Ichigo asked. Sure, Tear said. They founded a tour guide for Honolulu. Welcome, what can I do for you? The tour guide asked. We were wondering if you knew if there are any historic sites in Honolulu, Ichigo asked. The tour guide let out a sigh. Let me show you where. The tour guide pulled out a map. She drew a circle around the area. This is the historic site that has been preserved and turned into a museum for Hawaii's history. Thank you, Ichigo said as he tipped her a $50 bill. They took a taxi to the location. I think I know this place, Tear said. You do? Ichigo asked. Tear remained silent for the rest of the way. They arrived at a large palace. To think they tore it down to build this, Tear said. You knew what was here before the palace? Ichigo asked. I did, Tear said. They walked inside. They could see a timeline on the wall. It summarized the last 100 years of Hawaii, as an independent country to a part of the United States. They spotted someone standing around. Hello, can I help you with something? Someone asked. Ichigo and Tear turned around. Standing in front of them was a dark-skinned woman. She severely resembles Tear, as if she was Tear's younger sister. Ah yes, Tear replied. She looked at her chest, for a name tag. Her eyes widened when she saw her name. It read Tear Harabel. Is there anything wrong? She asked, noticing Tear's reaction to the name tag. Oh no. I just noticed that we have the same name. Tear admitted. Oh, that is strange. Tear Jr. said. My grandmother named me after my dead great-aunt. Tear said, unsure how to reply. Tear Jr. walked over and hugged Tear. It is good to see you, great auntie. Tear Jr. replied. Ha? Tear said. I'm not your dead great-aunt. She tried to deny it. But you are. Tear Jr. replied. Is your grandmother still alive? Ichigo interrupted. Tear Jr. looked at him. No, Ichigo, Tear said. She still is. Tear Jr. replied. Let me take you to see her. Tear Jr. grabbed Tear's hand and pulled her away. Ichigo smiled as he followed behind her. They exited the palace and walked to a small car. Tear and Ichigo sat in the back seat as Tear Jr. drove them away. Are you sure this is a good idea? Tear asked. Tear, like it or not, they are your family. It should help you find closure with your death. Ichigo reassured. Tear sighed. They looked out the window. They could see that they were driving away from Honolulu. After 10 minutes of driving, they arrived at a smaller city. The buildings here were much older than the ones in Honolulu. Tear Jr. stopped the car in the driveway of a medium-sized house. "We're here," Tear Jr. said. They stepped out of the car. They walked to the house. Tear Jr. unlocked the door and they entered the house. Tear Jr. casually walked down the hallway. Ichigo began to follow behind Tear Jr. He looked back to see Tear stopped walking and looked at the photos on the wall. "Tear?" Ichigo asked. "Sorry," she mumbled. Ichigo walked to her. He took a look at the photos. He could tell the photos were of a family event. Ichigo could see a few people with dark skin and blonde hair. He glanced at Tear and back at the photos. He could see some of the people in the photo looked similar to Tear. Tear Jr. peeked her head out of a room. "Come on, Grandma is awake," Tear Jr. said. Ichigo and Tear walked down the hallway and entered the room. They could see Tear Jr. sitting down on a nearby chair. Besides her was an elderly dark-skinned lady. "Tear honey, shouldn't you be at work?" the elderly lady said. "This is more important," Tear Jr. replied. "What is so important that you skipped work?" the elderly lady replied as she slowly put on her glasses. She adjusted it to get a better view. She looked at her granddaughter, Tear Jr. She noticed that Tear Jr. wasn't alone. She looked at the guests. The first one was an adult Japanese man with orange hair. The other person was an adult woman with dark skin and blonde hair. Her eyes widened as she realized who stood before her. "Tear," she gasped in shock. Tears began to form around Tear's eyes. "Pua," Tear said. She ran over and hugged her sister. Pua hugged her older sister. Ichigo and Tear Jr. smiled at the scene. Tear and Pua let go of each other. "How are you here and so young? You look like you haven't aged at all," Pua said. "I haven't physically aged since I died," Tear said. Tear began to explain to Pua about the Soul Reapers and the Hollows. "That would explain our powers," Tear Jr. said. "What powers?" Tear asked. Tear Jr. revealed a necklace with a shark tooth on it. "Chase Mako," Tear Jr. said. The shark tooth glowed yellow as it transformed into a bone-white rapier decorated with shark teeth. "Where did you get this?" Tear asked. "Mako was something I inherited from my mother," Tear Jr. said. "Tia, my daughter, also had one," Pua said. "Hers was Crush, Hammerhead," Pua said. "Do you have one, Pua?" Tear asked. Pua smiled. "I do." She revealed 2 bracelets with shark teeth on them. "Rampage, Megalos," she said. The bracelet glowed as it engulfed Pua's hands. Pua's hands were now a pair of bone-white gauntlets. The fingers resembled shark teeth. "How did get this?" Tear asked. "I honestly don't know," Pua said. "One day, I was exploring the village when an angry goat charged towards me. I was scared out of my mind, unable to move. Suddenly these bracelets appeared on my wrists and I unleashed Megalos on that goat." "Not on a hollow?" Ichigo asked. "I've never seen a hollow," Pua admitted. "Strange," Ichigo said. Tear nodded her head. "Why?" Pua asked. Tear Jr. also paid close attention. Tear entered her spirit form. Pua and Tear Jr. were surprised to see Tear being in 2 different places. "This is my spirit form," Tear began. She drew her Zanpakuto. "Hunt Tiburon," she said as she activated her Resurrection. "Your powers are similar to mine." "But you activated it in a normal situation," Ichigo said, referring to Pua. "Then this might not be a spiritual ability." "You're right. You got that from me," someone said. They all turned to see someone enter the house. It was an adult woman. Her physical appearance resembled Tear Jr., and Pua. However, Ichigo could sense divine energy from her. "Who are you?" Ichigo asked. "Impossible," Tear said. She pointed Tiburon at the stranger. "How dare you impersonate our mother?" The woman smiled at Tear. "I'm not impersonating her, Tear Harabel," she said. "What was the first present I gave to my mother?" Tear asked. She gave Tear a small smile. She pulled out a necklace with a shark tooth on it. "On my birthday, you and Pua found a shark tooth and made it to a necklace for me," she said. Tears and Pua's eyes widened as they recognized the necklace. "How are you still alive?" Pua asked. "It's possible because I'm not a human," she said. "Huh?" they said. "You're a goddess," Ichigo concluded. "Indeed," she said. "My name is Kahupahau, the queen of the sharks," she introduced. "So our powers are from you?" Tear asked as she sealed her resurrection. "Indeed," Kahupahau replied. "All of your powers are connected to the sea and to my children. So why did you show up now?" Tear asked. Kahupahau gave them a sad smile. "You're beginning to fade," Ichigo guessed. Kahupahau turned to Ichigo. "You know a lot about the gods," she said. "I met with the remaining pantheons that are still here," Ichigo said. "I see," Kahupahau said. "Great-grandma, your feet," Tear Jr. said. Everyone looked down and could see it disappeared. "Seems like this is it," she said. "What do you mean?" Tear asked. "She's fading," Ichigo said. "Fading?" Pua questioned. "It's when a god or goddess fades away from existence," Ichigo explained. Tear, Pua, and Tear Jr. turned to Kahupahau. She smiled at them. "My brothers and sisters have already faded away," she started. "I remained here for a little longer just to see my children one more time," she said. Tear, Pua, and Tear Jr. walked over to Kahupahau and hugged her. Kahupahau smiled as she accepted the hug. Slowly Kahupahau transformed into dust. "This is a lot to take in," Tear Jr. said. Tear and Pua chuckled. "You aren't the only one," Tear said. Tear began to share her past with Pua and Tear Jr. Pua and Tear Jr. also shared their past. By the time they were done, it was getting late. "I need to start dinner," Tear Jr. said as she stood up. She turned to Ichigo and Tear. "Are both of you staying for dinner?" she asked. "Sure," Ichigo replied. "After dinner, I'll take you back to Honolulu," she said. "You don't have to," Tear said. "We could stay here for the night if you have enough space." "Sure," Pua said. She turned to Ichigo. "Young man, please leave us alone for a short moment," she asked. "Sure," Ichigo replied as stood up. "Don't leave me," Tear yelled. Ichigo ignored Tear's distress as he left her. "Dear sister," Pua began. "I didn't know you were interested in someone younger than you," she teased. "Pua!" Tear yelled while blushing at the teasing. "Ha! Ha!" Pua laughed. Ichigo walked out of Pua's bedroom and to the kitchen, where Tear Jr. was working on dinner. "Do you need any help?" Ichigo asked. "Sure, can you help set us the table?" she asked. "Sure," Ichigo replied as he helped set up the table. Soon Tear Jr. finished cooking dinner. "Grandma! Great aunt! Dinner is ready!" she yelled. "Coming!" Tear replied. Tear and Pua walked out of the kitchen. Tear had Pua around her arm, helping her walk to the table. Tear Jr. quickly pulled the chair out for Pua to sit down. "Thank you," Pua replied as she sat down. Tear Jr. quickly carried dinner out for everyone. Everyone else sat down and ate dinner. Dinner was done. Tear Jr. helped Pua back to her room while Ichigo and Tear cleaned the dishes. "How are you doing?" Ichigo asked. "Good," Tear said. "Do you want to spend more time here?" Ichigo asked. "I do," Tear said. "I want to spend as much time here with her before she dies. We could spend a day or two here. If she hasn't died from natural means, I could escort her directly to Soul Society." Ichigo offered. "Really?" Tear replied. "Sure," Ichigo said. Suddenly Tear hugged him. "Thank you," she said. Ichigo smiled. "Wow, great auntie, I didn't know you were into young men." Tear Jr. teased. They turned to see Tear Jr. leaning at the doorway, observing them. Tear blushed at the teasing. Ichigo smiled at her. "Age doesn't matter when it comes to love." Ichigo started. "All that matters is that both people love each other," Ichigo said. "Fair enough," Tear Jr. replied. "Let me show you to your room," she said as she escorted them down a hallway, farther down from Pua's room. Tear Jr. opened the room. Ichigo and Tear could see it was a large room with a big bed. "This room should work for the time being," Ichigo said. "Great," she said as she walked to the door. "Keep the noise level down. The walls are really thin," Tear Jr. teased as she left the room. "That girl and her teasing," Tear grumbled. Ichigo smiled. "Come on, let's shower become going to bed," he said. "Sure," she replied. They took turns taking a shower and went to bed. Time skip, next morning. Ichigo and Tear woke up and walked out of the room to see Tear Jr. already running out of the house. They could see Pua was still sleeping. Ichigo and Tear explored the house. They found an old photo album and began to look through it. They could hear something heavy dragging on the ground. They looked to see Pua woke up, walking with her walker. "Good morning, Pua," Tear said as she put the photo album to the side. "Good morning, you too," she said. "Want to join me for breakfast?" she asked. "Sure," Ichigo said. "Want me to make breakfast?" Tear asked. "I want to try your cooking," Ichigo said. "Do you remember my favorite breakfast as a kid?" Pua asked. Tear smiled as she walked to the kitchen. Ichigo helped Pua sit down on the table. "Thank you," she replied. "Pua, I have a weird question for you." Ichigo started. "Are you going to ask for my blessing to marry Tear?" she asked. Ichigo chuckled. "I don't think I need to ask you if I wanted to do that," Ichigo replied. "Go ahead and ruin my fun," Pua said with a pout. "So, what do you want to talk about?" "I could help you peacefully die and take you to Soul Society," Ichigo said. "Will I be allowed to see Tear? Your sister or your granddaughter?" Ichigo asked. "Both. Tear Sr. is a unique case due to her being the co-vice ruler of Hueco Mundo, the Land of Hollows." Ichigo began. "She could ask Soul Society for permission to see you, but this would also put a target on your back if people wish to kidnap you and blackmail her." "What about Junior?" "You can't see Junior because she lives too far from Soul Society's territory," Ichigo said. "But why would I go to Soul Society instead of Heaven or whatever pantheon that claimed America as their territory?" "It's because of your father," Ichigo said. "I believe he was Japanese, which gave you a good enough reason to be sent to Soul Society." "I see," Pua said. Tear walked out of breakfast. "Pancakes with diced pineapples, strawberries, and blueberries inside," Tear said as she placed it in front of Pua. Pua smiled as she began to dig in. "Just like how you made it for me as a kid." Pua moaned as she continued to eat. Ichigo and Tear dug into their pancakes. "This is good," Ichigo complimented. "Thank you," Tear replied. "I should let the others try this," Ichigo added. Tear smiled as she continued to eat. Soon they finished eating. Ichigo collected the plates and carried them to the kitchen to wash. "Ichigo talked to me," she said. About what? Tear asked. He asked me for my blessing to marry you. She said. No, he didn't. She objected. He talked to you about death, Pua pouted. Go ahead and ruin my fun. She complained. So, have you decided what you're going to do? Tear asked. Pua sighed. What happens when I allow myself to die naturally? She asked. Then you will be taken by Grimm. He deals with souls that don't belong to any pantheons. He escorts them to their correct afterlife. I would still end up in Soul Society, Pua concluded. Correct, Ichigo said. But we won't know where you end up. I see. Pua said. We'll do it tonight, when Tear Jr. comes home from work. She said. Okay then, Tear said. Tear and Pua spent the rest of the day going over Pua's will and made sure everything was filled out correctly for Tear Jr. to inherit. It was late evening when Tear Jr. returned. She could see Ichigo, Pua, and Tear were sitting down at the dinner table with the food laid out. It was clear to her that they were waiting for her. You didn't need to wait for me, Tear Jr. said. No, we needed to, Pua said. Tear Jr. looked at Pua. We'll talk after dinner, Pua said. Tear Jr. sighed as she sat down and joined them for dinner. It was a silent dinner. No one was speaking with each other. Soon dinner was finished. Tear and Ichigo put the dishes away. Everyone moved to the living room. What is going on? Tear Jr. asked. I am planning to leave to Soul Society tonight, Pua said. What? Tear Jr. shouted. She looked at Ichigo and Tear. It's for the best, Ichigo said. How? She screamed. Tear, stop screaming at him, Pua said. Tear Jr. looked back at Pua. If the connection is made that Pua is my younger sister, Pua is going to be in danger. Tear started. Why will Grandma be in danger? Tear Jr. asked. Because I am co-vice ruler of Hueco Mundo, Tear said. We will be sending her to Soul Society, a place that just recently made a peace treaty with Hueco Mundo. Ichigo continued. Why don't you send her to Hueco Mundo? Tear Jr. asked. Soul Society will be safer compared to Hueco Mundo, despite my position, Tear said. I will speak with a few higher-ups in Soul Society who will assist in giving Pua a safe place to live, Ichigo said. Will I be able to see her? Tear Jr. asked. Unfortunately, it's not possible. Ichigo answered. How come? Tear Jr. asked. It's because I am dead, and you are alive, Pua said. I see. Tear Jr. said. That was our final dinner together. Pua nodded her head. Why do we have to do it now, instead of waiting till you naturally die? Tear Jr. asked. Both of us can't stay here for the entire time. Tear began. When Pua dies, she will be sent to Soul Society. We aren't sure where she could end up. Ichigo said. I see. Tear Jr. said. Pua slowly stood up and walked over to Tear Jr. She grabbed her granddaughter and hugged her. Dear, I know this is hard for you, Pua said. But. Tear Jr. mumbled. Pua continued to hug her. No buts, my dear, Pua said. We can never run away from death. Death will always be there to greet us. She said. Pua let go of Tear Jr. She turned to Ichigo and Tear. I'm ready. Ichigo summoned his black gloves with the white skull shrouded in blue flames. He handed them to Tear Jr. She stared at him in confusion. These gloves allow you to separate the human soul from their body. He explained. Why are you giving me them? She asked. I want you to do this, Pua said. Huh? Why? Tear Jr. questioned. It's a sign of closure. She said. By doing this, it shows me that you are willing to move on and continue to live without me. Tear Jr.'s eyes began to tear up as she grabbed the gloves from Ichigo. She stared at the gloves. Some of her tears hit the gloves. She put the gloves on. "I will miss you, Grandma Pua," she said. Pua smiled. "I will miss you by Kanaka Keiki, Hawaiian for baby shark/child," Pua said as Tear Jr. pressed her hand on Pua's chest and pushed. Ichigo placed her hand on Pua's shoulder as Tear Jr. separated Pua's soul from her body. Pua appeared much younger than before. She appears slightly older than Tear and Tear Jr. She was dressed in the same clothes she wore moments ago. They could see a chain on her chest which went to her body. Tear summoned Tiburon. "Pua," Tear said, getting Pua's and Tear Jr.'s attention. "The moment the chains of fate is severed, you are officially dead, no longer able to return to your body." "I am ready," Pua said. "Very well then," Tear said as she drew Tiburon from her sheath. With one strike, she severed Pua's chains of fate. "Let's put her in bed," Ichigo said. Tear Jr. nodded her head. Ichigo carefully lifted the soulless body of Pua and placed her in bed, making it appear she died while sleeping. "You know what to do," Pua said. Tear Jr. nodded her head as she walked to the kitchen. Ichigo pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello Ichigo, what can I do for you?" Urahara said in Japanese. "Urahara, I will be escorting two very important personnel through a garganta to your office right now," Ichigo replied in Japanese. "Very well," Urahara said as he hung up. Ichigo turned to Tear and Pua. "Both of you ready?" Ichigo asked. "We are," Tear replied while holding onto Pua. Ichigo ripped open a garganta and they all entered it. Scene change, Soul Society, 12th Division. Language is in Japanese. Ichigo, Tear, and Pua exited the garganta and arrived at Urahara's office. "I could make an educated guess on who these very important people are," Urahara said. Ichigo sighed. "This is Harabel Tear, former Trace Espada, and currently co-vice ruler of Hueco Mundo," Ichigo introduced. "And this is Harabel Pua, her younger sister." "I see," Urahara said. "Very well. I know why you brought her to me. I will arrange for her to live in one of my safe houses," he said. "Do you feel hungry?" he asked. Everyone turned to Pua. "Not right now," she said. "Let me know if you feel hungry," he said. Pua turned to Tear. "Well, this is it." Tear gave her sister a sad smile. "Indeed," Tear said. The two sisters hugged each other one last time. "Urahara, make sure nothing happens to her," Ichigo said. "Very well Ichigo-sama," Urahara said. Ichigo sighed as they entered another garganta he opened. Scene change, Ichigo's estate. Ichigo and Tear exited the garganta. He turned to Tear. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I am. I might stay here for a day or two before returning to Hueco Mundo," she said. "That's fine," Ichigo reassured. "Take as much time as you need." "Thank you," she said as she walked up the stairs to the estate. Sakuya opened the door to the estate. "Allow me to escort you to your room," she said. "Thank you," Tear said as followed Sakuya. Akasha exited the estate. "Hello Ichigo," she said. "Hello Akasha," Ichigo replied. "What happened?" she asked. "It's something personal," Ichigo said. "Give her some space." "Very well." Akasha pulled a small sheet of paper. "Based on my list, you've spent some time with everyone in the peerage except for Gilgamesh, Tamamo, and I," she said. "When did Tamamo get involved?" Ichigo asked. "I don't know," Akasha admitted. "She called me and demanded why was everyone else was doing out on dates with you while she was trapped in Kyoto." "I see," Ichigo said. "If I take her out tonight, would it interfere with either one of you plans with me?" he asked. "Nope," Akasha said. "Gilgamesh's plans will start tomorrow morning." "I see," Ichigo said. "Well, time to see an annoyed fox girl," Ichigo said as he opened a garganta and entered it. Scene change, Yasaka's temple. Ichigo appeared outside Yasaka's temple. Ah, Ichigo-sama. The guards greeted. Hello, is Yasaka in her office? Ichigo asked. Indeed, she is, one of the guards said. Be careful, she is really grumpy right now. The other guard warned. I see, thank you for the heads up, Ichigo said as he entered the temple. It took a few minutes before Ichigo arrived at Yasaka's office. Ichigo knocked on the door. He could hear her deactivating the barriers around her office. Come in. Yasaka grumbled. Ichigo slid the door open to see Yasaka sitting at her desk, reading and filling out paperwork. Ichigo slid the door shut. Immediately those barriers reactivated. The illusion around Yasaka faded to reveal Tamamo as she glaring at him. About time you showed up, Tamamo grumbled as she stood up from her desk. She slowly walked over to him. Ichigo sighed as he already expected this from her. She stopped in front of him. I have you know that this kitsune is known for her tricks. She purposely pressed her breasts on him, trapping him in her clutches. Ichigo could feel her soft breasts on his chests. He tried to remain stoic, staring straight ahead and ignoring her actions. She grabbed Ichigo's head and lowered it, forcing him to look at her. So do you have a treat for me or shall I play a trick on you? Ichigo cracked a mysterious smile. So you want me to treat you or I will suffer under a trick, Ichigo said as he slowly moved his hands. Yep, Tamamo said, unaware of where his hands were. I guess you'll be getting both, Ichigo said. Huh? Tamamo said, confused by Ichigo's words. Ichigo's hands arrived behind Tamamo's ears. He began to scratch them. Her eyes twitched as Tamamo suddenly felt a wave of pleasure run down her spine. Ichigo! Shoo, quit it! She cried out as another shiver of pleasure shot down her spine. She tried to move away from Ichigo. Ichigo stopped scratching her ears, allowing her a moment's rest. Ichigo grabbed her and forced her to trade places with him. Before Tamamo could reply, Ichigo resumed scratching her ears. Stop it! She cried as the waves of pleasures continued. I'll stop when you forgive me. He said. Fine. I forgive you. She cried out. Ichigo stopped scratching her ears and stepped aside. Tamamo fell on her knees, exhausted by all the pleasure she experienced because of Ichigo's action. Ichigo sat down beside Tamamo. Are you all right? Ichigo asked. Tamamo turned her face to him. That was mean, she said while pouting. Sorry, Ichigo said. He helped Tamamo stand back up. Let me take you out on a date, he said. Good idea, she said. The Gion Matsuri is going on right now, she said as she wrapped herself in an illusion, hiding her ears, whiskers, and tails. Before we leave, we need a matching set of yukatas, she said. Her robes transformed into a navy blue yukata with pink sakuras falling from a sakura's tree. Ichigo changed his clothes to black/royal blue yukata decorated with white stars. They exited Yasaka's office. They walked out of the gate. Hello, Ichigo-sama. The guards greeted. Who is that with you? One of the guards asked. It's me, Tamamo said using Yasaka's voice. Yasaka-sama. The guards said as they stood in attention. At ease, she said. I am using a new illusion to enjoy the Gion Matsuri festival with Ichigo, she said. Very well, Yasaka-sama. The other guard said. Have a good evening, they said in unison. Ichigo and Tamamo walked out of the temple. With that, the two began to explore the festival. Ichigo and Tamamo visited every booth and ordered some street food. So good, Tamamo complimented. Ichigo chuckled. They soon arrived at a small park. Tamamo sat down at a bench. She pulled out a small bottle of sake and a sake cup. She poured some sake for herself. She took a sip as she continued to eat her food. Ichigo's eyes widened as he remembered him being at this bench before. It's ironic that I'm back at this bench with a kitsune drinking sake. Ichigo thought. Is that Vixen's sake? Ichigo asked. Why, yes it is, Tamomo replied with a smile. She poured a bit of Vixen's sake in her cup and handed it to Ichigo. You should try some, she said with a mischievous smile. No. 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 Ichigo quickly replied. Ah, is the big strong Ichigo scared of a little sake? She asked as she drank the sake she just poured. I am, Ichigo said. The last time I drank that, Amaterasu messed with my body and I ended up impregnating Yasaka, Ichigo said. Tamomo gave Ichigo a sultry smile. I think Yasaka wouldn't mind having a little sister, she teased. Nope. 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 Ichigo said. I already have 2 kids because I had drunken sex. Fine, Tamomo said. Please just sit with me. I promise I will not force you to drink Vixen sake, she said. You promise? Ichigo asked. Tamomo nodded her head. Ichigo sighed as he sat down beside her. They sat there and enjoyed all the food Tamomo purchased from the street vendors. Ichigo noticed Tamomo continued to drink the Vixen sake. Should I tell her to stop drinking or allow her to continue? Ichigo thought. If I tell her to stop drinking, she'll be more annoyed with me and may make a scene. Ichigo considered. If I don't tell her to stop, she'll be a drunken mess. Ichigo thought. His thoughts were interrupted by fireworks beginning to go off. Hey Tamomo, Ichigo said as he pointed at the night sky. Huh? She said as she looked at the night sky. The night sky began to light up with fireworks going off. Pretty, she said as she stared in awe at the fireworks. While she was distracted, Ichigo grabbed the bottle of Vixen sake from her. Oh no! Ichigo thought as he felt how light the bottle was. She drank it all. Ichigo thought. Ichigo sighed as he accepted his fate. Tamomo heard his sigh and turned to him. Is there something wrong? She asked. No, there is nothing wrong, Ichigo replied. Don't lie to me, Tamomo said. If I did something wrong, tell me, she said. Ichigo wrapped her in a hug. I am not lying, Tamomo, Ichigo reassured. Tamomo cuddled closer to Ichigo as they continued to watch the fireworks. Thank you, Tamomo said. Thank you for allowing me another chance to live, she said. Ichigo cracked a smile. It's my pleasure, he replied. Soon the fireworks ended. Come on, let's get you home. Ichigo turned to see Tamomo fast asleep and her illusion undone. Ichigo shook his head as he cast the illusion again. He threw away Tamomo's trash and carefully picked her up in a princess carry. Ichigo walked her back to the shrine. The guards noticed Ichigo's return. Good evening, Ichigo-sama, one of the guards said in a low voice. Good evening, Ichigo replied. It seems Yasaka-sama enjoyed her evening. Indeed, Ichigo said. Have a good night, Ichigo said as he continued his way. One of the maids noticed Ichigo and helped open all the doors for him. They arrived at Yasaka's bedroom. Thank you, he whispered. The maid nodded her head and closed the doors behind him. Ichigo placed Tamomo on the bed. She gripped his yukata tightly. Ichigo accepted his fate and joined Tamomo in bed. Time skip, next morning. Tamomo opened her eyes and was immediately greeted with a bad headache. Why do I have a bad headache? Tamomo thought. She looked and noticed Ichigo sleeping beside her. Why is Ichigo in bed with me? Did we have sex? Am I now pregnant? Is Yasaka having a little sister? Good morning, Ichigo said, breaking her from her throes. He noticed Tamomo was staring at him. Man, you were very rough last night, Ichigo joked. Ha! Tamamo's eyes widen. We had sex last night? She asked. Ichigo leaned closer to the nervous Tamamo. We didn't do anything last night. He whispered. Huh? Tamamo cried in confusion. Ichigo smiled. We didn't have sex, Ichigo said. You drank an entire bottle of Vixen wine by yourself. During the fireworks, you fell asleep on me. I carried you home. When we arrived in your bedroom, you refused to let go of me. So, I decided to sleep with you. Ichigo explained. Tamamo blushed in embarrassment. I see. She said. Ichigo chuckled as he hugged the embarrassed Kitsune. It's all right, Ichigo said. You looked very adorable sleeping. Tamamo's blushed even more. Get out! She cried out as she pushed Ichigo away from her bed. Ichigo chuckled. Very well. He said. She threw one of her pillows at him. Ichigo dodged the pillow and jumped into a garganta. Tamamo stared at the closing garganta. Baka. She said. Scene change, Kurosaki Estate. Ichigo walked out of the garganta and arrived in his bedroom. Ichigo snapped his fingers as he dressed in a light gray t-shirt with the number 15 on the left side of his chest and blue jeans. He walked out of his room and down the stairs towards the dining hall. He entered the dining hall and was greeted by everyone. Ichigo/Ichigo-sama. Everyone yelled. Good morning everyone, Ichigo said. Let's go eat breakfast. Everyone nodded their head joined Ichigo for breakfast. Ichigo took his spot at the head of the table. Ichigo noticed Gilgamesh was walking towards him. Hello, Ichigo. She said. Hello Gilgamesh, Ichigo replied. She took the seat beside him, where Akasha normally sat. Ichigo glanced to see Akasha walked in and took Gilgamesh's seat. Roll with it, Akasha said. Very well, Ichigo replied. Sakuya and another maid carried Ichigo's and Gilgamesh's food. Ichigo noticed something different with the plates, utensils, and glasses. The white clay dinner plates, the silver utensils, and glasses were placed by golden counterparts. This change was only for him and Gilgamesh. Everyone else had the ordinary plates, utensils, and glasses. Do you like the golden plates, golden utensils, and golden goblets? She asked. It's nice, Ichigo replied. Are you ready for our date today? She asked. I am, Ichigo said. I am curious to see what you have in store for us, Ichigo admitted. Great. She replied. They soon finished eating breakfast. Ichigo and Gilgamesh stood up. Let's get started, she said as she grabbed Ichigo's hand and pulled him away. They walked outside the estate to see the Vimana on the ground, waiting for them. Ichigo noticed that the Vimana now has two thrones positioned side by side. Gilgamesh took the seat on the left while Ichigo took the seat on the right, one. So where are we going? Ichigo asked. Gilgamesh smiled. Don't worry about it, Gilgamesh said. The Vimana slowly rose and flew towards the dimensional tunnel. It entered the tunnel and activated its camouflage feature. It shot out of the dimensional tunnel to the countryside of Japan. Ichigo sat in his chair enjoying the view. Gilgamesh handed Ichigo a golden goblet. Ichigo looked inside to see it was filled with a golden liquid. Is this beer? Ichigo asked. Gilgamesh smiled. Close. She said. This is a specialty of Uruk, wheat ale. Ichigo took the wheat ale and took a sip. It had an earthy taste and very little alcoholic taste. This is good, much better than the beer in stores, Ichigo commented. Indeed, Gilgamesh said as she sipped from her own golden goblet. Try this. Gilgamesh presented Ichigo with a small golden plate. It had a few circular-shaped breads on it. Ichigo took one and took a bite. This is good. What is this? Ichigo asked. This is akaru. It's made from wheat flour, honey, salt, and beer foam. Gilgamesh explained. If you liked Akaru, try Maresu, she said as another golden plate appeared. It also had a few circular-shaped breads on it. Ichigo finished the Akaru he took and tried the Maresu. Chewy. With dried fruits, nuts, and garlic. Ichigo said. A small bowl with a small spoon appeared on the plate next to the Maresu. The bowl was filled with a yellow substance. It tastes better if you add a little bit of honey on it, Gilgamesh advised. Okay, Ichigo said as he scooped a little honey and poured it on the Maresu. He placed the spoon back to the honey bowl and took a bite of the Maresu. The honey gives the Maresu a sweeter taste. Ichigo complimented. Thank you, Gilgamesh said. She looked on the horizon. Look like we are here. Ichigo looked to see they were back in America. Where are we? Ichigo asked. We are in a small city called New Haven in Connecticut. She said. The Vimana teleported them down to an empty alleyway. Language will be in English. So where are we going? Ichigo asked. Gilgamesh smiled and walked out of the alley. Ichigo sighed as he followed behind her. They soon arrived at a large building. It reminded him of the old churches he saw in London. We are at the Yale Peabody Museum of Natural History, Gilgamesh said as they entered the museum. Ichigo could see a sign. Ancient Mesopotamia speaks. Highlights from the Yale Babylonia collection. Ichigo cracked a smile. You want me to learn more about your past? Ichigo thought. Indeed, Gilgamesh replied. They paid for their tickets and entered the exhibit. They joined a tour about the exhibit. The tour guide would explain to the tourists the significance of each artifact on display. Gilgamesh would comment on each artifact. Most of the time she would be amazed that their ordinary lists survived compared to their battle plans. Soon they arrived at the last exhibit of the tour, Babylonian cooking. The tour guide played a video which explained how yeast ale, Akaru, and Maresu were made in Babylonia time. Surprisingly, Gilgamesh didn't criticize the video. After the video, the tour guide brought out a sample of yeast ale, Akaru, and Maresu for everyone to try out. With a bit of magic, Ichigo was allowed to try the yeast ale despite not being 21. The one you offered was much better than theirs, Ichigo commented. Indeed. This isn't even fit for my people. Gilgamesh agreed. After that, they exited the museum and were teleported back on the Vimana. So where are we going now? Ichigo asked. Gilgamesh shrugged her shoulders. I don't know. I'm not driving. She said. Huh? Ichigo asked. I'm going to teach you how to pilot the Vimana. She said. Oh, Ichigo said. The Vimana is controlled by the thoughts of whoever is sitting on these thrones, Gilgamesh began. Let me try, Ichigo said. Slowly rise. Ichigo mentally commanded. The Vimana started to rise. Good, Gilgamesh said. Think of what direction you want to go as well as how fast you want to go. Forward. Gradually increase speed. Ichigo thought. The Vimana began to move forward and began to accelerate. After 10 minutes of practice, Ichigo was able to control the Vimana. Very good. She said as she took control of the Vimana and flew away. Ichigo couldn't figure out where they were going. After an hour, Ichigo could see sand. The sun began to set when they arrived to see a set of old ruins. The Vimana lowered itself on the sand. Gilgamesh jumped off the Vimana. Ichigo followed behind her. They walked in silence. They soon arrived at the ruins of a building. Ichigo could tell this building used to be much taller than now. To think this is still standing, Gilgamesh said as she entered the building. Ichigo silently followed behind. They arrived to see an ancient throne room. Most of the stone walls have deteriorated over time. Gilgamesh began to glow golden with energy. The king commands you to return to your former glory. She yelled. The golden energy flowed out of her. The energy hit the entire room. Ichigo could see the room rebuilding itself. Soon the throne room was rebuilt and was lit up by torches that hung on stone columns. Ichigo could see the setting sun shining at them. Gilgamesh smiled as she sat on her restored throne. She motioned for Ichigo to stand in front of her. Ichigo stood in front of her. "Kurosaki Ichigo," she began. "Months ago, I declared you worthy to be my king of heroes," she said. She raised her hand as something floated out of her gates of Babylon. The object in question appeared to be the size of a short sword or a large dagger. The handle of the object appears to be made from an assembled interconnecting blocks and pieces of soul gold. The width of the blade was almost the same width as the handle. The blade is a rectangular shape with numerous notches, circular cutouts, and holes. "This is Babilu, the key to the gate of Babylon," she said as she stood up from her throne and walked in front of him. She took a knee as she presented Babilu to Ichigo, the handle facing towards him. "I wish for you to have this," she said. Ichigo looked at her for a few moments before nodding his head. He reached out and grabbed Babilu. Babilu glowed golden as it bonded itself with Ichigo. Gilgamesh smiled at Babilu accepted Ichigo. "You have full access to the gate of Babylon," Gilgamesh said. Ichigo walked up to Gilgamesh and hugged her. "Thank you, Gilgamesh," he said. "I will treasure this present from you," Ichigo said. Gilgamesh smiled. They stood there in each other's embrace. All around them, the throne room slowly regressed to its ancient appearance. "It's time we leave," Gilgamesh said as she looked at the night sky. "I agree," Ichigo said as he sent Babilu to his mindscape. They walked out of the ruins and back on the Vimana. The Vimana floated up and flew away. Scene change, Ichigo's estate. Language will be in Japanese. The Vimana entered the pocket dimensions where Ichigo's estate lie. The Vimana lowered itself in front of the estate. Akasha walked out of the estate. "Hello Ichigo, Gilgamesh," she said. "Hello, Akasha," Ichigo said. She turned to Gilgamesh. "Did you enjoy your time with Ichigo?" she asked. "I did. I taught him a lot of things on our long date," she said. "I see," Akasha said. Gilgamesh turned to Ichigo. "See you, my king of heroes," she said as she walked inside the estate. Akasha turned to Ichigo. "Before we go on our date, we have a few flies to deal with," she said. "Oh?" Ichigo questioned as his Toyota Century drove up beside them. Sakuya stepped out of the limo. "Good afternoon Ichigo-sama, Akasha-sama," she greeted. "Good afternoon Sakuya," Ichigo replied. Sakuya opened the back door for them. Ichigo and Akasha entered the car. Sakuya closed the door behind him. With them inside the car, she entered a dimensional portal. "So which annoying flies are we having to deal with?" Ichigo asked. Akasha presented him with a folder. Ichigo took the folder and looked at the information. "Remember when we went to Yokai Academy and that yokai dared to attack you?" Akasha asked. "I do," Ichigo said. "The official reason for this meeting is that his family wished to meet you and formally apologize for their son's action," Akasha said. "What's the informal reasoning?" Ichigo asked. "It's possible that the Huang family still wish for you to ally with them," Akasha said. "Who is the Huang family?" Ichigo asked. The Huang family is one of the largest Chinese mobster family. It is led by Fei Hong Huang, the father of the brat that attacked you," Akasha said. "Should we ally with them?" Ichigo asked. "There are pros and cons to this," Akasha said. "It would make it easier for us to expand our control over China, but it may make us enemies with the Miao family, another Chinese mobster family." "We'll see how it goes," Ichigo said. Soon they exited the dimensional portal and arrived at Yokai Academy. The academy appeared empty. Sakuya parked the car in front of the school. They could see another limo was already there, parked on the other side of the gate. They could see Ruby standing there. Sakuya walked out and opened the door for Ichigo and Akasha. Hello Ichigo-sama, Moka-san. Ruby greeted them. This is not Moka-san. Sakuya corrected. Then who is she? Ruby asked. This is Blood River Akasha-sama, Moka's mother. Sakuya introduced. Ruby quickly fell on her knees and bowed to them. I am sorry Blood River-sama for mistaking you as your daughter. Akasha chuckled. It's all right Ruby, Akasha said. When we first arrived, I purposely acted like outer Moka, easily tricking you. Ruby stood back up and dusted her dress. I see. Allow me to escort both of you to the meeting. Ruby said. She escorted them up to the headmaster's office. She knocked on the door. Come in Ruby, Mikagami said. Ruby pushed the door open and moved to the side, allowing Ichigo and Akasha to enter the office. They could see Mikagami sitting in his usual spot at his desk. The left side of the couch was occupied by 4 people. Ichigo could recognize the kid that attacked him sitting closest to him. Next to him was a young woman with light skin, green eyes, black hair tied into a large ponytail, and fringe bangs framing her face. On her black hair is a black cap. She was dressed in a black uniform with an opening at her chest, emphasizing her large breasts. Besides her was a tall man. He has short straight black hair, black eyes, and matching black facial hair from above his lips to his chin. He bears scars from his face down to his neck. He is seen wearing a black suit. The last person was another woman. She was dressed in typical Chinese attire with a fan. Her black hair was tied up into 2 buns with flowery baubles and wears 2 tassel earrings. She was dressed in a red cheongsam with golden patterns. Hello, Ichigo-sama and Moka-sama, Mikagami said, continuing the illusion. Ichigo and Akasha sat down across from the Huang family. You must be Kurosaki Ichigo, the adult man said. I am. And you are? Ichigo asked. I am Huang Feihong, current head of the Huang family. He introduced. I am Huang Tiantian, wife to Feihong. She said. I am Huang Lingling. She said. This is Akashiya Moka, Ichigo introduced, continuing with the illusion. I will serve as the impartial third party, Mikagami said. That's fine Mikagami, Ichigo said. The Huang family widened in shock at the blatant disrespect to Mikagami. Anyways, Ichigo interrupted their thoughts. Why does the Huang family wish to see me? He asked. I wish to apologize for my son's action, Feihong said. Is that it? He asked. No, there is something else, Feihong said. Which is? Ichigo asked. We still wish for you to consider the invitation my son, Fangfang, gave you. The one about me joining your family? Indeed, Feihong said. If I were to join your family, will we be equal, or will one serve the other? Ichigo asked. You of course will serve under our family, Feihong said. Suddenly a massive amount of Ryatsu slammed down upon the Huang family, sending them all to the ground. Ichigo glared at them. Do you think you and your family are above me? Ichigo asked as he go of his Ryatsu, allowing it to soar beyond comprehension. Ichigo turned to the place near the shadows. You can show yourself. I know you are hiding there. He said. The Huang family looked over and was shocked to see who it was. They could see a short old man with long white hair and a white robe. He had a smoke pipe in his hands. How did you figure I was hiding here? He asked. When I lowered my Ryatsu, it hit your barrier. Instead of going straight down, it followed the curves of your barrier down. I see. The old man said. I am Toho Fuhai, one of the 3 Dark Lords. He said. He looked at Moka. Shall we end this farce, Moka? Akasha chuckled. It seems you failed to teach your children about me, Akasha said. Ha? The rest of the Huang family replied, confused by Fuhai's words. I am not Akashiya Moka. I am Blood River Akasha, one of the 3 Dark Lords. She said as she glared at the Huang family. All the members of the Huang family fell on their knees and bowed at her. "I am sorry, Blood Driver-sama, please forgive us," Fei Hong said. "Fine then," Akasha said. All the Huang family stood up and sat back down in their chairs. With all of that out of the way, Ichigo looked at the Fei Hong. "Do you still think I will submit to you?" he asked. "No," Fei Hong said. "Your power easily dwarfs all of us." Fuhai walked up to Akasha. "It seems age finally caught up with you, old friend," Akasha said. Fuhai chuckled. "I doubt I could say the same to you, Akasha," he said. Ichigo turned to Fei Hong. "We will have a simple agreement, to help each other upon request," Ichigo said. "Akasha will be my representative when I am not available." "Very well," Fei Hong said. "I will be the main representative of the Huang family." Fei Hong extended his hand. Ichigo accepted the handshake. They soon let go. "It was great to see you, Fuhai," she said as she hugged him. "Oh, these feel amazing," Fuhai said. Akasha get go of Fuhai and smacked him in the forehead, slamming him into the ground. "You are such a pervert," she said. Fuhai cracked a smile. "Guess I am," he said. He turned to his descendants. "Come on, we are leaving." The rest of the Huang family stood up and followed Fuhai out of Mikagami's office. Ichigo turned to Akasha. "Are you ready to leave?" "I am," Akasha said. They both stood up. "Good seeing you, Mikagami," Akasha said. "Good seeing you too," Mikagami replied. Ichigo and Akasha walked out of Mikagami's office. They arrived outside of Yokai Academy, where Sakuya stood there, waiting for them. She opened the car door for them. They entered the car. Sakuya entered the driver's side and drove off. Scene change, Tokyo. The Toyota Century drove onto the crowded streets of Tokyo. The sun began to set. Ichigo glanced outside, curious to see where they're going. "Ichigo," Yawatch called out. "Yes, Yawatch?" Ichigo replied. "Do you remember Akasha's noble phantasm? Where Akasha can call upon the souls of her devoured victims?" Ichigo replied. "Yes. By combining Script S, the shifter, with Akasha's blood, I should be able to develop a way to replicate that ability," Yawatch said. "Very well," Ichigo replied. "Akasha," Ichigo called. "Yes, Ichigo? I was wondering if I could get a drop of your blood." "May I ask why?" she replied. "Yawatch told me that he might be able to replicate your noble phantasm." "Oh?" she replied, sounding curious. She raised her finger and bit it. She lowered the finger in front of Ichigo. He immediately summoned the script to collect the drop of blood. The orb turned crimson as Ichigo placed it back into his mindscape. "How long will it take?" "I'll let you know when Yawatch is done," Ichigo replied. "Ichigo, do you have something kind of fancy to wear?" she asked, changing the topic. "Sure," Ichigo said as he snapped his fingers. His casual clothes changed to an untucked white t-shirt with matching black dress pants and dress shoes. "Looks good," she said. She snapped her fingers. Her clothes changed to a low-cut red dress. "You look beautiful," he said. "Thank you," she replied. They soon arrived at a fancy restaurant. The word Evanescence was hung above the entrance. Sakuya stopped the car in front of the restaurant. She opened the door for them. Ichigo stepped out first and lent a hand to Akasha. "My lady," he said. Akasha took his hand as he gently pulled her out of the car. Sakuya closed the door and drove the car away. Ichigo and Akasha walked inside the restaurant. "Good evening," the employee at the front desk said. "Name of the reservation?" "Akasha Blood River," she said. "Ah, follow me, Blood Driver-sama," he said and walked away. Ichigo and Akasha followed behind him. They began to walk up a set of stairs. Ichigo looked down and noticed the other customers appeared very wealthy. They soon arrived at a private table, with an amazing view of the setting sun. Two servers immediately appeared and pulled their respective chairs for them. Ichigo and Akasha sat down and pushed the chairs in. With that, all the servers left them alone. Ichigo and Akasha opened the menu. This is a very fancy place, Ichigo said. It is. It only caters to the very rich and well-connected. Akasha replied. Most reservations would require to be booked in months advance. How did you book it then? Ichigo asked. Akasha smiled. I know the owner, she said. Soon the server returned. Good evening, I am Sebastian, your server for the evening, he said. What can I do for you? He asked. I wish for a bottle of crimson evanescence, Akasha said. Very well. Sebastian turned to Ichigo. I will take a glass of water, Ichigo said. Sebastian nodded his head. Anything for an appetizer? I would take Caesar salad with the tomato ranch on the side. She said. Good choice, many vampires like that kind of ranch, Sebastian commented before turning to Ichigo. I would take one as well. Anything for entree? I would like a steak, rare on the inside but well done on the outside. She ordered. Sebastian nodded his head as he wrote the order down. And you, sir? I would like the ribs, Ichigo ordered. Very well, Sebastian said as he took their menus and walked away. What is crimson evanescence? Ichigo asked. Crimson evanescence is a special wine that adds blood into the production of the wine. The recipe for crimson evanescence is a closely kept secret of the owner. I see. Ichigo said. Sebastian returned with a green wine bottle, 2 wine glasses, and a cup of ice water. Sebastian uncorked the wine bottle and poured 2 glasses of wine. We should have your appetizers ready in 10 minutes, Sebastian said before he left. Akasha took the wine glass and slowly swirled the wine. Ichigo took the other wine glass and swirled it. To a better future, Akasha said. To a better future, Ichigo repeated. They both gently tapped the glasses and took a sip of the wine. This isn't bad, Ichigo commented. The taste is pretty good, Akasha said. But the blood mixed in the wine could be better. Akasha criticized. She finished her glass and corked the bottle. Sebastian returned with their salads. He noticed the bottle of crimson evanescence was corked. Was there something wrong with the wine? He asked. Yes, Akasha said. The wine was good, but the blood used was a little bland, Akasha said. Very well, Sebastian said as he took the wine bottle away. Ichigo and Akasha dug into their salads. Ichigo, what do you think of me? She asked. That is a strange question, Ichigo admitted. You are kind to everyone, regardless of who they are. However, you go berserk to protect those under your care. That's funny coming from you. She pointed out. I know, Ichigo said. Deep down, I know that I could trust you with taking care of our family whenever I am not there. Thank you, Akasha said. Sebastian returned to their table empty-handed. I have spoken to the owner. He will allow you to make your own bottle of crimson evanescence with your preferred blood. Sebastian reported. They could tell that Sebastian felt nervous about this. Very well, Akasha said. Have the owner come out here. She said. I will inform him, Sebastian said as he ran off. He seems nervous, Ichigo said. Of course he would be, many vampires don't want to upset us, Akasha said. Right, due to you being one of the most powerful vampires in the world, Ichigo said. It also helps the fact you defeated Issa, the one who helped the owner start his business, Akasha added. They could see a young man walk towards them. Behind him was Sebastian pushing a silver cart towards them. They could see in the bottom of the cart was various equipment needed to make wine. The young man stopped in front of them. He has long gray hair. A part of it is tied in a single braid on the right side of his head. He was dressed in a butler suit. He walked in front of Akasha, took a knee, and kissed Akasha's knuckle. "It has been a long time since I've seen you, Bloodriver-sama," he said. "It too has been a long time, winemaker," she replied. The man smiled. "According to Sebastian, you found the bottle of crimson evanescence a little bland," he said. "Indeed, I assume the blood you used was from a non-magical willingly donated?" Akasha said. "Indeed," winemaker replied. "Not many magicals are willing to donate their blood," winemaker said. "Well," Ichigo said, "I am willing to donate my blood," Ichigo said. He turned to the winemaker. "In exchange, you will swear an oath on your life and magic that you will only use the donated blood to make 2 bottles of crimson evanescence for Akasha. Any leftover blood will be destroyed," Ichigo said. "Very well," the winemaker said. "I, the man known as the winemaker, swear upon my life and magic that I will use all the blood Kurosaki-sama willingly donate to make 2 bottles of crimson evanescence for Bloodriver-sama. All other blood will be destroyed," the winemaker said. Ichigo could feel the magic from the winemaker go to Ichigo. "I acknowledge the oath," Ichigo said. Ichigo could feel his magic accepting the oath. Ichigo unbuttoned his dress shirt and partially took off his dress shirt, exposing his right arm to the winemaker. The winemaker put on a pair of gloves and pushed the cart to Ichigo's right side. He carefully placed Ichigo's arm on top of the cart. "Flex your right arm," he said. Ichigo flexed his arm, exposing his veins. Winemaker gently smacked the veins, making sure they have blood flowing in them. He pulled out a needle. It has a plastic pipe which led to a sealed glass container. "Here I go," he said as he stabbed Ichigo's arm. Ichigo allowed the blood to flow. The crimson fluid shot out from Ichigo's arm and into the glass container. As soon as it was enough, winemaker turned a knob on the container, stopping the blood flow. He removed the needle from Ichigo's arm. Ichigo's body instantly healed the wound. Winemaker removed the glass container from the plastic pipe. Ichigo instantly destroyed the medical equipment. Winemaker pulled out a spoon and stirred the blood and took a whiff of it. "My God," winemaker said. He turned to Ichigo. "Your blood is very magically potent," he said. "Which is why Ichigo demanded an oath from you," Akasha said. "I assume he allowed you to drink his blood from him?" Winemaker asked. "Whenever I want," Akasha replied. "No wonder. His blood is the most delicious blood I've smelled," winemaker said. He pulled the other containers and began to make the wine in front of them. 10 minutes later, the winemaker finished mixing the wine. "The bad thing is that we need to wait for the aging process," winemaker said. "Not exactly," Ichigo said. He raised his hand and activated Script C, the Chrono Arcanta. Suddenly his mouth moved on his own. Stand before creation. Fall after the end. Chronogenesai. Ichigo chanted. The scythe, Chronogenesai, appeared in his hand. Winemaker quickly took a few steps away from Ichigo. "Weapons are not allowed to be drawn in evanescence," Sebastian said. "Don't worry," Ichigo said. "I'm not using it on you." He pointed Chronogenesai at the wine container. "How long do you need to age this thing?" Ichigo asked. 3 weeks. Winemaker said. Ichigo activated his time manipulation powers. The container glowed golden. They watched as the clock hands with the Greek numbers began to move. They watched as the clock hands with the Roman numbers moved in regular time. After 21 seconds, the container stopped glowing golden. "Check it," Ichigo said. Winemaker walked to the container. He opened it. "It aged," he said. "Continue the winemaking process," Ichigo said. Winemaker nodded his head as he performed the next step to make wine. He placed the concoction in another container. "We need to age it for a year," he said. Ichigo pointed Chronogenesai at the wine container and activated his time manipulation powers again. Once again, the container glowed golden. The hands on the Greek clock moved even faster than before. After 12 seconds, the container stopped glowing golden. "Check it," Ichigo said. Winemaker opened the container. He took out a small ladle and scooped a small sample of the concoction. He brought it up to his lips and took a sip. "So good," he moaned. "Finish the process," Ichigo said, snapping Winemaker out of his foodgasm. "Right," he said. He quickly filtered the concoction and poured it into 2 unmarked wine bottles. "Only cork one of them. We will drink the other one," Akasha said. "Very well," Winemaker said as he corked one bottle. He handed both bottles to Akasha. Sebastian took the old glasses and replaced them with new ones. Ichigo snapped his fingers, instantly destroying all the equipment used. 2 servers entered the room with their entrees. Winemaker and Sebastian moved to the side as the servers placed their entrees on their table. "Enjoy," Sebastian said as they all left. Ichigo deactivated Script C, the Chrono Arcanta, and sent Chronogenicide back to his mindscape. Akasha took the new bottle of Crimson Evanescence and poured 2 glasses. She handed one of the glasses to Ichigo. "Thank you," Ichigo said. They both took a sip. It tastes like normal wine," Ichigo thought. Ichigo heard a quiet moan from Akasha. "I guess it's good?" Ichigo asked. "This is the best bottle of wine I've ever tasted," Akasha admitted. "I see. I might consider making you one," Ichigo said. Akasha quickly turned her head to Ichigo. "Please," she begged. She was pouting with the doggy eyes. "We will see," Ichigo replied with a smile. "I will hold you to that," she replied as she poured herself another glass. They dug into their entrees. "How's your steak?" Ichigo asked. "It's good." They managed to cook the outside of the steak well done but also kept it rare on the inside. Akasha commented. "I see. I will keep a note of that," Ichigo replied. "What about your ribs?" "It's good," Ichigo replied. Soon their respective entrees were finished. Akasha drank about half of the bottle. Ichigo could see Akasha was beginning to blush a lot more. Sebastian and a server walked to their table. The server collected the finished plate. "Will we be having dessert?" Sebastian asked. "No, we will not," Akasha replied. "I already have mine," she said as she stared at Ichigo. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. "Very well. Sebastian. Please feel free to leave when you are ready too." With that, Sebastian walked out. Akasha stood up and grabbed Ichigo's hand and pulled him on his feet. She pulled him out of the restaurant. "Why didn't we have to pay?" Ichigo asked. Akasha smiled. "Nope. I am a very important personnel," Akasha said. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders and followed her out. Sakuya stepped out of the car and opened the doors for them. Akasha was the first one into the car. She stumbled into the car. Luckily, she fell onto the seat cushion. "Are you all right?" Ichigo asked as sat down beside her. Akasha took the opened bottle of Crimson Evanescence and took a few gulps of the wine. She let out a loud breath as she dropped the empty bottle on the side. She lunged at Ichigo, began to make out with him. Crimson Evanescence was the only thing Ichigo could taste from Akasha. "She's very drunk," Ichigo thought. Akasha stopped making out with him. She stared at him. Her face was bright red. "Looks like I need my dessert," she said as she tore off Ichigo's dress shirt and lunged at Ichigo's body. "At least I am not drunk this time," Ichigo thought as Akasha began to bite his neck. She was sucking the entire area while drinking his blood. "This is going to be a long night," Ichigo thought. Chapter 59, Arc 12. Akasha opened her eyes. "Ow, my head." she thought as her eyes slowly focus. She noticed she was in bed. What happened last night? She thought. She looked at Ichigo. He was bare-chested. Her eyes widened when she noticed Ichigo's neck and upper chest were covered in love bites. Did I do that? She thought. Her subtle movements woke Ichigo up. Good morning, he said as he turned to look at her. Did I do that? Akasha asked as she pointed at the love bites on Ichigo's body. Ichigo chuckled. You were very hungry for dessert after we left Evanescence, Ichigo said. Her face immediately blushed red. Did we go all the way? Akasha asked. No, Ichigo said. You just decided to show your claim for the rest of the car ride. I see. Akasha said. I need to take a shower, she said as she pulled the blanket off herself. Her eyes widened as she saw more love bites over his body. She quickly ran inside the bathroom. Ichigo chuckled as he stood up. He allowed his body to heal from all the love bites Akasha inflicted on his body. He was dressed in a simple white shirt and black sweatpants. He walked out and someone slammed into his leg. He looked down to see it was Kunu. Morning, Papa. Kunu shouted. Good morning, Kunu, Ichigo said as he bent down and lifted her up. Have you seen your mama? He asked. Kunu looked behind her. Mama was chasing me earlier, Kunu said. Suddenly something grabbed Kunu and lifted her out of Ichigo's hand. Ha! Kunu cried in confusion. The invisibility spell faded to reveal it was Yasaka. Mama? Yes, you little sneaky brat, Yasaka said. I knew you were trying to hide from me to avoid lessons with me. No, Kunu lied. I wanted to say good morning to Papa, Kunu replied. She did do that. Ichigo defended. Fine, Yasaka said. After breakfast, you are having classes with me. She said. Fine. Kunu accepted. Ichigo, Kunu, and Yasaka walked down towards the dining room. Yasaka. Yes, Ichigo? I need to have a private conversation with Amaterasu-sama, Ichigo said. Give me a moment, Yasaka said. They soon arrived at the dining room. Yasaka and Kunu parted ways to sit in their spot while Ichigo took his spot at the head of the table. Good morning, Ichigo-sama, Sakuya said as she handed him his breakfast. Good morning, Sakuya, Ichigo replied. Is there anything important for me? Sakuya shook her head. There are no matters of importance at this time. She replied. Thank you. Carry on with your morning duties. Very well, Ichigo-sama, she said as she disappeared. Ichigo started to eat his breakfast. Ichigo? Yasaka said. What did Amaterasu-sama say? Ichigo asked. When you finish eating, feel free to open a garganta to her office, Yasaka said. Thank you for asking her. No problem, Yasaka replied. Ichigo finished eating his breakfast. He stood up and said a quick goodbye. He opened a golden garganta to Amaterasu's office. Scene change, Amaterasu's office. Ichigo appeared in Amaterasu's office. He saw Amaterasu sitting in her office, reading some scrolls. Hello, Ichigo-kun, she said. Hello, Amaterasu. Thank you for seeing me, he said. No problem for my favorite son, she replied. What do you need? I was wondering if you could help me find a god or goddess of death. Amaterasu mumbled. I assumed you've already talked to Odin, Anku, and Hades, she said. And Osiris, Ichigo added. Wow. I thought Osiris faded. A fragment remained to help with Adam. Ichigo clarified, recalling his brief visit to Egypt. I see. Amaterasu mumbled. I think I know someone. Stay in here, she said as she stood up and left her office. While Amaterasu-sama is gone, let's deal with the gift Gilgamesh gave you, Yawach said. You wish to use it as a script? Ichigo guessed. Indeed, Yawatch said. Very well, Ichigo said. Yawatch appeared holding an unnamed script in Babilu. Ichigo took Babilu and stabbed it into the unnamed script. Ichigo turned Babilu, like unlocking a door. Red line shot around the unnamed script. Slowly Babilu was absorbed by the script. Soon Babilu was completely absorbed by the script. Ichigo placed the script on his chest. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow this script upon myself, Ichigo said as he pushed the script inside him. Ichigo didn't feel anything different. Did anything happen? Ichigo asked. Just a giant golden temple appeared in your mindscape, Kyoka said. Okay, thank you, Ichigo said. I named the script, Script G, the Gate of Babylon. Ichigo said. Very well, Yawatch said as he returned to his mindscape. Amaterasu returned to her office, but she wasn't alone. She was joined by two other beings. The first being was a largely white, quadrupedal creature with a black-toned underbelly. A large golden wheel-like cross attached to its torso. The other being is a long, platinum-colored, segmented body with 6 legs, and has ghostly wings with red spikes. 6 rib-like yellow rings encircle its neck and have a pale yellow ornament on its head resembles a human collarbone. Ichigo, meet Arceus and Giratina. Amaterasu introduced. Arceus and Giratina nodded their head in response to their name being called. Hello, Ichigo said. Ichigo, have you heard of Pokemon 1? She asked. I have. Ichigo said. Let me guess, Pokemon are real. He's much smarter than he looks, Arceus said. Giratina nodded its head. In another universe, Pokemon are real, Amaterasu said. How informed are you about the Pokemon universe? Giratina asked. I am aware of the general plot from Kanto, Johto, Hone, and Sinnoh exists, Ichigo replied, as he recalled reading the plotline of their respective games. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Arceus said. I am the creator of the Pokemon universe. While I am Giratina, ruler of the reverse world where the souls of dead Pokemon and humans reside, too. Nice to meet you, Ichigo said. Have you heard of Ash Ketchum? Arceus asked. Isn't he the protagonist of the Pokemon animated series? Ichigo guessed. Indeed, Arceus said. Can you recall the first episode of the series? Ash Ketchum started his journey with a Pikachu. He was in a forest when he was attacked by sparrows. The sky turned into a lightning storm and Pikachu defended Ash. Soon the lightning storm parted, showing a rainbow and Ho-Oh flying thought. Ichigo recalled. Correct. That is what was supposed to happen. Arceus said. But it didn't happen in our universe, Arceus said. What happened? Ichigo asked. One of the lightning bolts destroyed Pikachu's Pokeball. Pikachu quickly ran off, saving itself. Ash fell unconscious there. The sparrows and pharaohs continued to attack the unconscious boy, killing him in the end. Arceus said. I see. Ichigo said. Let me guess, you wish for me to be your replacement for Ash Ketchum. Indeed, Arceus said. While you are there, please try and not use your powers as much as possible. The only abilities that humans have there are aura manipulators and psychics. I will try, Ichigo said. What do I get in exchange for my help? When you return, you are allowed to keep any Pokemon you captured, as long as they know the truth about you, Arceus replied. As for me, I will grant you the opportunity to earn my blessing. Giratina said. Clarify what you mean, Ichigo asked. On your journey, I will send you a test. If you pass my test, I shall grant you my blessing for the death quest. And if I fail? Giratina glared at him. Hopefully, you don't fail. Giratina said. How long will I be on my Pokemon journey? Ichigo asked. Time dilatation. Arceus mumbled. A year in our universe is about a week in your universe. I see, But how long will I be in your dimension? Ichigo asked. Maybe 3 or 4 years, Arceus guessed. Do you want me to visit every region? Ichigo questioned, recalling that the Pokemon series has multiple regions, all with its own plot. No, Arceus answered. You will be only required to visit Kanto, Sinnoh, Kalos, and Alola. The other regions are optional. Wait, what's Kalos and Alola? Ichigo asked. Ah. My mistake, Arceus said. Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar are the future Pokemon regions after Sinnoh. And you want me to visit 4 of them, Ichigo said. Yes. The issues with those regions are not that detrimental compared to the situation in Kanto, Sinnoh, Kalos, and Alola. Arceus said. Will I be allowed to bring any companions with me? Unfortunately, no, Arceus replied. We already know that having you enter our dimension will cause some repercussions. We fear if anyone else enters our dimensions, the repercussions will much more severe. Arceus explained. I see. Ichigo said. Can I have a few hours to speak with my peerage before going? Ichigo asked. Better yet, I will come back in a day. It will allow me to create your background. Arceus said. Thanks. Ichigo opened a golden garganta and jumped in. I will be preparing my test for Ichigo. Giratina said as a violet portal appeared in front of it. Are you sure about this? Arceus asked. Giratina glared at Arceus. You dare show concern now, father. Giratina sneered at Arceus. Arceus sighed. Giratina, how many times do I dash dot? Arceus began. Giratina dove into the portal. It closed behind it. Arceus sighed. So, will you keep your end of the bargain? Amaterasu asked. Arceus let out another sigh. Are you sure you want me to do that to him when I am done with him? Arceus questioned. Amaterasu slowly nodded her head. While it's something I hate doing, I need him there, to replace him, Amaterasu said. I hope he isn't angry with us if he finds out about this, Arceus said as it entered a golden portal. Amaterasu let out a long sigh. I hope you forgive me, Ichigo. Scene change, Ichigo Estate. Ichigo appeared in his office and sat down. Sakuya entered Ichigo's office with a pot of tea. Thank you, Sakuya, Ichigo said as he drank his tea. She stood there silently, waiting for Ichigo's orders. I will be having a full peerage meeting. You, Yuri, and Siko will also be attending this meeting. Very well, Ichigo-sama, Sakuya said. Will it be in the throne room? She asked. We have a throne room? Ichigo asked. We do. Allow me to show you. She said. Ichigo followed Sakuya out of his office. Eventually, they arrived in a large spacious room. Ichigo could see the walls are lined with statues of himself. Each statue depicted Ichigo using one of his many Zanpakutos or his symbol of authority. In the middle of the room was a single throne. It was a metallic black chair with crimson leather. Ichigo sighed as he walked down and sat on the throne. He could feel himself being connected to the entire estate. To the entire peerage, we will be having a full peerage meeting in the throne room. Ichigo broadcasted. Ichigo pulled out his phone and called the crew on board the Uzushio. Hello, Captain, Marvelous said. Need something? I will be having a meeting in my location. Can you and your crew show up? Sure. It will take a few minutes. Marvelous said as he hung up. Slowly his entire peerage entered the throne room. Artoria and Gilgamesh took a knee in front of him. Ichigo mentally groaned as the other peerage members follow suit. Behind them, Sakuya, Yuri, and Siko entered the throne room. But they weren't alone. All the homunculus maids and Damison entered behind them. Ichigo could see Damison shrank himself, making himself 2 meters tall, about 7 feet, for ease inside the estate. They too joined his peerage, taking a knee in front of him. Ichigo could sense 7 beams of light approaching the wards. Ichigo allowed those beams of light entrance to the estate and allowed them to phase through the roof and floors. The beams of light landed on the ground and disappeared, revealing Marvelous, Joe, Luca, Don, Ahim, Guy, and Seekvera. They immediately noticed everyone else taking a knee in front of Ichigo. They all quickly took a knee. A Garganta opened as Tyr and Nell stepped out. They calmly joined the others, taking a knee. I think that is everyone, Ichigo thought. Rise and listen carefully, Ichigo said. Everyone stood up and paid attention to him. I will be going on a journey alone. Ichigo began. Due to time dilatation, I am not sure how long I will be gone. Based on the math, I should be gone no longer than a month. Ichigo said. Akasha, Artoria, and Gilgamesh will oversee in my absence. Yasaka, Tamomo, Tyr, and Nell will oversee foreign affairs regarding our allies. Reiku, Zealot, Sakuya, Yuri, and Siko will oversee the defenses and maintenance of the estate. Marvelous will continue running the Yuzushio and inform Akasha of any anomalies with the Yuzushio. Yes, sir, he said. Ichigo looked back at his audience. Are there any questions? Ichigo asked. I do. Yuzu said. Why are you acting as if we will not be able to communicate with you, Ichi and I? The peerage connection allows us to communicate with each other across dimensions. Tyr and Nell nodded their heads at Yuzu's question. Excellent question, Yuzu, Ichigo said. I am not traveling within our universe. All the peerage stared at him. The Yuzushio should be able to establish contact with you while in your journey in another universe, Don said. While true, there is also a time dilatation between our universe and theirs. How big of a change? Karen asked. A week here is about a year there, Ichigo said. I see. Yuzu said. Will the Shinigami be informed of your disappearance? Masaki asked. Should I? Well, I believe we should. Just as a courtesy. Kyoka said. Based on what Arceus said, we won't be able to let out loose for a long time. Maybe we should test those Taicho and Fukuteicho, making sure they haven't gotten weak on us. Zangetsu said with a smile. While I do like Zangetsu's suggestion, how far should we take it? Ichigo asked. Maybe one ability per person, Yawatch suggested. That would make it more challenging. Depending on the combatant, you could show off more, Suzumabachi suggested. We should also make all of them sign a contract not to reveal anything they saw, Hogyoku added. Great, Ichigo said. I will let them know and let loose for a bit, Ichigo said. What do you mean? Akasha asked. I decided to test the Taicho and Fukuteicho before I leave, Ichigo said. Will we be allowed to watch if we want to? Karen asked. Sure. It will be in the trainer. I will make a separate dimension from us, the Shinigami spectators and all of you. Ichigo said. He pulled out the trainer. Those of you who don't wish to spectate are free to leave, Ichigo said. The members of the Yuzushio waved goodbye before they all disappeared in a beam of light. All the maids and Damison quietly filed out of the throne room. Sorry, Ichigo, I've been trying to help Tyr enter Resurrección, Segunda Etapa. Nell apologized before they left the throne room. Ichigo turned to the remaining peerage. All of you wish to spectate? Ichigo asked. All of them nodded their heads. Ichigo pressed a few buttons in the trainer. Ichigo made 3 pocket dimensions. The first one for the fight, the second one for the Shinigami spectators, and the last one for the peerage. The second dimension could only see the first one, while the third could see both. Ichigo pointed the trainer at them and began to send them in the trainer. Ichigo. Yawatch called out. Yes, Yawatch? Ichigo replied. I finished it. He said. Great, Ichigo replied. Will I retain the ability to shift into them? Ichigo asked. You still do. He replied. Soon Akasha was the last one outside. Before I send you in the trainer, Yawatch informed me that he finished it, Ichigo explained. I see, Akasha said. Come Nini and Lion, Ichigo called as he raised his left arm. The space between his left arm rippled as Nini and Lion leaped out. Akasha looked at the Nini and Lion's eyes. She could see it was red and soulless. Yep. Exactly like my noble phantasm. Akasha said. Great, Ichigo said as he recalled the Nini and Lion. I decided to rename the script from Script S, the shifter to Script O, the Oversoul, Yawatch added. I'm going to send you to the trainer, Ichigo said. Sure. She replied. Ichigo sent her to the trainer. After that, he pulled out his phone and called Urahara. Hello, Ichigo. Urahara greeted. Hello, Urahara. Just letting you know I'm opening a Garganta to Genryosai's office. Ichigo said. Is it a private meeting? Nah. I would likely call for a Taicho and Fukuteicho meeting about it. That's convenient, we're having our monthly meeting right now, without the Fukuteicho though, Urahara said. Great. Please call for them and I'll add my thing at the end of the agenda. Ichigo said as he hung up. Ichigo opened a Garganta and left. Scene change, 1st Division Office, Taicho Meeting Room. Urahara Taicho. I assume Ichigo is coming. Genryosai asked as soon as Urahara ended the call. Yep. He asked us to call our Fukuteicho. He'll add his thing, whatever it is, at the end of the agenda. Urahara said. Ichigo casually walked out of a Garganta that just appeared. Hello everyone, Ichigo said as he sat down in his seat. Carry on with the meeting, Ichigo said. We were about to finish the meeting when you showed up, Genryosai said. I see. I will take the floor when the Fukuteicho shows up. Ichigo said. Slowly all the Fukuteichos silently showed up and took their seats. As soon as the last one arrived, Ichigo stood up and looked at the present Taichos and Fukuteichos. Tomorrow I will be gone for at least a month. Ichigo began. But you are normally gone for longer and haven't informed us, Genryosai said. This time I will be in another universe, Ichigo said. Another universe? Urahara asked. Indeed. I will not be able to be contacted at all. Ichigo said. So, you decided to contact us just to inform us of this? Genryosai asked. Partially, Ichigo said. I also wish to see if all of you have improved since then, Ichigo said. So, we're going to fight you? Kenpachi asked. Correct, Ichigo said. Many of them looked at Ichigo in shock. Now, Ichigo said, trying to calm them down. We will be in a safe pocket dimension. You are safe to go all out on me. Ichigo said. Ichigo began to hand out sheets of paper. A contract? Genryosai asked. Yes, Ichigo said. This will prevent any of us from revealing to others our secrets. Ichigo paused as he looked at Shinji. You also have an option to hide it from others if you truly don't want others to see it, Ichigo added. Slowly everyone signed the contract. Some were excited while others were hesitant to sign it. Ichigo pulled out the trainer and sent everyone in the trainer. Hogyoku if you could, Ichigo asked. Hogyoku appeared beside Ichigo. Good luck, she said as she sent Ichigo to the trainer. Scene change, trainer, pocket dimension 1. Everyone looked around to see they were standing on a flat clearing. The sun was shining. So, who wishes to go first? Ichigo asked. I do. Kenpachi yelled. Ichigo smiled. You are no doubt you would be an excellent fight, Ichigo said. However, in a real fight, you don't know when you will enter a fight. Ichigo snapped his fingers as a man in a light pink suit. He had a small headset on his right ear. In his hand was a hat. He is the announcer. He will draw a number from his hat. The announcer gently shook the hat. They could hear bits of paper moving around inside. There are 14 sheets of paper in here, corresponding to their respective division. The announcer will draw a number. The Taicho of the respective division will decide if the Taicho or Fukuteicho will go first. The number is removed once both Taicho and Fukuteicho are picked. Ichigo said. Lame, Kenpachi grumbled. The announcer dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 2. He said. Everyone turned to Yoruchi. Yoruchi-sama, Suifeng said. Yoruchi looked at her Fukuteicho. Yes, Suifeng? She replied. Please let me go first. She said. Yoruchi stared at Suifeng. She could see the burning desire in her eyes. Fine, Yoruchi said. Ichigo snapped his fingers, sending everyone to Pocket Dimension 2. Ichigo looked at Suifeng. Do you wish for everyone to see our fight? Ichigo asked. Yes. She growled. 3, 2, 1, fight. The announcer yelled as he disappeared. Suifeng Shuanpayat in front of Ichigo and hit him with a punch in the gut. Ichigo stood there and took the hit. Ichigo replied with his own punch, at Suifeng's head. She quickly Shuanpayat away. Ichigo smirked as he Shuanpayat in front of her and punched her in the face. She flew a few feet away. She bent her upper body back and did a backward flip before landing right side up. She glared at Ichigo, who stood there, and taunted her. Shunko! She yelled as she charged back at him. Waves of Ryatsu flowed around her, like a cyclone, as she attacked Ichigo. Her attacks were much faster than before. Looks like you are starting to get serious, Ichigo said. A wave of Ryatsu flowed around him. He looked at Suifeng, who glared at him with absolute hatred. Don't blink, Ichigo said. He suddenly appeared in front of Suifeng and kicked her with a sidekick. Or you will miss me. Suifeng flew over 100 feet away from him. Ichigo dashed towards her. Damn it! Suifeng yelled as she used her Ryatsu to stop herself. She saw Ichigo running towards her. She drew her Zanpakuto. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumabachi. She charged at Ichigo with her Zanpakuto, trying to stab him with Suzumabachi. Ichigo smirked, summoned Suzumabachi and, making sure they appeared like a single sword on his hand. She Shuanpayat directly in front of Ichigo. I got you. She thought as she stabbed him with Suzumabachi. To her shock, the tip of Suzumabachi failed to go through Ichigo's skin. Ichigo smirked as he used her shock to his advantage. He used his butterfly sword and slashed downwards. Suifeng pushed herself away from him. Gah! She yelled in pain as the Ichigo cut through her Onmitsukido uniform and on her body. She looked down to see she was starting to bleed from the cut. Come on, Suifeng Fukuteicho. I know you have Bankai. Show me it. Ichigo said. She glared at him with utter rage. You want to see? Yellow Ryatsu began to glow around her. Then here it is. Bankai! She screamed. A pillar of light blue Ryatsu shot up, kicking up a bunch of dust. The dust settled. Ichigo could see a gold armored missile launcher base that encases Suifeng's right arm and comes above her shoulder. The entire Bankai is made up of a large pointed gold cylinder with black markings, twice the size of Suifeng herself. Jakuho Reikaben! She growled. Ichigo could hear her distance towards her Bankai. She pointed it at Ichigo. Ichigo could see fins popped out from the golden missile. Take this! She yelled as fired her missile. The golden missile left Jakuho Reikaben towards Ichigo. Ichigo cracked a smile as the missile soared towards him. He threw the other butterfly sword into his other hand, dual-wielded them. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumabachi, Ichigo said as the missile impacted him. Ichigo was engulfed in a massive explosion. Suifeng used her Shunko to stabilize herself. Wait, what did he just say? She thought. The dust settled to see Ichigo standing there with his right palm out. She noticed that his right arm was covered in a black and gold gauntlet. How do you have that? She questioned. Ichigo appeared in front of her. I'll tell you later. Ichigo began to attack her with quick punches. Suifeng struggled to defend herself with the empty Jakuho Reikaben. This is why I hate this thing, she thought as she continued to struggle. Ichigo, Suzumabachi called out. Yes, Suzumabachi? Ichigo replied. I want you to use my Bankai on her. Show her how weak she is. Suzumabachi said. As you wish, Ichigo replied. Ichigo suddenly jumped away from her. Golden Ryatsu began to flow around him. What is he doing? Suifeng thought as she kept her guard up. Since you showed me your incomplete Bankai, allow me to show you what could have been your Bankai, he said. What? She questioned. Bankai, he said. There was a large explosion of golden Ryatsu, blocking Suifeng's line of sight. The golden Ryatsu settled down as Suifeng looked in shock at what she saw. Ichigo was in a slim black armored suit with a golden highlight. 2 large automatic rifles were attached to his waist and 2 missiles, which reminded her of Jakuho Reikaben, were mounted on his shoulders. Kanzetsusha Suzumabachi, Eradicator Hornet, Ichigo said. As you can tell, this Bankai is similar to Jakuho Reikaben. Ichigo began. He grabbed the automatic rifles and pulled the trigger. Yellow bullets rained down towards her. Suifeng shunpaied away, dodging the bullets. Ichigo smiled as he continued to fire. Suddenly Suifeng felt something hit her. She looked and realized what happened. Whenever the yellow bullets hit something, it exploded, releasing smaller golden bullets in all directions. Ichigo saw Suifeng's distracted look and fired at her. The golden bullets pierced Jakuho Reikaben's armor. She looked down and saw blood beginning to drip out. She looked to see Ichigo pointing the rifle at her. Suzumabachi hates you for what you did, he said as he fired his final bullet. The bullet flew and hit her directly in the forehead. Winner! Ichigo Kurosaki, the announcer declared. Suifeng's body was instantly healed and sent to Dimension 2. A screen appeared in front of him. Ichigo turned to the spectators of Dimension 2, sealed Suzumabachi, and sent her back to his mindscape. He could see everyone was shocked by Ichigo's action. This is a warning. When the battle begins, treat me as your enemy. Any questions will be answered in the end, Ichigo said. The announcer appeared and dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 7. He said. Everyone looked at Love. I will go, Love said. The screen disappeared as Love appeared in front of Ichigo. Love had left his Haori in his seat. All the damage from the previous battle has been restored. He drew his Zanpakuto and pointed at Ichigo. You ready? He asked. Ichigo got into a fighting stance. 3, 2, 1, fight. The announcer yelled before disappearing. Crush down, Tengamaru. Love yelled as his Zanpakuto transformed into an extremely tall black kanabo. It is covered with bladed protrusions. He swung it down at Ichigo. Ichigo uppercut Tengamaru. The recoil from the attack flowed down to Love, temporarily startling him. Ichigo appeared in front of Love and began to attack him. Love spun Tengamaru above him, used the end of Tengamaru and slammed it down on Ichigo's forehead, sending him flying away. Love pointed Tengamaru at Ichigo. Fire surrounded Tengamaru. Hifuki no Kaduchi. Love yelled as he sent a large fireball towards Ichigo. Ichigo raised his hand and chopped the large fireball in two. As the remnants of the fireball soared past him, Ichigo noticed Love disappeared. Hifuki no Bwa. Fire-blowing club, Love yelled. Ichigo looked up to see Tengamaru, covered in fire, slammed down on him to the ground. There was a massive explosion of fire. Love stayed standing in the air, watching as the fire consumed the ground. I know this isn't enough to keep you down, he said. You are right, Ichigo said as he shunpaied in front of Love. Ichigo stood there bare-chested with his hakama. Good job, Ichigo said. But it is time for me to be serious. Script K, the Kataijida, Ichigo said. The sky began to rumble as storm clouds moved in. Rain began to fall. Love's fire began to be extinguished by the falling rain. Ichigo extended his hand. A lightning bolt exploded behind him. I summon the wrath of the heavens, bringer of storms, rage of the earth, Stormbreaker. Ichigo yelled. Another lightning bolt shot down to Ichigo's hand. Love was momently blinded. He looked to see Stormbreaker in his hand. Ichigo pointed Stormbreaker at Love. A large bolt of lightning shot out of Stormbreaker towards Love. He dodged the lightning bolt. Suddenly another lightning bolt hit him in the back. He turned to see more lightning bolts flew towards him. Rah! Love yelled as he swung his Tengamaru at the lightning bolts, blocking them with Tengamaru. Ichigo appeared behind him. He struck Love in the back with the hammer side of Stormbreaker. Love crashed into the ground. Ichigo stood there, ignoring the storm as he looked down on Love. Is this it, Love? Is this all you can do with the time training with the other wizards? Love swung Tengamaru around him, parting all the dust. Love's glasses laid on the ground, broken. Everyone could see the annoyance in Love's eyes. He glared at Ichigo. You might have not known this, but none of the wizards retained our Bankai. Love said. Oh? Love nodded his head. Black and green Ryatsu began to flow around him. Instead we have this. Resurrection. Love yelled as he was engulfed in his Ryatsu. Ichigo calmly stood there. Love let out a loud roar, dispelling all the Ryatsu around him. Love grew much larger. His skin is now pale while he stood over 10 feet tall. Love's face is covered in his hollow mask. All his clothes have been torn apart, except a bit of his hakama. Blue prayer beads are wrapped around his wrists, ankles, and waist. In Love's hands was Tengamaru. Ikari Haki Oni. Love growled. Now let's see how you handle this. Love Sonido et away. Ichigo smirked as he turned around. Love appeared and swung Tengamaru at Ichigo's back. Ichigo blocked the attack with Stormbreaker. Ichigo punched Love in the face with his left hand. Love was sent flying. Love stopped himself. He pointed Tengamaru at Ichigo. Black and green Ryatsu gathered it at the tip of Tengamaru. Zero. He growled as the large blast soared towards Ichigo. Ichigo smirked as he threw Stormbreaker at the incoming attack, like a tomahawk. Stormbreaker and Love's Zero clashed, causing a massive explosion. Ichigo raised his arm and flicked his hand. Stormbreaker shot out of the dust, parting the dust clouds in the process, and returned to Ichigo's hand. Ichigo Shuunpaed in front of Love and struck him with an upward swing. Gah! He yelled as he was sent flying. Ichigo raised Stormbreaker. The sky rumbled before another bolt of lightning shot down hit Love. Gah-ha! He screamed. Ichigo Shuunpaed above Love and slammed him in the back again. Gah! Love coughed as he was sent crashing into the ground. Ichigo Shuunpaed down to see Love was unconscious and out of his resurrection. Winner, Ichigo Kurosaki. The announcer declared. Love was fully healed and sent back to Dimension 2. Ichigo sent Stormbreaker back to his mindscape. The screen for Dimension 2 and the announcer appeared. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 10. He said. Everyone looked at Toshiro, who stood up. He was teleported out. Toshiro appeared and drew his Zanpakuto. Ichigo nodded his head as he summoned Kosetsu. They both pointed their respective weapons at each other. 3, 2, 1, fight. The announcer yelled before disappearing. Toshiro and Ichigo Shuunpaed towards each other. They began to trade blows against each other. Both used pure Zanjutsu against each other. Each strike was met with a block and then a counter-strike. Neither one managed to hit the other. Toshiro swept Ichigo's leg, off-balancing him. He went for a downward strike only for Ichigo to counter with a kick to Toshiro's chest. Toshiro was sent a few feet away. Both of them looked at each other. "Who taught you Zanjutsu?" Toshiro asked. "I'm not telling." Ichigo cracked a small smile. "Reign over the frozen heavens, Hyarinmaru," Toshiro said. "Dance, Sori no Shirayuki," Ichigo said. Both released their Zanpakuto at the same time. The sky began to darken as snow began to fall. "Hyarinmaru!" Toshiro yelled as ice began to form around Toshiro's blade in the shape of a Chinese dragon. The Chinese dragon let out a loud roar before it soared towards Ichigo. Ichigo slashed the Chinese dragon, splitting it into two. "Juhaku," Ichigo said as he stabbed the ground. The ground began to shake as ice stalagmite rose out of the ground. Toshiro leaped into the air. "Surarata," Ichigo said as large icicles formed and soared towards Toshiro. "Hyarinmaru!" Toshiro yelled as more Chinese dragons formed. They destroyed the icicles. Ichigo appeared behind Toshiro. "Hakoran!" Ichigo yelled. A blast of ice shot towards Toshiro. Toshiro shunpaied away. Ichigo and Toshiro looked at each other. "Looks like we're in a stalemate," Ichigo said. "Indeed," Toshiro replied. "I think we should hit this up a notch," Ichigo said. "Agreed," Toshiro said. "Bankai!" They shouted. Ice began to cover Toshiro's body. A dragon's head formed around his right hand. Two large wings sprouting from his back and a long tail. The ice forms down his left arm and encases his hand, which ends in a claw. His feet are similarly encased in ice to his left hand, as they also end in claws. 3 flowers of ice form floated behind him, each consisting of 4 purple petals. "Daiguren Hyarinmaru," Toshiro said. Ichigo is dressed in a white, ankle-length kimono with lined patterns. The robe has an attached ornate collar, edges, and shoulder design with long, wide sleeves. Ichigo has a small half-crown of ice that extends around the back of his head. Ichigo's shoulder-length hair became white. "Seigo no mai, Ian no Shirayuki," Ichigo said. The blizzard grew immensely stronger. Suddenly Ichigo disappeared from Toshiro's sights. "Where is he?" Toshiro thought as he tried to sense Ichigo's Ryatsu. Toshiro shouted as his head began to hurt. It seems Ichigo's Ryatsu was spread out throughout the blizzard. Toshiro thought. From the corner of his eye, he saw a subtle movement. Toshiro turned around to see Ichigo attacking him. Toshiro stabbed Ichigo. "Ryusenka," he said. A large burst of ice began to surround him. Ichigo ignored the attack. "I am the ice," Ichigo said as he pointed his Zanpakuto at Toshiro. "Hakoran," he said. Toshiro tried to push Ichigo away. To his shock, Ichigo's other hand grabbed the stabbed Zanpakuto. Toshiro quickly moved his winds in front of himself as Hakoran fired. Toshiro was trapped in an ice pillar and was sent flying. The ice pillar crashed on the ground, freeing Toshiro. Toshiro shook off the excess ice. Toshiro looked to see an entire petal was already gone. The ground began to shake. Toshiro quickly flew in the air. Ice stalagmite erupted from the ground and flew towards him. Toshiro blocked the attack with his tail and sword. Suddenly something slammed on his back. Toshiro lilted his head to see Ichigo was on his back. "You should be paying attention to your surroundings," Ichigo warned. Suddenly more copies of Ichigo leaped at Toshiro. They began to grab Toshiro and attacked him. Toshiro looked to see the final ice petal melted away. Toshiro smiled. "This is when the true battle begins," he said. Suddenly Toshiro and all the copies of Ichigo were trapped in a large ice sphere. The ice sphere cracked and broke apart to reveal someone standing there. He is tall and lanky. He has ice-like armor on his shoulders, forearms, and knees. In his right hand is Hyarinmaru. Ichigo appeared before Toshiro. "Looks like Toshiro isn't short anymore," Ichigo said. Toshiro chuckled. "It's temporary," Toshiro replied. He Shuanpayed in front of Ichigo and stabbed him. Ichigo immediately turned into an ice statue. Toshiro pulled Hyarinmaru out of the ice statue. It instantly crumbled in ice. Toshiro turned to see more clones of Ichigo rose from the snow. You may represent ice, but we are the cold winter, they said in unison. As long as there is ice, we will remain. Another clone rose from the icy remains of its predecessor. They all charged at Toshiro. Any clone that touched Toshiro or was stabbed by Hyarinmaru was instantly frozen and shattered. But two more would appear. My god! They don't end. Toshiro thought as he continued to attack them. Toshiro's movements began to slow down and become sluggish. Toshiro collapsed on the snow-covered field. Daiguren Hyarinmaru sealed itself. The Ichigo clones disappeared as the real Ichigo walked to Toshiro. He sealed Seigo no Mai, Ian no Shirayuki. Ichigo snapped his fingers. The field reset itself. The screen for Dimension 2 and the announcer appeared. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 5. He said. Everyone looked at Shinji, who stood up and teleported to the battlefield. I don't want the spectators to see us, Shinji said. Very well, Ichigo said. The challenger has requested this match be private, the announcer said before closing the connection to Dimension 2. He turned to Shinji. It has been done. So, what trick will you be using? Shinji asked as he drew his Zanpakuto. Ichigo cracked a smile. It wouldn't be a good trick if I told you no, Ichigo replied as he summoned Suki no Hansha. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer yelled before disappearing. Ichigo and Shinji charged at each other, swinging their Zanpakuto at each other. You improved so much, Shinji said. Thanks, Ichigo said. He swept Shinji's leg. Shinji lifted his leg, dodging the sweep. Suddenly Ichigo swung upwards, managed to get a hit. Good job, Ichigo, Shinji said. Thanks. Now let's see how you deal with this, Shinji said. Collapse Sakanade. He said. The pommel transformed into a large white ring. The blade became straight and slim with 5 holes along the sword's length. Shinji began to spin Sakanade, releasing pink smoke. Ichigo stood there as the pink smoke reached him. Looks like you're trapped, Shinji said. Oh? Ichigo questioned. Suddenly he disappeared from Shinji's sight. He appeared behind him and swung his sword. Shinji barely managed to dodge in time. How are you not affected by Sakasama no Sekai? Shinji asked. My body overpowered it, Ichigo said. You were there when Suifeng tried to use her special technique on me. Shinji's eyes widened. Ichigo Shuanpayed to Shinji and resumed attacking him. Shinji was forced to go defensive, blocking Ichigo's strikes. Damn it! Shinji thought. What can I do? There is only one thing you could do, Sakanade grumbled. Shinji sighed. Are there any other alternatives? Shinji snarkily replied. Why are you being stubborn? Sakanade growled. Fine then. Shinji sighed. Are you done talking with Sakanade? Ichigo asked. I am, Shinji said as he lifted his hand. Sakanade began to rapidly spin. Shinji began to glow pink. Resurrection. Shinji was engulfed in pink Ryatsu, kicking up loose dirt and dust. It began to settle. Shinji grew a few feet taller now. Shinji is bare-chested, revealing his white skin. Shinji's face is covered with his hollow mask, where Ichigo could see his golden hollow eyes. Shinji now has 6 arms, all of which are disconnected and float next to his body. His elbow portion of his arm is replaced by white spikes and appear from holes alongside his body. Each arm has 3 claws, a gold ring around the wrist, and a gold ring around the base. Shinji's chest has another golden ring that wraps itself around Shinji's hollow hole. Mugen no Kanosei Sakanade, limitless possibilities. Shinji growled, his voice much deeper and more beast-like. Shinji sonito away, leaving behind 6 golden rings. Those golden rings soared towards Ichigo. Ichigo stared at them. Suddenly Shinji's arms appeared out of the portals and began to punch him. Ichigo sent Suki no Hansha back to his mindscape and began to punch back. 4 of the 6 arms disappeared. Where did they go? Ichigo thought as he dodged a punch. King behind you, Zangetsu warned. Ichigo shunpaied away, dodging 4 pink Siros. Ichigo appeared to see the 6 rings turn towards him. One of the rings showed Shinji's face. Dang it. I thought I managed to distract you, Shinji said. His face disappeared as pink Siros shot out of the rings. Ichigo dodged them. Could anyone sense Shinji? Ichigo thought. He is behind those boulders and used Aikido to hide himself, Mysteria said. See it. Ichigo summoned rebellion. He blocked the incoming Siros with his sword, angling the Siros towards Shinji. Shit! Shinji thought as he leaped away from the Siros, revealing himself in the process. I got you now. Ichigo yelled as he pierced through Shinji's skin. Gah! He coughed. The golden rings soared towards Ichigo. Ichigo shunpaied away from Shinji, leaving rebellion embedded in Shinji's chest. Shinji's hands grabbed rebellion and tried to pull it out. To his shock, it wouldn't budge. What is going on? Shinji thought as all 6 of his hands held rebellion. They pulled as much as they could, but rebellion wouldn't budge. Why is it starting to feel cold? Shinji thought. Suddenly a large glacier of ice exploded out of Shinji's chest. Gah! He screamed in pain. Ichigo appeared as he casually pulled rebellion out of the remnants of Shinji's chest. Before Shinji could react, Ichigo stomped on his head, knocking him unconscious. Shinji's resurrection disappeared as his sealed Zanpakuto appeared beside him. Shinji's body returned to Dimension 2. The screen for Dimension 2 and the announcer appeared. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 8. He said. Everyone looked at Lisa. Nanao looked frightened as Lisa stood up. She was teleported out of Dimensions 2. She drew her Zanpakuto and stared at him. Ichigo summoned Longinus. I didn't know you have a spear, Lisa commented. Ichigo smiled. I am full of surprises, Ichigo replied. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer yelled before disappearing. Smash Haguro Tanbo. Lisa yelled as she slammed the hilt of her Zanpakuto into the mouth of its scabbard. Turquoise Ryatsu flowed around her Zanpakuto as she began to swirl her Zanpakuto. It reminds me of Ikoku. Ichigo thought. Lisa's Zanpakuto quickly lengthened into an exceptionally long polearm outfitted with a blade reminiscent of a monk's spade on one end and a heavy ball on its other end. Ichigo and Lisa had their respective weapon pointed at each other. Both suddenly rushed towards each other, using their weapon and began stabbing it at each other. When did you start learning? She asked as she dodged one of Ichigo's quick jabs. A few months ago. Lisa's eyes widened as she barely dodged one of Ichigo's strikes. Really? She questioned as she countered with her own strike. Yep. Ichigo casually dodged her strike. Jesus, you are a monster, Ichigo smirked. Longinus's tip began to glow golden as bolts of holy energy, shaped like spears, flew towards her. Fuck! She screamed as she began to swirl Haguro Tanbo. She was able to block the majority of Ichigo's attacks. She received a few cuts from stray attacks. She charged at Ichigo and attacked him with spear strikes. No energy-based attacks? Ichigo asked as he dodged her attacks. Not in Shurikai. She grumbled. Ichigo faked a strike, fired an energy blast at her chest. Gah! She screamed as she was sent flying. She slammed Haguro Tanbo to the ground, stopping herself. Ichigo casually twirled Longinus in his hand. Come on, Lisa. Show me your resurrection. Ichigo fired more bolts of holy light at Lisa. Show me that you deserve being the Taicho of 8th Division, instead of Kairaku. Lisa blocked the attack with Haguro Tanbo. Fine then, Lisa said as she put away her glasses. Black and turquoise Ryatsu flowed around her. Resurrection, she said as she was engulfed in her Ryatsu. The Ryatsu was blown away by a powerful swung. Lisa's Shinigami robes were replaced by a black sleeveless haori, black cargo pants, white bandages wrapped around her chest that revealed her stomach, and black boots. Lisa's face was covered by her lozenge-shaped hollow mask with a cross-shaped opening. In her hands was a giant three-part polearm. Each part was longer than Ichigo's body. The part held by her left hand was a monk's spade, while the right hand was a guandao, but the back edge of the guandao had large, deep serrations, resembling barbed teeth of a comb. Tetsu Tanbo Otome, Iron Dragonfly Maiden, Lisa said. She sonito towards Ichigo and began to attack. She used the monk's spade for lighting fast jabs while the guandao was used for surprise slashes. Man, she is fast. Ichigo thought as he was forced to the defensive. He used Longinus to block her strikes. Ichigo suddenly smacked the guandao away instead of blocking it. Ichigo charged in towards Lisa. Lisa shrunk the monk's spade towards herself. She pointed it at Ichigo. Fire, she said. Suddenly the monk's spade quickly grew towards Ichigo. Ichigo dodged the monk's spade. Suddenly the Ichigo felt something hit him in the head, sending him flying. Ichigo stopped himself, as he stood in the air. Choke de vibration, vibration shock. Lisa yelled as the monk's spade and the guandao were engulfed in fire as they soared towards Ichigo. Ichigo shunpayed away from Lisa's attack. Ichigo appeared behind her. Longinus glowed with holy energy. Holy judgment. Ichigo yelled as he threw Longinus towards Lisa. Lisa grabbed the monk's spade portion of her Zanpakuto and turned around. Her entire Zanpakuto reconnected itself to form a giant guandao. The giant guandao blocked the Longinus and slammed directly into Ichigo's chest. Ghu. He groaned as he soared through the sky. Ichigo eventually caught himself in the air. He coughed up blood into his right hand. Ichigo saw it and broke into laughter. Lisa had her Zanpakuto wrapped around herself, the monk's spade and the guandao were pointed at Ichigo. Why are you laughing? Lisa asked. Sorry. Ichigo apologized. He raised his right hand. Longinus shot up and returned to his open hand. It's been a long time since I coughed up blood, Ichigo admitted. Longinus began to glow golden, releasing holy energy around them. I think it's time to take this to the next level, Ichigo said. Azrael, are you ready? Yes, Ichigo. Let them witness your angelic ascension. Azrael answered. The holy energy floated around Ichigo, waiting for his command. Balance. Ichigo raised Longinus above his head. Breaker. Ichigo yelled as he slammed the spear down to his feet. A large pillar of holy energy engulfed Ichigo, parting the clouds and kicking up dust. Lisa raised her arms to cover her face. The pillar of holy energy dissipated in golden feathers. Lisa lowered her eyes and was amazed at what she saw. Ichigo was in shining platinum white armor and a chest piece that has a golden cross embedded in the middle of the chest and a coattail from the hips of his armor at ankle length. She could see 12 silver wings on his back. Ichigo's long orange hair is now golden and there is a golden halo above his head. Longinus Azrael envoy of Holy Requiem, Ichigo said. Lisa could feel so much holy energy radiating from him standing there. Ichigo's wings spread out as he flew above her. Holy energy in the shape of spears formed around Ichigo. Attack! Ichigo pointed Longinus at Lisa. The spears flew in the air, as if they launched or thrown, towards Lisa. Choke de vibration. Lisa growled. She used the monk's spade and the guandao to block the attack. Ichigo raised Longinus above his head. Holy lighting began to gather around it. Holy lightning's judgment. Ichigo yelled as he threw Longinus at Lisa. It soared down. Lisa instinctively raised her Zanpakuto up, as she tried to block the attack. Longinus pierced through them and embedded itself into Lisa's chest. She screamed as the holy lighting raised its way through her body, electrocuting her. Ichigo flew down to Lisa and pulled Longinus out of her body. Ichigo could see her armor instantly reformed itself, no doubt trying to heal itself. Lisa, do you wish to continue? Ichigo asked. Lisa didn't reply. Ichigo deactivated his balance breaker and snapped his fingers. Lisa was sent back to Dimension 2. The screen for Dimension 2 and the announcer appeared. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 9. He said. Ichigo looked at Kensei, who stood up. He was teleported from Dimension 2 to the battlefield. He drew his Zanpakuto and got into a fighting stance. Ichigo smirked as he activated Script B, the battle booster. A pair of red gauntlets appeared around his hands. Ichigo slammed the fists together before getting into a fighting stance. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer shouted as he disappeared. Blow it away, Tachikase, Kensei growled as his Zanpakuto glowed light blue. Air currents swirled around Kensei before enveloping Tachikase. The air currents stopped to reveal Kensei was armed with a combat knife with a bronze guard, light purple hilt wrapping in the center of the hilt, a gray leather grip, and a small ring on the guard's blunt side. Kensei stared at Ichigo. Ra-ha-ha! Kensei yelled as light blue air currents began to spin around him. Resurrection! Kensei was surrounded by light blue Ryatsu. It settled to a large, muscular, and bulky humanoid with armored hands and skeletal feet, with 6 thick cylindrical protrusions on his back and forearms. The cylinders on his back seemed to make him hunch over. His hollow mask resembles a flat hockey face guard, with 6 slitted eye holes arranged in 2 columns. It has 3 extensions on either side which cover the sides and back of his head, as well as his ears. Puño Hierro Enfurecido, Enraged Iron Fist. Kensei growled. I didn't expect you to jump straight to Resurrection, Ichigo said. Kensei replied by leaping towards Ichigo. Ichigo could see craters from where Kensei's feet were. Puño Tormenta, Storm Fist. Kensei growled. Gusts of wind circulated around his fists as he began to punch Ichigo. Ichigo replied with his own punch. Large shockwaves shook the area as their fists collided with each other. How is the counter coming? Ichigo asked. It's going good. We are at 7 counters on each arm. Vermilion said. Ichigo and Kensei continued punching each other. Rocks and dirt were sent flying as neither one managed to land a hit. We're at 10 counters on each arm. Good. Get ready to use them on each punch. Ichigo instructed. Ichigo saw one of Kensei's fist coming towards him. Ichigo took a step back, dodging Kensei's attack instead of blocking it. The sudden change startled Kensei and left him open for Ichigo's counterattack. Buster shot. Ichigo and Vermilion yelled as Ichigo sent a boosted uppercut to Kensei's jaw. Kensei was sent flying in the air. Ichigo shunpaied above Kensei, seeing him soar towards him. Buster shot. Ichigo sent another boosted punch in Kensei's gut, once again sending him soaring away from him. This continued for another 8 more punches, with the 10th punch another uppercut. Ichigo appeared higher than before. We're going to use all remaining counters, Ichigo said. Yes, master. 5 counters on each gauntlet, Vermilion said. Ichigo glanced down to see the number 5 on the green gem of each gauntlet. Overload. Ichigo and Vermilion said. Ichigo could see Kensei soaring towards him. Ichigo tightened his fists. Battle Booster began to glow red as green seals began to appear around the gauntlet. Ichigo raised his arms. Explosion. Ichigo slammed his tightened fists on Kensei's head, sending him crashing towards the ground. Upon impact, the entire field was covered in dirt, obscuring Ichigo's view. Ichigo snapped his fingers. All the dust instantly disappeared. Ichigo floated down to see Kensei was knocked unconscious and his resurrection. Ichigo sealed the battle booster and sent it back to his mindscape. The screen for Dimension 2 and the announcer appeared. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 6. He announced. Everyone looked at Byakuya. Taicho, Renji said. Byakuya looked at Renji. The two stared at each other for a few moments before Byakuya nodded his head. Renji stood up and was teleported to the battlefield. I see Rukia is starting to show signs of pregnancy, Ichigo said. Indeed, Renji replied. He drew his Zabimaru and pointed it at Ichigo. Ichigo summoned Kokogetsu and pointed it at Renji. Is that Zangetsu? Renji asked. Ichigo smiled. Come and find out, Ichigo said. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer shouted as he disappeared. Hooro. Zabimaru. Renji yelled as he shot Zabimaru, in its whip form, towards him. Ichigo calmly blocked Zabimaru and walked towards Renji, as if he was on a relaxing walk. Renji repeated the attack. Ichigo continued to walk towards Renji and casually blocked the attacks. Ichigo let out a yawn. This is getting boring, Ichigo said. He fired a nameless Getsuga at Renji. Shit! Renji yelled as he shunpaied away, dodging the attack. That was definingly a Getsuga Tensho. Renji thought as he saw the damage. Ichigo fired a few more nameless Getsugas at Renji. Renji continued to shunpa away from them. Is this it, Renji? Ichigo asked as he let out a yawn. I heard that you got a different Bankai, Ichigo said as he fired another nameless Getsuga at Renji. Show me it. Let me if you are strong enough to protect your family. Ichigo said. Fine, Renji said as he blocked the nameless Getsuga with Zabimaru. Red Ryatsu circled around him as Zabimaru returned to its sword form. Bankai! He yelled. There was an explosion of red Ryatsu, kicking dust around them. Ichigo stood there with Kokogetsu. Su Zabimaru, Renji said. Ichigo cracked a small smile and fired a nameless Getsuga. Ihio! Renji yelled. Renji's green cowl on his left shoulder transformed into a large skeletal arm. Renji waved his left arm in front of him. The skeletal arm blocked the Getsuga. Orokio! 3. The skeleton snake on his right arm rose and shot towards Ichigo. It's like his old Bankai. Ichigo thought as he blocked the attack with Kokogetsu. Despite not taking damage, Ichigo was forced a few feet away. Looks like I need to get a little serious, Ichigo said. His Ryatsu began to circle around him. Renji summoned Orokio back to him as he shunpaied away, getting some distance between them. What does he mean? He's already in Bankai. Renji thought. Stride forth to the gates of heaven and use your might to tear the heavens asunder. Charge forth to the gates of hell and destroy the chains of the damned. Enter the doors of your humanity and use your strength to shatter fate. Zangetsu! Ichigo chanted. Renji was blown away by the force of Ichigo's Shurkai. He was using his sealed blade. Renji realized in disbelief. Allow me to remind you what this attack's supposed to look like, Ichigo said as he poured his Ryatsu into the longer Zangetsu. Getsuga Tensho, Ichigo said as he swung the blade. Renji's eyes widened as he dodged the Getsuga Tensho. What the actual fuck? Renji thought. The Getsuga Tensho Ichigo released was much larger and powerful compared to the nameless Getsugas Renji blocked earlier. The Getsuga Tensho finally dissipated, leaving a large fissure on the ground. Ichigo glanced at Renji. Well. Not going to attack. Ichigo taunted. Renji shot Orokio towards Ichigo. Its mouth was wide open, like a snake about to swallow its prey. Looks like a good opportunity to try out that new attack. Ichigo thought as he once again poured his Ryatsu into the longer Zangetsu. Getsuga Tenjiki! Ichigo yelled as he stabbed Zangetsu. A smaller narrow attack shot out of Zangetsu towards Orokio's open mouth. Before Renji could respond, Getsuga Tenjiki pierced through Orokio's mouth. It hit Renji's red Ryatsu, which was the thing holding Orokio together, causing a massive explosion. Renji was sent flying away. All of Orokio's bone segments were scattered everywhere. Renji eventually managed to stop himself as he looked at his right arm. The sleeves on his right arm was burned completely, showing his severely burned right arm. Orokio was forced back into its snake gauntlet form. Shit. What do I do now? Renji asked. Baka. Someone replied. Just like Hebe said. Another person replied. Renji instantly knew who was talking to him. The one that called him an idiot appeared as a small boy in a white outfit with a long tail. The other one was an adult woman covered in green fur. Just because your Bankai is called Suzabimaru, Twin King Snaketail, doesn't mean that Hihio Zabimaru, Baboon King Snaketail, disappeared. Renji looked at his right arm and realized what Saro and Hebe meant. Ichigo walked towards Renji. Getsuga Tenjiki, Ichigo said as he fired another attack. Renji barely reacted in time, dodging to the side. Higazeko. Renji roared. All the missing bone segments slowly rose out of the ground, glowing red. The bone segments shot towards Ichigo, all their pointed edges towards Ichigo. Ichigo calmly stood there and waited. At the last second, Ichigo shunpaied away from the attack. All the bone fragments crashed into each other. Ichigo appeared above them. Getsuga Jujisho. Ichigo yelled. Ichigo's attack soared down and destroyed the bone fragments. That hurt. Hebe complained. That was smart of Ichigo. Renji complimented. It was. Saro agreed. Ichigo shunpaied in front of Renji and resumed his attack. Renji tried to fight back with Hihio and his sword. Ichigo ended the fight with a point-blank Getsuga Tensho. With the fight over, Ichigo sealed Zangetsu. Renji was sent back to Dimension 2. The screen for Dimension 2 and the announcer appeared. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 1. He said. Everyone looked at Genryosai, waiting to see what he would do. I shall have dash. Chapter 60, Arc 12. The screen for Dimension 2 and the announcer appeared. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 1. He said. Everyone looked at Genryosai, waiting to see what he would do. I shall have Kayaraku fight first. He said. Kayaraku sighed before he stood up. He took off his pink flowery Haori and hung it on his chair. After that, he was teleported out. I assume you got Suzuma Bachi when we fought in that duel, Kayaraku said as he drew Kaiten Kayakatsu. And I can assume you also have Kaiten Kayakatsu as well. Indeed. Ichigo summoned the real Kaiten Kayakatsu to his hands. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer shouted as he disappeared. They set their respective blades against each other in a cross. When the flower wind rages the flower god roars, Kayaraku began. When the wind of heaven rages the god of the underworld sneers, Ichigo continued. They pulled their respective Zanpakuto out of the cross to revival Kaiten Kayakatsu. Bushigoma, Kayaraku said as he fired a blast of wind. Ichigo countered with his own Bushigoma. The two attacks collided and Ichigo's Bushigoma managed to overpower Kayaraku's. Ichigo's Bushigoma soared towards Kayaraku. He shunpaied away, dodging the attack. Let's try a new game, Yakimo, Ichigo said. A red ball of Ryatsu formed in Ichigo's hand. He threw it at Kayaraku. Kayaraku instinctively dodged it, causing it to drop on the ground. The ball suddenly moved to Kayaraku's direction. Before he could react, it exploded. That's not how the game is played, Ichigo said. Another red ball of Ryatsu was thrown towards Kayaraku. So, I'm not supposed to dodge it. Am I supposed to hit it? Kayaraku thought as he hit the ball. The ball soared in the air towards Ichigo. Ichigo hit the ball back to Kayaraku. Kayaraku shunpaied to the ball and hit it. Suddenly it exploded in his face. The dust settled to see Kayaraku's face partially burned from the explosion. So how did I play the game wrong? Kayaraku questioned. Ichigo shook his head. You played the game correctly but lost the game, Ichigo said. The ball of Ryatsu has a timer on it. You need to pass it to another player before it detonates. You can't spend the entire time holding it either since it will detonate at you. Ichigo explained. I see. Kairaku said. I think it's time for a new game, Ichigo said. Suddenly Kairaku could see 2 copies of Ichigo standing there. The game is called Nijishin, Doppelganger. Ichigo number 1 said. You need to find out. Ichigo number 2 said. Which one is real? Ichigo number 1 asked as he moved to Kairaku's left side. And which one is the fake? Ichigo number 2 asked as he moved to Kairaku's right side. Now choose. They yelled as they ran towards her. Kairaku looked at each copy of Ichigo as he was forced to choose which one to block. Kairaku turned and blocked Ichigo number 2. To his relief, he chose the right one. Ichigo number 1 and Ichigo number 2 jumped away from Kairaku before they rushed in unison. The next few rounds, Kairaku chose wrong, suffered from Ichigo's attacks. Enough of this, he said. He held out his shuriken out in front of him with the blades pointing down. Bankai. Kaiten Kayakatsu. Karamatsu Shinju, he declared. From his shadow, black root-like tendrils spread out from him. A dark aura descended around them. Do you notice anything different around us? He asked. It appears to be more ominous, Ichigo said. Kairaku nodded his head. The world around us appeared darker, bleak, and gloomy. Others have said that they felt despair. Kairaku explained. Let's begin, Ekadem, Tamaraikizu no Wakachiai, the first act, hesitance and apportionment of wounds. He said. Ichigo suddenly could feel cuts appeared all over his body. Why did I get injured? I didn't see him move. Ichigo thought. As though to share in his suffering, the wounds upon his partner's body appear upon his own. Yet in a cruel twist of fate, he cannot die from those wounds. Kairaku recited, as if reading a poem. I am on it, King, Zangetsu said as he tried to purge Kairaku's Ryatsu of his body and begin the regeneration. Allow me to explain, Kairaku said. Any wounds that either one of us inflicts on the other, the same wound will emerge on their body as well. He explained. Ichigo's eyes narrowed. So, these wounds are ones that I inflicted on his body, Ichigo thought. They could see some of Ichigo's wounds began to close. Ichigo charged towards Kairaku. Kairaku shunpaied away from Ichigo. He glanced at his body to see his wounds remained there while Ichigo's wound on the same location was healed. To think his regeneration was able to overpower the first act. Looks like I need to do the second act. Kairaku thought. Nidenmi, Zenki no Shirton, the second act, the pillow of shame, Kairaku said. Black spots appeared on Ichigo's body. Blood began to drip out of the wounds. Lamenting that he has caused his partner such wounds, the man collapses upon the floor in shame and is consumed by an incurable ailment. Kairaku recited. Working on them. They're much stronger than the wounds inflicted earlier. Zangetsu grumbled. Thanks, Ichigo replied as he lunged to Kairaku. Bushigoma, Ichigo said. Kairaku once again dodged Ichigo's attacks. He is supposed to feel the despair from this. He thought as he dodged another attack. Looks like I need to go with the next act. Sandan, Danjio no Fuchi, the third act, the severing abyss. He chanted. Suddenly a large flood of water appeared. It engulfed both Kairaku and Ichigo. Slowly they began to sink. Resigning themselves to their fate, the two hurl themselves into the gushing waters until no Ryatsu remains in their bodies. He recited. Ichigo waved his hands around, trying to manipulate the water. It seems the water is made from Kairaku's Ryatsu, which is preventing us from moving up or control it, Kyoka said. This water slowly drains each other of our respective Ryatsu and the first one that loses all their Ryatsu drowns. This body of water is inescapable. Any attempt to swim toward the surface will only result in being pushed further down. Kairaku explained. Ichigo stared at Kairaku. Do you know that I have much more Ryatsu compared to you, right? No one ever remained calm through the 3 dances, Kairaku admitted. Then allow me to finish the final act, he said as he sheathes his swords. Few things are as cruel as a woman's mercy. She has no ears for her lover's desperate pleas. At his precious throat, she spies glistening white threads, damp with regret. Thus, she resolves to sever with her own hands those threads of regret that pitifully entwine him. He recited as he winds a white thread wrapped itself multiple times around Ichigo's throat. Shime no Dan, Idokaribasami Kaizom no Natabu, final act, thread cut blood-soaked throat, he chanted as he pulled the white thread. Kairaku's eyes widened as he felt resistance. He looked to see Ichigo's hand is on the white thread, preventing the completion of the final act. Ichigo said. It was a good idea to use the chant as a distraction for this, Ichigo said. He cut the thread with one swing of Kaiten. Since you showed me your incomplete Bankai, allow me to show you what could have been your Bankai, Ichigo said. Ichigo pointed Kaiten up in the air while Kayakatsu towards the ground. Bankai, he said as he let them go. Kaiten slowly floated up, while Kayakatsu slowly descended. Energy ripples expand out as the Zanpakuto traveled forward in their respective direction. The blades disappeared as their entire surroundings changed. They appeared in a traditional Chinese throne room. Sitting on the throne was Kaiten. Kaiten Kayakatsu, Rengoku no Kokyo, Imperial Palace of Purgatory, she said. Ichigo turned to her and took a knee and bowed. Kairaku turned to her, questioning what was going on. She glared at him and snapped her fingers. A white thread shot out from the floor and wrapped itself around Kairaku's neck. The thread shot to the ground, dragging Kairaku down to his knees. Welcome to my palace, Shunsui, she said. Both of you are mine to do with, she said. Also, don't worry about the others in Dimension 2. They won't see what I am about to do with you, she said with a sadistic smirk. Or in Dimension 3, she added to Ichigo. Shunsui, do you know where my power comes from? She asked. It's from games and torturing me? He guessed. Kaiten looked unamused with Kairaku's answer. Suddenly something hit him behind his head. He looked to see Kayakatsu standing, holding her blade. Ichigo, please answer this failure of a partner the true source of my power. Yes, Kaiten, Ichigo said. Her power revolves around altering reality to entertain herself, Ichigo said. Excellent answer. Ichigo, you may stand, she replied. Ichigo slowly stood up. We will have a performance. Whoever entertains me the most will live while the other one dies, she said. The first performance will be the duel between Miyamoto Musashi and Kojiro Sasaki, she said. From the center of the temple, energy ripples expand out. Their surroundings changed to a jungle setting. Kairaku looked around and noticed he was dressed in a light purple umanori hakama and kimono, light purple tabi, and black geta with purple haori and teku. He could feel a sword on his back. 3. Walking towards him a beautiful woman. She was dressed in a combination of samurai armor and a kimono, with red and navy blue colors. He noticed that she had 2 swords on her side and a wooden sword in her hand. 4. Is that Miyamoto Musashi? I swore that it was a guy. She pointed her wooden sword at him. I assume you are Kojiro Sasaki? She asked. I am. And can I assume you are the legendary Miyamoto Musashi? She let out a joyful laugh. Thank you for the title, but I am simply Miyamoto Musashi, she replied. Are you ready for this? She asked. I am, Sasaki replied. I will provide the countdown. One of the spectators volunteered. Sure, Sasaki replied. He looked at Musashi, who shrugged her shoulders. The duel between Miyamoto Musashi and Kojiro Sasaki will begin when I count to 3. Sasaki drew his long sword while Musashi pointed her wooden sword at him. 1, 2, 3. Musashi and Sasaki stared at each other, waiting to see who would move first. Musashi ran towards Sasaki. She threw her wooden sword at Sasaki. Sasaki parted the incoming sword. Suddenly Musashi appeared to Sasaki's side, grabbed the back of Sasaki's long sword, and pushed the blade towards him. Sasaki let go of his blade to get away from Musashi. Musashi smirked as she grabbed the handle of Sasaki's long sword and pointed it back at him. "Sasaki, I believe this is game over," she said. Sasaki glared at her. He turned to one of the spectators. "Give me your sword," he growled. "You shouldn't turn your eye away from your opponent." Sasaki turned to see Musashi had his long sword pointed at his neck. "I didn't see her move. Admit defeat or I will end you," she said. "Never," he growled. Someone from the audience, likely his ally, threw their blade towards Sasaki. He lunged for the blade. Musashi sighed. In one movement, she swung the blade, decapitating him. As his head flew off his body, everyone could see Sasaki's shocked expression on his head. The head landed on the ground with a splat. All the spectators stood there in shock. Winner Miyamoto Musashi. Musashi walked to the dead Sasaki and placed his sword down beside him. She turned around and walked away. World rippled as they returned to Kaiten's palace. Ichigo, who was Musashi, turned around to see Kairaku, who played Sasaki, touched his neck multiple times, making sure it was there. "How were you able to act naturally despite being a woman?" he asked. "You don't want to know," Ichigo replied. "See? Those classes were a good idea," Kyoka joked. Ichigo ignored Kyoka's comments. "Are you secretly a fan of cross-dressing?" he asked. Ichigo sighed as a white thread shot down from the ceiling and wrapped itself around Kairaku's neck. The thread shot up, beginning to choke him. "Gah!" he croaked out. "Tisk tsk," Kaiten said as she stood up. She walked over to Ichigo. "First off, Ichigo. Amazing performance." "Thank you," Ichigo said. She turned to Kairaku. "It seems you couldn't handle experiencing that match again," she said. "Wait, Kairaku was alive during that time?" Ichigo asked. Kaiten nodded her head. "Did you notice one of the spectators looked like a younger Kairaku?" she asked. "I didn't," Ichigo admitted. "It's fine," she said. She turned Kairaku. "Normally we would have a few more performances before I decided," as she walked back to her throne. "But I believe it is time to witness the conclusion," she said. Kaiten looked at Ichigo. "Come sit beside me," she said. Ichigo walked over and sat on the throne. Kaiten sat on Ichigo's lap and possessively hugged him. Kayakatsu sat down at the bottom of the throne, leaning her head on Ichigo's knee. "Shikijo, theater of the death," she said. The ground began to rumble as all the lights in the throne room went dark. Above them, they could hear a click as Kairaku's body began to be pulled up by the string around his neck. Kairaku struggled to free himself. He tried to use his Kido but none of them worked. His vision began to darken before he died. Ichigo turned to Kaiten. "Thank you for your help," Ichigo said as he kissed her on the lips. "It was my pleasure," Kaiten replied. Kayakatsu stood up beside Ichigo. "Thank you as well," Ichigo said as he kissed her. Kaiten and Kayakatsu returned to their mindscape as Ichigo sealed the Bankai. Kairaku was sent back to Dimension 2. The screen for Dimension 2 and the announcer appeared. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. "Number 11. He announced. "Finally!" Kenpachi yelled as he stood up. He was teleported in front of Ichigo while the bingo machine and the screen disappeared. "Enter Resurrection. I want to continue where we left off," Kenpachi said with a smile full of bloodlust. Ichigo smiled as he summoned Kokugutsu. Stride forth to the gates of heaven and use your might to tear the heavens asunder. Charge forth to the gates of hell and destroy the chains of the damned. Enter the doors of your humanity and use your strength to shatter fate. Zangetsu. Ichigo chanted as he entered his Shurikai. Drink, Nozarashi. Kenpachi roared as his sword transformed into its giant war axe form. Soy la furia que destruye el cielo. I am the fury that destroys heaven. Courage la furia que destruyó los nueve círculos del infierno. I am the rage that destroyed the 9 circles of hell. Yo soy el que se atreva a desafiar el destino. I am the one who dares to challenge fate. Resurrección Luna Nueva. Resurrection of the new moon. Ichigo chanted as he entered his resurrection form. Bankai. Kenpachi roared. He was engulfed in red Ryatsu. The red Ryatsu dissipated to reveal Kenpachi in his Bankai. Kaimamire Nozarashi, bloodthirsty weather-beaten one. Kenpachi growled. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer shouted as he disappeared. Ichigo and Kenpachi shunped towards each other and swung their respective weapon at each other. The shockwaves from their weapon tore the field apart. Ichigo and Kenpachi ignored all of this, focusing on their opponent. Neither opponent spoke in their battle. They spoke with their blades. Ichigo managed to draw blood first. Kenpachi's blood dripping out of his wound on his right shoulder. Ichigo watched as Kenpachi's blood floated towards Nozarashi. Nozarashi absorbed the blood. Roar! Kenpachi roared as he attacked Ichigo with more verbosity than before. Ichigo replied in turn. Both berserkers continued their long battle, neither one cared about the battlefield around them, or their wounds, or anything else. All they cared about the fight. As the battle continued, Nozarashi drank the spilled blood around it. The black on Nozarashi turned crimson-red and Kenpachi's ferocity grew even more. Kenpachi held Nozarashi with both hands, further increasing the strength of his swings. Ichigo blocked one of Kenpachi's swings. The force of that attack almost blew my arm off. Ichigo thought as he resorted to parting Kenpachi's swings instead of blocking them. This created openings in Kenpachi's defenses where Ichigo would immediately counterattack. This would continue for a few more minutes. Eventually, Kenpachi was forced to use Nozarashi to keep himself standing. His entire body was covered in open wounds from Ichigo's attacks. Ichigo was also tired but able to keep his guard up. Kenpachi, Ichigo called out. Kenpachi looked at Ichigo. Let's end it like our first match. One final attack with everything we got. Kenpachi replied with a ferocious smile. Kenpachi resumed his fighting position. He raised Nozarashi in the air, both hands on the handle. Red Ryatsu began to gather around him. Black and red Ryatsu began to gather around Ichigo. Ra! They yelled as they ran towards each other. Kenpachi went with a two-handed downward strike. Ichigo blocked Kenpachi's strike with the Zangetsu in his left hand and countered with the Zangetsu in his right hand. Ga! Kenpachi roared in pain as he was sent flying. He collapsed on the ground. Ichigo walked to the collapsed Kenpachi. Ichigo could see someone standing beside Kenpachi. It was a young adult with pink hair, dark pink eyes, and a perpetual blush on her cheeks. She was dressed in the standard Shinigami robes and a lieutenant's insignia on her arm. She turned to Ichigo. Thank you, Ichi-chan, you make Ken-chan have so much fun, she said before she disappeared again. Beside the unconscious Kenpachi was Nozarashi in its sealed state. Ichigo snapped his fingers. Kenpachi, himself, and the entire field was restored. Kenpachi was teleported out. The screen for Dimension 2 and the announcer appeared. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 13. He announced. Rukia turned to Yukitake. Taicho. Do you'll be able to fight? She asked. Don't worry about it, Rukia-san. Yukitake said as he calmly stood up. He was teleported in front of Ichigo. "Are you ready, Yukitake?" Ichigo asked. "I am," he replied. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer shouted as he disappeared. Hiryo Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Ichigo cast. Yukitake's eyes widen as he quickly Shuinpaied away, dodging the Kido. "That was unexpected," he said. Ichigo replied with a smile. He pointed his hand at Yukitake. Gaki Reko, Ichigo cast as he raised his hand in front of him. A green circle appeared in front of Ichigo. Multiple blasts of green light shot out from its center in a cage-like formation. Danku. Yukitake cast. A transparent barrier appeared in front of Yukitake, blocking the Kido. Suddenly yellow chains snaked themselves around Yukitake and wrapped themselves around him. His eyes widened as he struggled to free himself. "Let's see how you deal with this," Ichigo said as he pointed his finger at Yukitake. "Danku has already faded." "Kuro Hitsuji," Ichigo said. Black Ryatsu began to gather around Yukitake, beginning to form the walls for Kuroshitsuji. Ichigo could see Yukitake calmly stood there. He didn't struggle to free himself from Seijo Sabaku. Soon the black walls finished forming, trapping Yukitake inside. Ichigo could see black swords formed around the top of Kuroshitsuji. Suddenly the ground began to shake. Ichigo stood there and waited. The top of Kurohitsuji was torn apart as 5 white dragons soared up in the air. Kuroshitsuji began to disintegrate, revealing a freed Yukitake. "It's been a long time since I've cast Heido number 99. Goryu Tenmutsu," he said as he looked at Ichigo. "So, you've become a Kido master?" Ichigo cracked a smile. "I have," Ichigo replied. "I can't beat him with Kido alone," Yukitake thought. He drew his Zanpakuto and pointed it at Ichigo. Ichigo summoned Mysteria, in her staff form. "He summoned a staff?" Yukitake noticed. "All ye waves, become my shield. All ye thunder, become my blade." Yukitake chanted. The single blade began to peel apart, transformed into 2 blades. A large red rope-like chain at the base of the hilt lengthens, and silver metal square charms attached to the chain begin to fall until all 5 present themselves. The blade is now somewhat thinner than the sealed Zanpakuto, and the tsuba now extends a little bit up the blade. About halfway along the length of the Zanpakuto, a second blade juts out from the inside of the main blade and extends back towards the hilt, running parallel to the main blade. The cutting edge of the second blade faces inward instead of outward. "Sojio no Kodawari," Yukitake said. Ichigo pointed his hand at Yukitake. "Senju Koten Taiyo." Ichigo cast. 10 pink energy balls soared towards Yukitake. Mizubuki, waterspout. Yukitake quickly fired 10 jets of water towards the Kido. The 2 attacks collided, cancelling each other. Inazuma, lightning bolt. A large yellow lightning bolt shot towards Ichigo. Ichigo swapped the lightning bolt away with Mysteria. Ichigo began to inscribe runes in the air with his hands. They glowed with energy before transforming into a large fiery tornado. It spun towards Yukitake. Yukitake Shuinpaied away from the attack. More runes appeared around Ichigo, sending more elemental spells at Yukitake. Yukitake continued to smart. Yukitake thought as he dodged Ichigo's attacks. By using multiple spells at once, I can't use Sojio no Kodawari to reflect the attack at him. Let's see if he could counter this. Yukitake pointed his right blade at Ichigo. Heido number 83. Suren Raikouho, Twin Lotus Thunder Roarseer. 2 large lightning bolts, much bigger than Raikouho, shot towards Ichigo. Ichigo parted the 2 attacks with Mysteria. Suddenly yellow chains snaked themselves around Ichigo. Ichigo looked at Yukitake, curious to see what he does. Bakudo number 79. Q Shirbari. He chanted. 8 black holes with purple outlines appeared around Ichigo, significantly increased the gravity around him. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your powerlessness. Hado number 90. Koroshitsuji. Yukitake chanted. Ichigo chuckled as Yukitake did the same thing he did to him earlier. Ichigo smiled as he felt the gravity around him further increased, trying to slam him into the ground. Soon the black Ryatsu spears shot towards him. Ichigo shook his head as the spears shattered upon impact. Let's do something interesting. Ichigo thought. Rokuria Genso, 6 elemental dragons. Ichigo cast, drawing on his Scrifs and Longinus. The ground around Ichigo began to shake as 6 dragons, each made of a different element, shot up past Ichigo and pierced through Kurohitsuji. Ichigo easily broke free of Kyushurbari. Ichigo could see Yukitake's shocked expression upon seeing Ichigo's creation. The 6 dragons shot towards Yukitake. Yukitake did the only thing he could do in this situation. Bankai. He said. A blue wave of Ryatsu surrounded Yukitake. Stop. Come back. Ichigo commanded. The 6 dragons moved away from Yukitake. The Ryatsu settled down. The cord that was attached to the hilt of his sword disappeared. Ichigo could see a giant circle floated behind Yukitake. It had 8 metal charms attached to the circle. Ichigo could see the image of 2 fishes swimming in a circle. The tsuba on Yukitake's swords changed shape, resembling the large circle behind him. Kanzen no Chawa Sojio no Kodawari, perfect harmony truth of Pisces. Yukitake said. Attack, Ichigo ordered. Rokuria Genso shot towards Yukitake. The circle behind Yukitake broke into 8 pieces. 2 of the pieces remained floated behind Yukitake while the other 6 of those pieces moved in front of the elemental dragons. The pieces absorbed Ichigo's Kido. Those pieces glowed with energy before release a stronger version of Ichigo's attack. The dragons let out a loud roar before flying towards Ichigo. Ichigo pointed his staff in front of him as a large magic circle appeared in front of him. The empowered elemental dragons crashed into the magic circle. The impact kicked up the ground around them, sending dust and debris in the air. The 6 fragments soared back to Yukitake, reconnecting with the other 2 fragments. I doubt that would stop Ichigo. Yukitake thought as he prepared to cast another Kido, waiting for the dust to settle. He didn't need to wait long. 3 stone lions leaped out from the dust towards Yukitake. Heian, Yukitake cast as he swung his Zanpakuto, sending 3 fiery purple energy waves towards the stone lions. To Yukitake's shock, the stone lions leaped in the air, dodged the attack. Gaki Reko, Yukitake cast as he pointed both Zanpakutos at the flying lions. A green circle formed on the tip of each Zanpakuto. Multiple green energy blasts shot out of the center of the circle, in a cage-like formation. The stone lions were too large to dodge the Hado. They were being destroyed. While Yukitake was focused on the stone lions, Ichigo disappeared. Ichigo cast a disillusion charm and a silence charm on his feet. Ichigo Air walked away from Yukitake. He saw his stone lions being decimated by the Kido. We can't have that. Ichigo thought. He silently waved his staff, transfiguring the stone lions into stone falcons, with the ability to fly. To Yukitake's shock, the stone remnants transformed into stone falcons. They soared in the air and dodged Gaki Reko. Ichigo smiled, seeing Yukitake hasn't noticed Ichigo's disappearance. Ichigo smiled as he waved his staff at the nearby boulders. The boulders were sent flying towards Yukitake. What the? Yukitake thought as he saw the incoming boulders. Defend me from the boulders. Yukitake mentally commanded. Ichigo watched as the giant circle behind Yukitake shot towards the incoming stone boulders. The circle shielded Yukitake from the boulders. What about this? Ichigo thought as he waved his staff. More boulders shot towards the giant circle. The giant circle continued to defend Yukitake from them. Ichigo smiled as he pointed his staff at Yukitake. Stupefy. Ichigo silently cast. The red stunning spell shot out of his staff and hit Yukite's back. He fell to the ground unconscious. Ichigo ended his spells and restored the destroyed surroundings to its original state. Renervate. Ichigo cast, waking Yukite up. Good duel. Yukite said as he was teleported away. The field reset itself as the screen for Dimension 2 and the announcer appeared. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 4. He said. Unohana calmly stood up. Most of the Gotei 14, who wasn't aware of Anohana's past, was curious to see her against Ichigo. She was teleported to the battlefield. Hello Ichigo, she greeted. Hello Unohana, Ichigo replied. Are you going to go asleep? Unohana gave him a sad smile. I am. She replied. Do you wish for them to see this fight? I believe they could handle it. She said. Very well then, Ichigo said. Good night Unohana. Unohana untied the ends of her hair. Her hair slowly unraveled itself. Good night Ichigo. She replied as she closed her eyes. Her hair finished unraveling itself, revealing the large scar in between her collarbone. A wave of killer intent shot around them as Unohana opened her eyes, appearing gloomy and very menacing. Good morning Yachiru. Ichigo greeted. Yachiru turned to Ichigo. The wave of killer intent narrowed down to Ichigo. Good morning Ichigo. She said as she drew her Zanpakuto. Bankai, Minazuki, all things end. Yachiro's Zanpakuto's blade turned red and into a semi-solid state. The red liquid landed on the ground, immediately melting the ground. May your light shine down upon the battlefield and bring me victory, Excalibur. Ichigo chanted, activating Script W, the Warlord. Excalibur appeared in its black and red glory in his hand. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer shouted as he disappeared. Yachiro Shuunpayed in front of Ichigo and slashed him down the chest, throwing the red acid on Ichigo. Yuchiro's eyes widened in shock when Ichigo didn't melt from the acid. Ichigo used this to his advantage. He slashed Yuchiro in the chest with Excalibur and sent her flying a few feet away. She quickly recovered as she glared at Ichigo. Her hands were glowing green, no doubt healing the damage she received. How are you able to avoid Minazuki's acid? She asked. It's a part of my powers, Ichigo said. Nothing but a blade can harm me, Ichigo said. I see. Yuchiro said. Her Zanpakuto glowed silver as the blade solidify. She charged at Ichigo and began to attack him with fast powerful slashes. Ichigo replied with his own slashes. Their weapons collided with each other, sending shockwaves around the field. The ground was torn apart by their blows. Ichigo managed to draw first blood by tackling Yuchiro, briefly stunning her, and followed by a downward slash. First blood, Ichigo said. Yuchiro waved her hand over the wound, instantly healing it. What wound? She replied with a smirk before rushing in with another downward slash. After 10 minutes of constant fighting, neither one was able to get ahead of the other. Yuchiro would use healing Kido to heal her wounds while Ichigo would use his high-speed regeneration to regenerate his skin. Are you bored? Ichigo asked as he looked at Yuchiro. I am, Yuchiro replied. Do you want to call this a draw? Ichigo asked. No, you won, Yuchiro replied. Why? Ichigo asked. Are you seriously going to make me explain it? She grumbled. Well, our audience doesn't have any idea. Fine. She said. I considered you won because if we continued this out for longer, you would inevitably win because you having much more Ryatsu than me. She said. Ichigo smiled as he snapped his fingers. The destroyed battlefield restored itself. Good night Yuchiro, Ichigo said. Good night Ichigo, Yuchiro grumbled as she began to braid her hair. Yuchiro closed her eyes when she finished braiding her hair. Unohana opened her eyes. Good morning Unohana. Ichigo greeted. Good morning Ichigo, Unohana replied. Ichigo snapped his fingers as Unohana was sent back to Dimension 2. Dimension 2 and the announcer appeared. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 12. He said. Urahara chuckled as he stood up. He was teleported to the battlefield. I wish for this duel to be private, Urahara said. Very well, Ichigo said. Make sure Dimension 3 doesn't see this match, Ichigo added. Very well, Hogyoku replied. Ichigo summoned Suki no Hansha. 3, 2, 1, go. The announcer shouted as he disappeared. Ichigo charged at Urahara and struck him with a downward slash. Urahara popped like a balloon. Really? An inflatable Jigai? Ichigo asked as he turned to see the real Urahara standing on the side. Awaken, Beneheim, Urahara said. His cane glowed red as it entered its Shurkai state. Nake, Beneheim. He said as he swung Beneheim in front of him, releasing a crimson energy blast. Ichigo used Suki no Hansha and cut the energy blast in half. Ichigo shunpaied over and began to attack Urahara. Come on Ichigo, Urahara said as he blocked Ichigo attacks. I know that is another Zanpakuto. Urahara fired off another crimson energy blast, forcing Ichigo away from him. Enter Shurkai. Are you sure you want to see my Shurkai? Ichigo asked as he held Suki no Hansha in front of him. I don't recognize that sealed blade, Urahara admitted. I want to know which poor Shinigami lost their Zanpakuto. Fine then, Ichigo said as he took a calming breath. Shatter. Kyoka Suigetsu. Ichigo said. Urahara's eyes widened as the Zanpakuto glowed green. Urahara quickly closed his eyes, hopefully avoiding Kanzen Simon. Ichigo smiled seeing Urahara's reaction. Ichigo shunpaied in front of him and kicked him in the chest. Urahara was sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar. Urahara opened his eyes as he pulled himself out of the rubble. Ichigo, is it? Urahara asked. Indeed, Ichigo said as he held Kyoka Suigetsu tightly. I had Kyoka with me the moment Aizen died. Urahara's eyes widened as he remembered the final battle with Aizen. If that green Ryatsu was Kyoka. I was also with him, Hogyoku said as a screen appeared, showing her image from the outside. Kyoka and Hogyoku taught me everything Aizen knew, Ichigo said. Despite being a madman, he was intelligent. I see. Urahara said. The screen to the outside closed itself. Am I under the effects of Kanzen Simon? Urahara thought. I can't be certain about anything. Urahara thought. Urahara. You aren't under the effects of Kanzen Simon. Ichigo said. Why Ichigo? Why should I believe you? Urahara said. It's impossible to determine if someone is under Kyoka Suigetsu's Kanzen Simon. There is only one way, Ichigo said. Kyoka's Bankai has an odd restriction, Ichigo said. The target must not be under the effects of Kanzen Simon, Ichigo said. Urahara's eyes widen. Kyoka Suigetsu's Bankai? Bankai. Ichigo said. Kyoka Suigetsu glowed green. Kakamasu Genjitsu, right reality, Ichigo said. Urahara's eyes widened as everything around him flashed green. Scene change, Urahara's mind under Kakamasu Genjitsu, Urahara Shoten. Urahara opened his eyes. He sat up from his futon. Ha? Where am I? Urahara thought as he looked around. He immediately recognized his surroundings. I'm at the Shoten? Urahara though. Wait, what was I doing before? Suddenly he heard a loud thump. Urahara stepped out of his futon and walked out of the room. He could see Jinta, Ururu, and Tessii there. Jinta. Be careful with the box. She said. Indeed, young man. Urahara Dano is asleep. Tessii reprimanded. Sorry, Jinta replied. It's fine, Jinta-kun, Urahara interjected. Urahara Dano, Tessii said as he appeared beside him. He gently pushed Urahara back into the room. You should be resting. Your body hasn't recovered yet from the explosion. Huh? What explosion? Urahara asked. I'm not sure, Tessii admitted. I was moving some boxes in front when I felt a massive explosion from your lab. I rushed in to see you were unconscious and drained of your Ryatsu. I carefully carried you to bed. Tessii explained. I see. Urahara said. Urahara Dano, you should go back to bed. You still haven't recovered yet. Tessii said. Come on, Tessii, Urahara said. Tessii glared at Urahara. Urahara sighed as he recognized Tessii's stubborn, serious face. It's been a long time since I've seen that. Urahara thought. Fine. I'll take it easy. Urahara said. But can I at least walk around the town? You know I hate doing nothing. Tessii cracked a small grin. Oh, I remember. Whenever you were bored, you would do even more bizarre stuff. Tessii thought. Fine, Tessii said. But you are not allowed to do anything with your Ryatsu, and you will not enter any of your labs or do anything with your experiments. Fine, Urahara said. I promise I won't use my Ryatsu at all. I will not enter any of my labs, and will not do experiments until my Ryatsu is back. Tessii nodded his head. Urahara walked out of the shop. It's been a while since I walked around the town, without any plans going on. Urahara thought. As he walked by, he noticed a group of police cars surrounded a house. 2 cops were forcibly dragging a woman out. She had porcelain white skin and black braided hair arranged in loops on her head. Her body was covered in a revealing red robe. Come on. One of the men grumbled as they continued to pull her thin arms. Let go of me. She yelled as she struggled to free herself. Why does she look familiar? Urahara thought. She woman looked at Urahara. Her eyes widened with recognition. Kisuk. She yelled as she tried to look at Urahara. Urahara stared at her. Kisuk, listen to me. She shouted. You have to find the 3 and speak the truth to them. She shouted. The guards had enough of her and dragged her back towards the car. Kisuk. She shouted, much louder than before. Tell them your feelings. She shouted before she was shoved inside a police car. She continued to pound on the police car, trying to get Urahara's attention. What is she talking about? Urahara pondered as he resumed wandering, lost in his thoughts. Talk about my feelings? He repeated her words. Why do I have a feeling that her statement is a major clue? Suddenly he bumped into someone. He looked up and realized who it was. Urahara-san. Ichigo-kun. What are you doing here? He asked. Ichigo looked puzzled at Urahara's question. I live here. Urahara looked and realized he subconsciously walked to Ichigo's house. Oh, me and my old age. I didn't notice where I was going. Urahara joked. Ichigo sighed. Do you need something? Something is telling me to talk with Ichigo, Urahara thought. Actually, I need to talk with you about something. I see. Ichigo said. Do you want to come inside? Sure, Urahara said. They walked inside and sat in the living room. Do you want anything to drink? Ichigo asked. Tea is fine, Urahara replied. Ichigo walked to the kitchen and brought out 2 cups of tea. Ichigo joined Urahara in the living room. What do you want to talk about? I would like to apologize to you. Urahara began. Huh? Ichigo replied. I have many things I need to apologize to you for. Urahara continued. When you first obtained your powers, I should have been serious in your training, but I half-heartedly taught you a few things. I shouldn't have allowed the others to come with you. I allowed all of you to fall into Aizen's plan. In the end, I forced you to fight in a war you shouldn't have been a part of without proper training or knowledge. Urahara finished with his head down to a bow. I am sorry, Ichigo. Urahara, Ichigo called out. Urahara looked at Ichigo with a slightly confused look. It has been 3 years since the end of the war. And you've never apologized until now. Ichigo stared at Urahara. Why now? Urahara stared at Ichigo. I finished creating a method to help you regain your Shinigami powers. I wanted to ask you if you wanted to use it. I plan to attend Tokyo University this semester. If I were to regain my powers, wouldn't I put the entire city in danger? Normally you would be right. Urahara started. But I will teach you how to control your Ryatsu, even if you move to Tokyo. Ichigo closed his eyes, thinking about Urahara's offer. I accept, Ichigo said. Good. Follow me. Urahara said. Ichigo and Urahara walked to the Shoten. Urahara went into his lab and grabbed his Ryatsu-filled sword. Ichigo followed Urahara down to the underground training grounds. Urahara pulled out the Ryatsu-filled sword. Are you ready? Urahara asked. I am, Ichigo replied. Urahara stabbed Ichigo with the Ryatsu sword. A larger surge of Ryatsu shot inside Ichigo. Urahara braced himself from the shockwave of Ryatsu. Tessai shot down to the underground training ground to see the massive storm of Ryatsu. The Ryatsu settled down to see an unconscious Ichigo. What did you do? Tessai asked. I apologized to Ichigo for everything that I did to him. Urahara began. He turned to Tessai. I too have to apologize to you. To me? Tessai questioned. 100 years ago, when we were rescuing the Vizards. I should have used those forbidden Kido. I shouldn't have forced you to abandon the Kido Corps. Urahara began. Kisuk, Tessai said, forgetting the Dano suffix. I never told you this. Urahara continued. But I am sorry for forcing you to abandon your friends and comrades to help me. Tessai stared at Urahara. I appreciate everything that you've done for me. From helping me with the Kido creation, doing all the heavy lifting at the Shoten, and cleaning much all my messes. Tessai began to laugh. Tessai, what's going on? Kisuk, Tessai said. He hugged Urahara. Tessai, Urahara said. I never considered you would apologize to me about that, Tessai said. I've known you for a long time, we were part of the same graduating class in Shino Academy. I've known you rarely speak your emotions. You always were the quiet and calculating one. Urahara chuckled. I accepted that you would never tell me that you appreciated my help, but deep down I know you did, but you never felt comfortable telling me or Yoruchi. Thank you, Urahara said. Tessai suddenly smacked Urahara on the shoulder. Go tell her your feelings, Tessai said as a Senkaman opened beside them. Urahara chuckled as he entered the Senkaman. Scene change, Urahara's mind under Kakamasa Genjutsu, 2nd Division. Yoruchi sat down at her desk doing the worst task for a Taicho, reading paperwork. Why did I agree to be a Taicho again? Yoruchi thought as she finished another sheet of paperwork. She heard someone knocking at her door. Come in, she said. The door slid open as Suifong Fukuteicho entered her office, carrying more paperwork. Suifong, where did you get more paperwork? Yoruchi groaned. Don't worry, Yoruchi-sama, Suifong began. This is my paperwork and I wanted to do it with you. Yoruchi sighed in slight relief. They silently sat there, reading and filling out paperwork. What idiot broke all of our thin floorboards? Yoruchi thought. What I would do for some entertainment around here. Suddenly a Senkaman appeared in her office. Yoruchi and Suifong stared at it. The door opened to reveal Urahara casually walking out. Hello Yoruchi, he greeted. Hello Kisuk, she greeted. Damn it. What is he doing here? Suifone thought as she glared at him. Man, that is a lot of paperwork, Urahara commented. Indeed, Yoruchi replied. Hideout number 1. Now. Urahara said as he threw down a few smoke balls. Upon impact, the smoke balls quickly released thick smoke. The room quickly was filled with smoke. Suifone forced the smoke out of the room with a burst of her Ryatsu. Damn that bastard! She mentally screamed in anger. Yoruchi and Urahara disappeared. All the neat piles of paperwork are scattered all over the office. On the table where Yoruchi sat, was a small note. Little B, good try with giving me the division's paperwork to force me to stay in my office. Be a dear and finish it. Thanks. Damn you. Suifone mentally screamed. Scene change, Urahara's mind under Kakamasa Genjutsu, cave underneath Sokayako Hill. Yoruchi and Urahara appeared in the cave. So Kisuke, what do you need to talk about? She asked. Yoruchi, I am sorry. He began. Yoruchi stared at Urahara. Something is wrong here. Kisuke rarely apologizes. Yoruchi thought. You know that I have a hard time being emotional. He continued. Damn right, I know you know that. She thought. But I want to apologize for forcing you to abandon everything to help me. You had to abandon your family, your division, and your little B to help me. And I know that it must be hard for you. And I want to thank you for willing to sacrifice everything for me. Kisuke. Yoruchi started. I knew what I was doing when I saw you need my help. I know what was at risk when I opened that Senkaman for you. I know. He said as he hugged her. And I say thank you. You are welcome. She said as she hugged him back. They ended the hug and looked at each other. Now go tell the real me the truth about your feelings towards me, Yoruchi said. Ha? Urahara said before he fell unconscious. Scene change, trainer, sealed dimension 1. Urahara opened his eyes to see Ichigo sitting down at a chair, reading a book. About time you woke up, Ichigo said as he closed the book. What happened? Urahara asked, utterly confused about what he just experienced. It's simple, Ichigo said. Kyokusu Uegetsu's Bankai locks you in your mind with a certain scenario in place. For you to free yourself, you must complete the scenario. Interesting, Urahara said. Ichigo snapped his fingers. Urahara was teleported to Dimension 2. The announcer appeared. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 9. He said. Yay, Mashiro's turn. Mashiro shouted as she stood up. She was teleported out. Mashiro is going to kick Barry-sama's butt for hurting Kensei. She shouted. Ichigo chuckled as he got into a fighting stance. Mashiro got into her own fighting stance. 3, 2, 1, go. He announced before disappearing. Mashiro charged at Ichigo. Mashiro kick. She shouted as she did a front kick. Ichigo easily dodged the attack and countered with a side kick. Mashiro jumped back, dodging the kick. Mashiro punch. She shouted as she charged at Ichigo with punches. Ichigo swerved to the side, dodging them. Stop dodging. Mashiro deluxe. Mashiro attacks Ichigo with a combination of punches and kicks. Ichigo continued to dodge them. Come on, Mashiro. Kensei's is going to be disappointed. Ichigo taunted. Mashiro stopped moving. Green Ryatsu began to surround her. Vuela alrededor, abejas asesinas, fly around, killer bee. She said. She was engulfed in her Ryatsu. Ichigo stood there and waited. Something shot out of the green Ryatsu and kicked Ichigo in the gut, sending him flying a few feet away. He looked to see Mashiro in her resurrection form. Mashiro's face was covered in a white hollow mask that resembled a bee. She had white antennas on top of her head. She was dressed in a black bodysuit with green armor on her chest, elbows, fists, kneecaps, and feet. Ichigo could see her body was vibrating in place. She shot towards Ichigo. Ichigo attempted to block her attack. Suddenly she moved away from Ichigo and attacked Ichigo somewhere else. Damn! Looks like her reaction speed is way faster than before. Ichigo thought. Mashiro charged at Ichigo, trying to get more attacks in. These attacks are much weaker than before. Ichigo thought. Ichigo took a deep breath, allowing his Ryatsu from Script F, Fangari Nero to flow around him. Nagar Shunko, flowing flash war cry, Ichigo said. Mashiro quickly jumped away and observed Ichigo as he was engulfed in blue Ryatsu. Ichigo charged at Mashiro. Mashiro easily dodged all of Ichigo's attacks. Damn! I'm still too slow. Ichigo thought. Mashiro charged back in and began her counterattack. Ichigo saw the attacks and was able to dodge them, even the attacks she changed mid-step. At least I can dodge her attacks. Ichigo thought. Looks like I need another one. Ichigo thought as he allowed Script V, the Ventus to flow around him. Erasure Shunko, Storm Flash War Cry. Ichigo shouted. Mashiro jumped back to see green Ryatsu shot out and surrounded Ichigo. The green Ryatsu wrapped itself around Ichigo's body. Ichigo appeared in front of her and began the counterattack. Ichigo's attacks overwhelmed her. They were too fast for Mashiro. Anytime she tried to counterattack, Ichigo was already ready before she started. Slowly Mashiro's body began to tire out from the attacks. Ichigo punched Mashiro in the face, breaking her mask. The blow sent her crashing into the ground, instantly knocking her unconscious. Ichigo deactivated Erasure Shunko. Mashiro was teleported out of Dimension 2 and was replaced by the announcer. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 3. He said. Rose silently stood up from his seat and was teleported out. Hello Ichigo, Rose greeted as he drew his Zanpakuto. Hello Rose, Ichigo replied. 3, 2, 1, start. The announcer announced before teleporting away. Play Kinshura, Rose said. His Zanpakuto's blade transformed into a gold whip with the tip shaped in a flower. May my hymns reignite my allies' will. Let my enemies hear their impending demise, revelation. Ichigo chanted, activating Script Y, Yakubo no Yuta. Revelation, in its piano mode, appeared in front of Ichigo. I guess we both have musical weapons of destruction, Rose commented, upon seeing the giant kyber knife with piano keys on it. Guess I have to make the first move. He said as she swung Kinshura at Ichigo. Kinshura shot towards Ichigo. Ichigo blocked Kinshura's attack with Revelation. Rose flicked his wrist, sending Kinshura back towards him. Haimai, scream. Ichigo said as he swung Revelation down. Haimai soared toward Rose, letting out a loud screech. My ears. He complained in agony as he instinctively covered his ears to stop the sound, forgetting the attack. Haimai slammed into his chest, tearing through his Shihakusho, and tore bits of his chest. He stared at Ichigo. That horrid sound came from you? Yep, Ichigo replied. Haimai, Ichigo said, firing more attacks at Rose. Rose swung Kinshura at the attacks, trying to stop the attacks. What? Rose shouted as he saw Haimai tore through Kinshura. Rose quickly used Chuunpa to dodge the attack. Come on Rose, Ichigo said as he began to play the piano. Rose began to hear soft depressing music. You've lost this match. Just admit defeat and it will be all over. Ichigo said as he slowly walked towards Rose. Rose's eyes began to get heavy and cloudy, slowly succumbing to the melody. Suddenly Kinshura shot up and slapped Rose in the face. The sudden action snapped Rose out of Ichigo's spell. Good job. Rose complimented. That melody would have gotten me if it wasn't for my beloved Kinshura. He said as he rubbed Kinshura's hilt. It seems it's time for me to step up my game. Rose pointed Kinshura up, like a sword. Resurrection. Rose was surrounded by golden Ryatsu. Kinshura wrapped itself around Rose, obscuring him. Kinshura unwrapped itself into golden thread to reveal Rose. Rose's Shihakusho transformed into a white tailcoat suit with black buttons and stitches. Rose's face was covered by his white hollow mask, which resembled a medieval plague doctor's mask. In his hand was a golden stick. Kinshura Dotai, Golden Cell Tree Conductor, Rose said. Rose raised his golden stick, Conductor Baton. Butadin, Dancing Troupe. Golden thread appeared and began to wrap on itself, forming beings 4 meters, 13.12 feet, tall with petal-shaped protrusions on their faces and 3 meters, 9.8 feet, long arms. Enjairu, play. Music began to resonate from Rose and the golden beings. The Butadin charged at Ichigo. They were engulfed in fire as they attacked Ichigo. Ichigo pointed Revelation at them. Hi my! Ichigo shouted as he fired sound waves from the pommel of Revelation. The incoming Butadin suddenly froze mid-step when they encountered the sound waves, as if they were suspended in motion. What happened? Ichigo thought. He noticed that the music from Rose stopped. He looked to see Rose was busy covering his ears. Ichigo shunpad behind Rose and fire a point-blank Haimai. Gah! He screamed in pain from the loud screeches of Haimai. He crashed to the ground. Ichigo stood on Rose's back with Revelation's pommel pointed at Rose's head. Do you want some more? Ichigo asked. What? I can hear you. Rose shouted. I guess I can count this as you admitting defeat, Ichigo said as he glanced over at the frozen Butadin. Ichigo snapped his fingers, resetting the field and repairing Rose's damaged eardrums. Rose was teleported out as the announcer appeared. He dug his hand into the hat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Number 8. He read. Nanao's eyes widened as she was teleported out. That wraps up this part of What If Overpowered Ichigo Left Karakura Town. Thanks so much for listening. As always, new parts drop every 4 days, so be sure to stay tuned. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and please consider supporting the original author as well. See you in the next one.